Hello, welcome. A lot of people watch this video to fall asleep, so if there are one or two ads at the beginning, that's just a small way to support the channel. And after that, the rest of the hour will be completely ad-free. If you want a 100% ad-free experience, you can join the channel membership, where the ad-free videos are uploaded. And if you'd like to support the channel tonight, please subscribe and leave a comment telling me where you're watching from. I moved into that apartment because I needed somewhere cheap, fast, and close enough to my job that I wouldn't have to think too hard about getting there in the morning. That was really all I cared about at the time. I'd just come out of a relationship that had lasted long enough to rearrange my whole life, and then ended in the quietest way possible. No big fight, no one throwing things, no dramatic last conversation in a parking lot. Just two people getting tired in the same room until one of them said, very calmly, that this wasn't working anymore. So when I found the apartment, I wasn't looking for charm. I wasn't looking for sunlight. I wasn't looking for something that felt like a fresh start. I was looking for a door that locked and a rent price I could survive. It was on the third floor of an older building, on a street that looked a little nicer than it really was. The outside had brick that probably impressed people driving past, but up close you could see all the patched mortar and the old buzzer panel with faded names behind cloudy plastic. Inside, the hallway smelled like dust and radiator heat. The carpet had that flattened, tired look that never comes back, no matter how often it gets vacuumed. But the place was quiet, and after the month I'd had, quiet felt like luxury. The apartment itself was small. Not cozy, just small. A narrow kitchen with one window facing a brick wall, a living room big enough for a couch and a table if you were strategic about it, and a bedroom with a closet that had those old sliding wooden doors that never moved properly on the track. The bathroom tiles were off-white, in the way that meant they had once been white a long time ago. Still, it was mine. For the first 2 weeks, nothing happened. I went to work, came home, ate whatever was easiest, watched something mindless, and took the little white sleeping pill my doctor had given me because my mind had stopped understanding how to slow down on its own. I should probably say that up front, because for a while I blamed everything on that pill. It wasn't a strong one. At least that's what I was told. Just enough to help me settle into sleep. It left me a little foggy in the mornings, but not dangerously so. I could function. I could dress myself, drive, answer emails, hold a conversation. It just made my nights blur at the edges. The first thing that felt wrong was so small I almost didn't count it. I got home from work one evening and found my kitchen chair angled away from the table. That doesn't sound like much, and maybe it isn't. People leave chairs out. They bump them with a leg. They don't notice. But I lived alone, and I was the kind of person who always pushed my chair in, because my mother had raised me with that very specific kind of useless orderliness. If I had stood up from that chair, I would have pushed it in without thinking. So I stood in the doorway with my bag still on my shoulder and looked at it for a second. Then I laughed a little, mostly to myself, and said, "Okay," like I had caught my own brain trying to start trouble. I pushed it back in and forgot about it. A few nights later, I noticed the bath mat was damp when I hadn't showered that morning. Again, there were explanations. I could have stepped on it with wet feet after washing my face. The room was humid. Maybe the pipes sweated. Maybe I was becoming one of those people who lost their minds by 30 and started keeping lists about towel positions. But then it happened again. And then I started noticing other things. A cabinet left not fully closed. The bathroom mirror wiped clean in a single square. like someone had pressed a hand towel to it. A spoon in the sink when I was almost certain I'd put it in the dishwasher. The living room curtain pulled an inch wider than I usually left it, letting in a thin strip of street light. All of these things, one at a time, were nothing. That was the problem. None of them were enough. If I'd come home and found the place turned over, that would have been simple. If money was missing, or my laptop, or the TV, then I would have known what story I was living in. But it was never like that. It was always something you could explain in under 5 seconds, and by the end of the explanation, you already sounded dramatic. I told my friend Mara about it over coffee one Saturday, and even while I was saying it, I could hear how flimsy it sounded. She thinks someone's breaking in to rotate her kitchen chair 2 inches, Mara said, smiling. I know how it sounds. It sounds like you're tired. I am tired. You're sleeping with medication. You're grieving. You're in a new place. You're probably doing half this stuff and not remembering. She said it gently, and that somehow made it worse. Because she was probably right. I wanted her to be right. For the next week, I made an effort to be more careful. I started doing these little checks before bed. Chair pushed in, bath mat dry, cabinet closed, curtain half shut, shoes lined up by the door. I even started leaving my mug upside down on the drying rack, because I figured if I found it upright in the morning, then maybe I'd finally know whether I was imagining it. The first morning I found it upright, I stood there staring at it for so long my coffee went cold in my hand. I tried to think logically. Maybe I'd turned it over myself without noticing. Maybe I was doing things after I took the pill and not remembering. So that night, I didn't take it. I was tired enough that I thought I might manage without it, and I wanted one clean night where I could trust my memory. I went through my little routine, turned off the lights, got in bed, and lay there listening to the building. Pipes ticking, somebody somewhere closing a drawer, a burst of laughter from the street below, the old radiator clicking as it cooled. I must have fallen asleep around midnight. When I woke up, it was still dark, and at first I didn't know what had pulled me out of sleep. I just lay there looking at the faint gray shape of the bedroom doorway. Then I heard a sound from the other room. It was so soft I almost lost it under the hum of the radiator. Not a crash, not a footstep exactly, more like the quiet scrape of fabric against upholstery, followed by stillness. I stopped breathing for a second and listened. Nothing. Then, after maybe 10 seconds, the tiniest sound of movement again. The kind of sound somebody makes when they're trying very carefully not to make one. My body went cold in a way that felt chemical. I had this immediate, stupid thought that it was an animal, that a raccoon had come in somehow, that I'd left a window open, that there was a cat in the living room, anything but a person. I reached for my phone on the nightstand so slowly I could feel my own pulse in my fingertips. I didn't call anyone. I didn't do anything smart. I just opened the screen and watched the pale light hit the blanket while I listened. Another soft sound. This time it was clearer. The wooden floor in the living room complaining under a change in weight. I wanted to get up and lock the bedroom door, but the bedroom door didn't lock. It was one of those old hollow doors with a brass knob and no privacy key. I remember thinking, very clearly, that I had never noticed that before. I lay there for what felt like half an hour. It was probably less than 5 minutes. Eventually I heard the apartment settle again. No voices, no footsteps moving away. Just silence. At some point I must have fallen asleep, which still bothers me when I think about it. It bothers me that a person can be frightened enough to shake and still lose consciousness because the body decides it can't keep that level of fear going forever. In the morning, nothing was missing. The front door was locked. The chain was on. The windows were shut. The only thing wrong was that the kitchen chair was angled away from the table again. I called the landlord that day and tried to keep my voice normal. He was a heavy man named Ross, who always looked like he had just come from eating something greasy. He wore a ring of keys on his belt that made a little metal rain sound every time he walked. When I told him I thought someone might be getting in, he frowned in this offended, almost wounded way. "That's not possible," he said. "Well, something is happening. You probably forgot something." "I'm not trying to be difficult. I just want to know if anyone else has a key." "I have a master. Maintenance has one. But nobody's been in there." "Can you change the locks?" He sighed like I was asking him to dig a tunnel by hand. "I can do it next week." "Can you do it sooner?" "Why? Because your chair moved?" I hated him a little then. Not because he didn't believe me. Because I could hear, in my own mind, how ridiculous he thought I was. He changed the lock 3 days later. For about 48 hours, I felt stupid but relieved. Then I came home Thursday evening and smelled a scent in the apartment that wasn't mine. Not strong, not enough to fill the room. Just a faint trace hanging in the air near the hallway. It smelled like men's shaving cream. Clean and cheap, and a little medicinal. I stood there with the grocery bag cutting into my fingers and knew, in that instant, that something was deeply wrong. I didn't even unpack. I walked through the whole apartment, checking every room. Nothing. Windows locked. Bathroom empty. Closet empty. But when I opened the bedroom closet, something about it made my skin tighten. My coats were pressed closer together than I remembered. Not messed up, not disturbed, just compressed slightly toward one end, like something had been nudged between them and then removed. I called Mara again. This time she came over. She did what good friends do when they don't fully believe you, but love you enough to act like they might. She checked the windows. She crouched to look at the door frame. She stood in the living room with her arms crossed, scanning the ceiling like a detective in a TV show. Then she opened the closet. She stared at it for a moment and said, "Do you usually keep a blanket on the floor in here?" I looked over her shoulder. There was an old fleece throw tucked into the back corner behind the hanging clothes. Gray. I'd seen it before. It came with the apartment. I'd assumed the previous tenant left it, or the landlord used it when painting. I never touched it. It's been there since I moved in. She bent, picked it up, and froze. "What?" "There's a dent in the dust." "Where?" "Behind this." At first I didn't see it. Then I did. On the floorboards at the back of the closet, behind where the blanket had been, there was a clean oval shape in the dust. Not huge, just big enough that something, or someone, could have been sitting there with their back against the wall. I remember saying, "No," in the flattest voice I've ever heard come out of me. Mara looked at me. "You need to leave. Tonight." I stayed at her place for 2 nights. Ross called me angry because apparently a tenant on the second floor had complained that 2 women were causing a scene when Mara and I carried a suitcase down the stairs. I told him I wanted the police in my apartment before I went back. The officer who came was polite in the way people are when they've already decided a call won't become paperwork. He looked around, wrote nothing down, and said there wasn't much to go on. There's no sign of forced entry. The locks were changed. Could be an old key wasn't returned. Then someone's been inside while I was sleeping. He gave me a look I can still picture. Not cruel, just careful, measured. The look of a person trying to decide how much of another person's fear is real. "If you feel unsafe, don't stay here alone," he said. That was it. I should have moved out then. I know that. But when you're tired and broke and embarrassed, even obvious choices get heavy. I told myself I would stay one more night and gather what I needed to leave for good the next day. I did one thing differently. I didn't take the sleeping pill, and I didn't turn the bedroom light off all the way. I left the lamp on low and got into bed fully dressed, with my phone in my hand. I don't know how long I lay there. Long enough to hear the building fall into its late-night version of silence, the kind where you stop hearing people and start hearing systems. Pipes, heat, the elevator cables far away. Then, sometime after 2, I heard it. Not in the living room this time. Inside the bedroom. A soft movement from the closet. A shift of weight. The tiniest wooden complaint under a foot being placed very carefully on the floor. I don't think I felt fear the way people describe it. It was more like my body emptied out all at once. The closet door moved maybe half an inch. Not enough to swing. Just enough for the dark line between the panels to widen. I'd already dialed 911 by the time the voice on the other end picked up, but I couldn't speak right away. I was watching that line of dark grow just a little more. Then a man stepped out. Ross. He had taken off his shoes. He was holding them in one hand. In the other hand was my gray fleece blanket. He didn't rush me. He didn't lunge. That almost made it worse. He just stood there looking stunned, like I had somehow interrupted him. When I finally found my voice, it sounded weak and high. "He's in my apartment," I said into the phone. "He's in my bedroom." Ross lifted one hand, palm out, the way you calm down a barking dog. "It's not what you think," he said quietly. I started screaming then. Not words, just sound. He backed toward the door, still holding his shoes, and I watched him the whole time. I watched him leave my bedroom. I watched him cross the living room. I watched the front door open and close. By the time the police arrived, he was in the basement boiler room, telling them he had been checking for water damage. What stayed with me wasn't even the lie. It was how ready he was with one. They found enough in the closet to arrest him. A little flashlight, a bottle of water, protein bar wrappers, the blanket. There was even a worn place in the dust where he had apparently been sitting for longer than I will ever be comfortable imagining. I moved out the next morning. For months after that, I couldn't sleep in a room with a closet door closed. I needed to see inside everything, every corner. For months after that, I couldn't sleep in a room with a closet door closed. I needed to see inside everything, every corner, under the bed, behind the shower curtain. Even if I knew perfectly well nobody was there, I needed the empty space confirmed. The part that still gets to me is this. He hadn't been breaking in after I was asleep. He had been letting himself in earlier, while I was at work, or taking out laundry, or bringing groceries up the stairs, and then hiding inside my apartment until night came and I turned the lights off. That's why the chain was still on. That's why the lock change didn't matter. That's why the small things felt so wrong. He wasn't entering a sealed place. He was already there, waiting for me to make it feel safe. A few years later, I took a night job at a radio station because somebody told me night work was peaceful. People say that about a lot of things, that only feel peaceful if you've never done them. The station was local, not famous, not glamorous. It sat in one of those office buildings that looked almost empty, even during business hours. Gray exterior, smoked windows. a lobby plant that was somehow both alive and dead. By day, there were salespeople, on-air hosts, producers, traffic coordinators, and a receptionist who knew everybody's birthdays. By night, there was usually just me, a board operator until midnight, and a security guard downstairs who watched 3 monitors and a baseball game with the sound off. My job was mostly editing pre-recorded segments, cleaning up audio, timing out ad breaks, and making sure the overnight content ran on schedule. Nothing exciting. But I liked sound, and I liked being left alone, and at that point in my life, I still thought solitude and safety were basically the same thing. The first month was fine. The studio had thick glass, gray acoustic panels, and a smell I came to associate with tiredness. Coffee, dust, stale air conditioning, and foam microphone covers that had absorbed years of other people's breath. At night, the building settled around me in strange ways. I could hear the elevator machinery through the walls sometimes, and occasionally a door on another floor would close with a thud that traveled through the structure more than through the air. Mostly, though, it was quiet. Not true silence, electronic silence. A constant low hum from equipment, tiny clicks, signal noise, the soft fan sound inside the computer towers. You got used to it. Then I started noticing that my chair was never where I left it. I know that sounds familiar. I know how that sounds coming from me, of all people. But after the apartment, I became weirdly observant about certain things. I knew the height of my chair. I knew the position of my keyboard. I knew whether I had left the headphones hanging on the left arm of the monitor or lying flat on the desk. One night I came back from the bathroom and found the chair lowered, the microphone arm nudged closer to the screen, and the level meters on one of the channels moving, even though nothing should have been live. I checked the board. Nothing routed, no open mic, no active line. Then the movement on the meter stopped. I stood there for a while, staring at it. The logical explanation was that I had bumped something before leaving. The second logical explanation was that I was alone too much, and my brain was looking for patterns to keep itself busy. So I kept working. What made it harder to shrug off was that the station dealt in recordings. With sound, you don't just feel like something happened. Sometimes you have proof something happened, and then the proof still doesn't help. About 2 weeks after I first noticed the chair being off, I was scrubbing background hiss from a phone interview when I heard something buried at the very end of the waveform. It was after the host had signed off, after the guest disconnected, after the ad marker. A breath, not from the caller, not from the host. A close, near-mic breath, followed by the faint rub of fabric and a sound like somebody touching the edge of the desk. I replayed it 4 times. Then I told myself it was probably just the host shifting in his seat before muting the channel. Except it didn't sound like that. It sounded like someone standing too close to a microphone in a room they thought was already empty. I started finding little things after that. A line of text typed into the show log that I didn't remember writing. A folder on the desktop opened to an old archive segment I had no reason to access. My water bottle cap twisted open. A pair of headphones still warm when I was certain I hadn't worn them for at least half an hour. I asked the board operator once, a guy named Leon, who mostly communicated through shrugs. "Do you ever come back into Studio B after your shift?" He looked at me. "Why would I? Have you ever noticed anybody else up here at night?" "Like who?" "I don't know. Cleaning staff?" He shook his head. "They do the lower floors first. Why?" "Nothing." He gave me that same careful look I had seen from the police officer years before. "You okay?" "Yeah," I said too fast. He left at midnight. After that it was just me and the building. The security guard downstairs was named Carl. He had a red face, white mustache, and the slightly flattened voice of a man who had worked nights long enough to stop finding anything unusual. One night, around 1 in the morning, I went down to get coffee from the machine in the lobby because ours upstairs had died again. Carl looked up and said, "Thought you left." "I'm still here." He frowned. "I heard the side stair door about 20 minutes ago." "Was it me?" He looked at me for a second. "You tell me." "No, I've been in the studio." He shrugged and took a sip from his paper cup. "Probably the air pressure. This building talks." But while I was pouring the coffee, he turned one of the monitor screens toward me. It showed the hallway outside Studio B, empty. Then he rewound it about 30 seconds, and I saw movement. The door to Studio B opened a crack and then shut again. Nobody came out. Carl said, "See? Bad latch." I nodded like I believed that. The next night I started keeping a notebook, not because I thought that would stop anything, just because I needed something outside myself. I wrote down times. When I left the room, when I came back, what was different, what I heard, what I found. I did it quietly, almost with embarrassment, like if anyone saw me, they'd assume I was documenting a haunting. I wasn't. I didn't think anything supernatural was happening. That was the problem. If it had felt supernatural, I could have dismissed it. Ghosts were easier than a real person, in a real building, with real access. What pushed everything further was a recording that got sent to me from the system log one Thursday. At the station, every live studio had automatic room capture for a few minutes, before and after segments. It was mostly for quality control. Dead air, clipping, mic handling noise, that kind of thing. Usually nobody listened to those files, unless there was a complaint. I opened one while searching for something else, and saw there was a 4-minute clip from Studio B, created at 2:14 a.m. I hadn't recorded anything at 2:14. I'd been editing in silence. I put on the headphones. At first there was almost nothing, just the room tone, that low studio hush made of electronics and ventilation. Then I heard my own chair move. I heard the little double click the mic switch made, and then I heard myself speak. Not on air, not with host voice, just normal, conversational, like I was talking to someone across the desk. I said, "It's colder in here tonight." Then there was a pause. Then I said, in that same easy voice, "No, I know, I'm just saying." I stopped the recording. I actually took the headphones off and put them on the desk because my hands had started shaking enough that the cable tapped the wood. I didn't remember saying any of it. I didn't remember recording. I didn't remember speaking to anyone. And I was absolutely certain there had been no one in the studio with me. I listened again. This time I made myself keep going. After that second line, there was a long stretch of silence. Not empty silence, occupied silence. The kind where one person is waiting for another person to respond, but the response is too soft or too far from the microphone to make out. Then my voice again. "I didn't tell anyone about the apartment thing," I said. I felt every muscle in my back lock, because I had never talked about the apartment at work. Not once. Not to Leon, not to Carl, not to anyone in that building. I listened to the rest of the clip with this awful, slow feeling that the room around me had changed shape. My voice continued in fragments, little sentences, half answers, a laugh that didn't sound like mine. At one point I said, "You already know where I live." Then there was another long silence. At the end of the recording, very faintly, I heard a second sound. Not words, just breathing. close enough to the mic that it flattened into the foam. I took the file to my supervisor the next day. Her name was Dana, and she was the kind of competent that made everybody else feel underprepared. She listened to the first 30 seconds and took off the headphones. "Did you make this?" "No." "It's your voice." "I know it's my voice." "Were you tired? Taking anything?" That question lit up something cold inside me. "I'm not hallucinating." "I didn't say you were." "It sounds like I'm talking to someone." She rubbed her forehead. "Maybe you were talking to yourself." I mentioned something from my private life that no one here knows. Dana looked at me for a long second. "I can pull badge access and system activity." She said it like she was doing me a favor she wasn't sure I deserved. According to the logs, my badge never left the 3rd floor that night. According to the computer, there was no external login. According to the hallway camera, nobody entered Studio B for the whole hour surrounding that recording. Dana's explanation was stress. Carl's explanation was old wiring. Leon's explanation was, "That place is weird at night." Mine changed every few hours. Sometimes I thought I was dissociating from lack of sleep and talking to empty air. Sometimes I thought somebody had found a way to listen from another room and speak so softly I couldn't hear them in real time. Sometimes I thought the building itself was arranged in some blind, outdated way I didn't understand, with shared vents and hidden maintenance corridors and old access points that no one bothered to remember anymore. I stayed because I needed the money. That's a sentence I've used too many times in my life. One night around 12:45, I decided I was going to leave the studio without making it obvious, and then come back upstairs by the stairwell instead of the elevator. I shut down my screen, picked up my bag, and told Carl on the way past the desk that I was heading home. "Night," he said. I waited in the parking lot for maybe 3 minutes, then went back in through the side entrance with the code Carl had once let slip in front of me. The building felt different when I re-entered it that way. Less like a workplace, more like infrastructure. Concrete stairwell, emergency lighting, the smell of dust and hot metal. I climbed as quietly as I could. When I reached the 3rd floor landing, I heard something through the fire door. Not voices, a soft, steady sound. Someone humming. I don't know the tune. I only know that it was low and tuneless enough to be private, the way people hum when they think they're alone. I pushed the door open. The hallway lights were on their night setting, dimmer than normal. Studio B was closed, but across from it, at the end of the hall, the archive room door stood open maybe 6 inches. Nobody was supposed to be in the archive room at night. Hardly anybody went in there during the day. It was a long, narrow room, lined with shelving units full of labeled drives, old promo boxes, dead equipment, and bankers' boxes stuffed with paper logs from years nobody cared about anymore. The humming stopped when I stepped into the hallway. I didn't move for a second. Then I walked toward the archive room. The carpet was so worn there that it made almost no sound under my shoes. I reached the door and put one hand on it. It was already open enough to see inside. There was a folding chair in the middle of the room facing the doorway, a thermos on the floor beside it, a blanket rolled against the wall, and on the chair, a pair of my headphones. Not the station's, mine. The ones I brought from home because they fit better. I didn't see a person, not then. What I saw was movement behind the shelving unit at the back, a slow shift, like somebody stepping deeper into a shadow. I said, "Who's there?" And my voice came out thin and useless. No answer. I backed away, not ran, backed. Then I turned and walked as fast as I could manage without feeling my legs give out. I don't remember going down the stairs. I remember Carl standing up so fast his chair rolled backward. I remember trying to explain and hearing how fragmented I sounded. I remember the police searching the archive room and finding the thermos, the chair, the blanket, my headphones, and a stack of printouts from my edit sessions with handwritten notes in the margins. Nobody was there by then. What they eventually figured out, as much as they ever figured out anything, was that a former producer had been using an old side access key that had never been deactivated. He'd been fired months earlier. Apparently, he had kept some of his personal stuff in the archive room, and at some point that turned into staying there off and on. Whether he had been in Studio B with me, or listening from the talkback line, or using internal routing I didn't understand, nobody could fully explain. The equipment in those buildings gets patched and repatched for years. Old channels stay live. Forgotten feeds remain connected. A microphone can be heard where it shouldn't be. A room can listen both ways. I quit 2 days later. The strangest part, the thing that still makes me uncomfortable in a way I can't explain, is that recording of my voice. I know it was me. I know I said those words. I still don't remember saying them. And whatever silence I was answering in that room, I answered it like I recognized it. When my mother moved into assisted living, I was the one who packed up the house because I was the only one still nearby. My father was gone by then. My older brother had been gone even longer, in the way some people are gone before anyone admits they've really left. He drifted out of the family years earlier, after a long stretch of borrowing money, disappearing, resurfacing, promising things, and then disappearing again. By the time my mother started falling and forgetting appointments, his name had become something we only said in practical tones. Insurance papers, emergency contact forms, that kind of thing. The house had been ours since I was 8. It was a 2-story place on a quiet street where everybody's trees were older than their roofs. When I was a kid, it felt huge. When I went back at 36 with boxes and cleaning supplies in my trunk, it felt narrow and overfamiliar, like a shirt I hadn't worn in years. Nothing makes a lived-in house feel stranger than taking the person out of it. My mother had been untidy in a gentle, domestic way. Not dirty, just layered. Magazines on end tables. 2 pairs of reading glasses in every room. Half-used candles. Rubber bands around doorknobs for reasons forgotten years earlier. When I opened the front door that first day, the smell of her life was still there. Dust, tea, old books, hand lotion, laundry detergent. I stood in the foyer and listened. That sounds dramatic, but I think everyone does it in an empty family house. You open the door and listen for the version of silence that belongs to that place. You check whether it still sounds like itself. The house sounded normal. Floor vent whisper. Clock in the dining room. Refrigerator cycling in the kitchen. I told myself I'd be done in a week. The first 2 days were mostly sorting. Kitchen, linen closet, bathroom cabinets. Things that asked more of your hands than your memory. I worked with the TV on for company and slept in my old bedroom because staying there felt simpler than driving back and forth. On the 3rd day, I found a note taped inside the pantry door. Leave the light on. That was all it said. My mother's handwriting. No date. I laughed softly when I saw it, because it was exactly the kind of thing she did. She left notes for herself constantly once she started forgetting things. Take pills. Don't thaw chicken on counter. Dentist Thursday. Water fern. Lock back door. Little anchors thrown at the day so it wouldn't drift. I left the pantry light on. Later that afternoon, I found another note in the laundry room. If you hear him upstairs, wait. That one made me stop. I stood there with a pile of old dish towels in my arms, reading it over and over, like the meaning might rearrange itself if I just gave it time. There were a dozen easy explanations. It could have been old. It could have been about my father before the divorce. It could have been some half-sentence she meant to finish and didn't. Still, I folded the note and put it in my pocket. That night, lying in my childhood bedroom, I listened to the house in a way I hadn't since I was a kid. When you grow up in a place, you learn its language without noticing. The third stair complains at the center. The hallway vent taps when the heat comes on. The bathroom door doesn't latch unless you lift it. My body remembered all that before my mind did. So when I heard a sound that didn't belong, I knew it immediately. A footstep upstairs. Light, slow, near the back bedroom. I sat up in bed and held my breath. The upstairs was just me. I got out of bed and opened the door. The hall was dark except for the small nightlight my mother still kept plugged in near the bathroom. The house felt paused, listening back. I told myself it was the heat. Then I heard it again. Not a creak this time, a shift in weight. The sound of floorboards accepting a person. I turned on every light between my room and the back bedroom. I checked the bathroom, the guest room, my mother's room, the closets. Nothing. When I got to the top of the stairs, I looked down into the foyer and saw that the front door was still locked. I remember feeling embarrassed even though I was alone, like the house had just caught me being childish. The next morning, I told myself that I was overtired. Then I found the spoon in the sink. I'd gone to bed without eating at home. I knew that because I'd picked up takeout on the drive back from the assisted living place. I had eaten it in the car because I didn't want to carry the smell inside. The sink had been empty. Now there was a teaspoon in it, with a little ring of dried tea at the bowl. I washed it, then stood at the counter with my hands flat on the laminate, and tried to decide whether this was serious enough to tell someone. Who would I even tell? My mother, who sometimes forgot the year, but could still remember exactly where a casserole dish had come from in 1998. The police, so they could ask whether anything had been stolen and then leave. My brother, whose number I no longer had. The house kept giving me things that were almost enough. A basement window unlatched, the back door key no longer where my mother always hung it. The attic hatch in the hallway shifted slightly out of line. A fresh hand towel in the downstairs bathroom, damp at the center. I started walking through the rooms with my phone camera recording, narrating out loud like an idiot. Tuesday, 8:17 p.m. Back door locked. Upstairs windows closed. Pantry light on. I don't know why I thought that helped. Maybe I wanted proof for myself that I wasn't wandering around in some fog of inherited forgetfulness. On the fifth day, while clearing out the hall closet, I found something tucked behind a stack of old board games. A can opener. That doesn't sound strange until I tell you that it wasn't one of ours. I knew our kitchen tools. My mother bought the same brand of dull, practical things for years. This one was heavier, metal handle, a newer kind. I took it downstairs and set it on the counter like evidence. Then I opened the trash cabinet. Inside was an empty can of peaches. My mother hated peaches. She was mildly allergic to them. They made her mouth itch. Nobody in our house had bought canned peaches in probably 20 years. I sat down at the kitchen table and just stared at that can. A memory came back to me then. Not a big one. One of those flat childhood memories that usually stay buried because they don't seem important enough to keep. My brother at 16, standing in this exact kitchen at midnight, eating canned peaches over the sink because he didn't want to wash a bowl. He liked the syrup. That memory sat beside me for the rest of the day. I called the assisted living center that evening to check on my mother, and when she came to the phone, I tried to sound light. "Hey, Mom, did anyone else have a key to the house?" A pause. "Why?" "I just found a few things that seemed off." Another pause, longer this time. Then she said very quietly, "Did you leave the pantry light on?" My throat tightened. "Yeah." "Good." "Mom, he doesn't like the dark in there." I sat so still I could hear the refrigerator motor click on behind me. "Who?" But she was already wandering away from the conversation. Her voice changed shape the way it sometimes did now, slipping off the track of the present. "Don't make a fuss," she said. "If he hears you make a fuss, he goes back outside, and then it's cold." The nurse came on the line a few seconds later and apologized. I didn't sleep there that night. I drove back to my apartment, barely remembering the road, and spent the whole night trying to decide whether what she had said was confusion, guilt, or some version of the truth that had lived in that house longer than I understood. The next morning I went back in daylight, which felt ridiculous but helped anyway. I checked the basement first. The basement was unfinished except for an old workbench and a toilet room my father had started renovating and never finished. Cinder block walls, laundry machines, shelves of paint cans and Christmas decorations. The kind of basement where every sound feels damp. At the far wall, behind a stack of insulation, was the old storm cellar door that led out under the side porch. We never used it. I hadn't thought about it in years. The bolt was undone. I opened the door and saw muddy prints on the concrete steps. Not fresh, maybe, but not old enough to belong to my father. I backed out of the basement and called the police. This time they took it more seriously, because there were actual signs of entry, if you could call a house key and a cellar door entry. They searched the property, the attic, the crawl space, the garage, the shed. In the crawl space under the back bedroom, they found a sleeping bag, a flashlight, a plastic grocery bag full of canned food, and a notebook. My brother's name was written inside the cover. I didn't see him that day. The police didn't either. But they told me enough that the rest arranged itself in my head, whether I wanted it to or not. He had likely been coming and going from the house for years. Maybe not constantly, maybe not every night, but often enough that my mother stopped treating his presence like an emergency. She had covered for him, or adjusted to him, or folded him into the household in some private, exhausted way that no one else noticed, because by then we weren't around enough to notice anything. It explained the notes. It explained the pantry light. It explained the missing food, the damp towels, the sounds on the stairs. It explained why, every time I had called her over the last couple of years and asked how she was doing, she had sometimes answered a beat too slowly, as if checking whether she was alone before speaking. I stayed one final afternoon to finish gathering documents. I told myself the police had checked everything. I told myself he wouldn't come back. I told myself a lot of things. Near dusk, I was in my mother's bedroom, taking framed photos off the dresser, when I heard the third stair from the top creak. Not loudly, just the familiar complaint of old wood under a careful foot. I knew that stair. We all knew that stair. I turned and looked at the bedroom doorway. Nobody was there. Then I saw a folded piece of paper on the floor, just beyond the threshold. It hadn't been there a moment earlier. I'm sure of that. I had walked through that doorway 3 times in 10 minutes. I stood staring at it for what felt like a year, before I went and picked it up. It was a page torn from one of my mother's notepads. 3 lines. I didn't want to scare her. I only came when she slept. Don't sell the house yet. I left everything there and walked out. The police never found him while I was involved. Maybe they did later. Maybe they didn't. I don't know. At some point you realize that the official ending of a story isn't always the part that matters most. What matters is that my mother had not been living alone in the way we all believed. And what matters is that a house can keep another life inside it without changing enough for anyone else to see. The worst stretch of insomnia I ever had started when I managed a self-storage place on the edge of town. If you've never worked around storage units at night, they have a very particular emptiness. It isn't the same as an office building or a house. It's an emptiness made of held things, locked things, things people meant to come back for, and sometimes never do. The facility had one main office, two long climate-controlled buildings, and rows of outdoor units behind chain-link fencing. I lived in a little apartment above the office as part of the job, which sounded convenient when I took it, and turned out to be the reason I almost lost track of what normal felt like. During the day, it was deliveries, late payments, people looking for old baby clothes, or tax boxes, or furniture after a divorce. By night, once the gate timers kicked in and the last car left, the whole property became a grid of silent metal doors under security lights. I got used to doing a final walk every evening. Check the locks, check the side gates, make sure nobody had tried to squeeze a second padlock through after hours. Most units gave off almost no information, just cold air and the faint mixed smell of cardboard, dust, and fabric if you passed by close enough. Unit C-19 was different. It was rented month to month under the name of a woman I never met. Paid in cash, always on time. No missed months, no requests. No activity on the access log except one or two entries every few weeks, usually late. That wasn't illegal. People store all kinds of private things. What got my attention was the first time I saw inside. The renter had left the roll-up door not quite fully latched, maybe half an inch open at the bottom. I noticed because a line of warm yellow light was coming through onto the concrete hall. Units weren't supposed to have lamps running unattended, especially not personal ones. I bent and looked under the gap, expecting to see maybe a standing light or a lamp on a timer. What I saw looked like a room, not storage, a room. There was a rug, a side table, the corner of what looked like a bed or maybe a daybed, a lamp with a cream shade. I unlocked the unit with the overlock key we used for emergencies and raised the door just enough to step under. Inside, it was cooler than the hallway and smelled like laundry detergent. The unit had been arranged like a bedroom, not a fancy one, just ordinary. Blanket, lamp, folded clothes on a chair, a cheap framed print on the wall, propped against the metal ribbing with adhesive hooks. I remember the odd politeness of it. Whoever had done it was trying not to make a mess. It felt less like trespassing into a strange setup and more like opening a guest room no one had told you about. There was nobody inside. I closed the unit, left a violation notice, and told myself that would be the end of it. It wasn't. 3 days later, the notice was gone, and the unit was neatly secured again. A week after that, I realized one of my mugs was missing from the apartment upstairs. Not a special one, just a blue ceramic mug with a chip near the handle. I searched around for it, got mildly annoyed, and forgot it. Then my gray throw blanket disappeared. Then a paperback from my nightstand. The first time I connected those things to C-19, I felt embarrassed. It seemed absurd. Why would a stranger steal one mug, one blanket, one paperback? It sounded like the beginning of a joke about a very picky burglar. I started sleeping badly. Around that time, I also began losing little pieces of the day. Not whole hours, just edges. Walking into the office and not remembering whether I had already checked the mail. Standing in the supply closet holding tape and not knowing why I'd gone in. Finding the gate log open on my desk and not remembering opening it. That can happen when you live where you work. Every day looks too much like the next one. Your mind stops putting firm borders around things. One night, during my closing walk, I passed C19 and smelled coffee. Fresh coffee. I stopped and listened. Nothing. The unit was locked. The yellow line of light wasn't visible this time. Everything looked normal. Still, I took out the master key again and opened it. The lamp was on. And there, on the small side table beside the bed, was my blue mug. I knew it instantly from the chipped handle. I stood in that room-shaped unit, with a fluorescent hall light at my back, and felt a strange double sensation I can't fully describe. Fear, obviously, but also a kind of vertigo, like my life had tilted just enough for objects to start sliding into the wrong version of themselves. Because the mug wasn't just there, it belonged there. The blanket folded at the end of the bed was mine, too. The paperback was on the pillow. I looked around more carefully. The lamp looked like the one from my apartment. The cheap clock on the crate nightstand was the same model I had by my bed upstairs. Even the rug had a similar worn pattern to the one in my living room. It wasn't an exact copy. That would have almost made more sense. It was close enough to feel intentional, but imperfect enough to be worse. I backed out, shut the door, locked it, and went upstairs to call the police. Then I stopped, because before I dialed, I checked the access log. C19 had been opened with my manager code twice that week. At 2:11 a.m., Monday, and 1:46 a.m., Wednesday. I stared at the screen until my eyes blurred. My code wasn't shared. The only person with master access besides me was the owner, and he lived in another state. I called him anyway. He swore he hadn't been on the property. Then somebody has cloned my code. Can they do that? I don't know. He told me to change the code and call the alarm company in the morning. I didn't tell him about the missing mug. I didn't tell him about the copy of my room. I could hear how unstable that would sound. Instead, I stayed awake most of the night with all the lights on. The next day, I printed the access history for the past month. My stomach dropped when I saw how often my own code had opened C19. Not every night, but enough. Usually between 1 and 3 in the morning. Always for under 10 minutes. I pulled the exterior cameras. The footage was grainy, black and white, and useless in the way security footage always is, until you desperately need it to be good. But it showed enough. At 2:11 a.m., Monday, I came down the stairs from my apartment, carrying something under my arm. A blanket. I walked across the lot to C19, opened it, went inside, stayed for about 8 minutes, came out without the blanket, and returned upstairs. No hesitation, no confusion. Calm as a person taking out trash. I watched it 3 times. Then I closed the office door and sat on the floor because my legs didn't feel reliable anymore. I didn't remember any of it. I told myself there had to be a simpler explanation. Sleepwalking, medication, some weird autopilot state from exhaustion. I wasn't taking anything stronger than over-the-counter sleep aids by then, but I had been alternating them stupidly, just trying to force my body into a schedule it refused to accept. That afternoon, I unlocked C19 again, in full daylight, and went inside with a notebook. This time, I examined everything. The lamp was mine. The blanket was mine. The paperback was mine. So were the mug, the clock, and one of my old hoodies draped over the chair. The bed, though, wasn't mine. Neither was the rug. Neither was the second pillow. And on the crate beside the bed was a hair tie, a plain black hair tie. I lived alone. I held that hair tie in my palm for a long time. Then I looked at the bed again, really looked at it, and noticed the impression in the blankets. 2 people had lain there recently, or one person and somebody much smaller. I couldn't tell. I searched the unit harder after that. In the plastic drawer under the lamp, I found receipts from the grocery store across the highway. Instant coffee, bottled water, crackers, travel toothpaste, women's deodorant. In the bottom drawer, I found a folded sheet of paper with my apartment number written on it in block letters. No other address, just my number. I finally called the police. They were interested enough to take a report, but because much of the stolen property was technically still on site and there was no obvious break-in, it all felt less urgent to them than it did to me. They asked if I had any former partners with access, any friends, any employee disputes, any history of sleepwalking. That last one made me look down, because when I was a kid, I did. Not often, not dramatically, but enough that my mother had once found me in the hallway at age 10, asleep and trying to open the linen closet because I thought it was the bathroom. I hadn't done it in years. At least I didn't think I had. The officers suggested I stay somewhere else for a few nights and see a doctor. I stayed at a motel. On the second night there, around 1:30 a.m., the storage facility alarm company called my cell. Motion in C building, police dispatched. When I got there, the police were already at the gate. C-19 was open. The lamp inside was on. The bed had been remade. And on the pillow sat my motel key card. That was the moment everything inside me stopped trying to choose between explanation and fear. Because however much of this I had done without remembering, I had not gone back there from that motel room. I knew that with the whole weight of my body. The police searched the property more thoroughly after that, behind units, in maintenance closets, above the drop ceiling in the office. Eventually they found signs that someone had been using an empty unit at the far end of the building as a kind of passage point. A cut section in the wire partition overhead, food wrappers, a backpack, women's clothes. What they pieced together, or believed they pieced together, was that a woman had been living between units off and on after her boyfriend lost their apartment. She probably started with one empty unit, then moved into C-19 when she realized it stayed paid and undisturbed. At some point, I began sleepwalking or dissociating badly enough to go down there at night. Whether she encouraged it, watched it, or simply used it, I'll never know. Maybe she saw me enter the first time and realized I could be managed. Maybe I took things there because some part of my brain was trying to make sense of another person living in a room beneath my apartment. Maybe I was lonelier than I knew. They never found her while I was there. Just traces. The hair tie, the deodorant, the impression on the second pillow. I quit within the week. The first time I understood how easily a familiar place can stop feeling safe, I was 22 and house-sitting for a family I had known since middle school. It was one of those neighborhoods that looked peaceful in a way that almost felt rehearsed. Wide driveways, mailboxes with painted numbers, porch lights on timers. The kind of place where every lawn was cut short enough to make the street feel open and exposed. I had been in that house dozens of times growing up. I knew where they kept the cereal, which cabinet squeaked, which hallway floorboard clicked near the bathroom. Nothing about it felt strange to me at first. My friend and her husband were flying out for a week to visit his parents, and they needed somebody to feed the dog, bring in the mail, and just be present so the place didn't sit empty. They offered to pay me, and at that age I could never say no to easy money and a quiet house with good internet. I packed a duffel bag, brought a book I was pretending I was finally going to finish, and got there a little before sunset. Her instructions were written on a yellow note on the kitchen counter. Feed Oliver at 7. Let him out before bed. Trash goes out Thursday. If the laundry room door swings shut, don't worry, it does that. That last line made me smile because it sounded exactly like her. Practical, slightly apologetic, already answering a question before I could ask it. The laundry room was off the kitchen, and beyond it there was the door to the garage. I remembered that door always being a little weird. If you didn't close it all the way, the air pressure in the house could pull it inward. The first night was completely normal. I ate leftovers from their fridge, watched something half-hearted on TV, and let Oliver sleep against my legs on the couch until I finally moved to the guest room around midnight. I remember lying there and feeling that very specific kind of silence suburban houses have late at night. Not country silence, not city silence. A tighter silence, filtered through drywall and carpet. The silence of a place built to hold sounds in. At some point I woke up needing water. I checked my phone, 2:14 a.m. I went into the kitchen in the dark because I didn't want the overhead light in my face, and when I reached the sink, I noticed the laundry room door was open. Not wide open, just a little, maybe 4 inches. I stopped with my hand on the faucet because I was sure I had closed it before bed. Not carefully, not as a conscious act, just in the ordinary way people close doors behind them. And I stood there longer than I needed to, staring at the black line of the doorway, trying to remember if it had maybe been like that all evening and I hadn't paid attention. Oliver came in behind me, nails ticking softly on the tile, and stood beside me looking toward the same door. He didn't bark. He didn't growl. He just stared. That was the part that got to me later, not in the moment. In the moment, I told myself the note had explained this exact thing. If the laundry room door swings shut, don't worry, it does that. I think my brain used that as permission to simplify what I was seeing. Weird door, air pressure, old house, fine. I got my water, nudged the door closed with my foot, and went back to bed. The next morning, there was mud on the little mat by the garage door. Not a lot, just 2 dry brown flakes and a faint smudge, like somebody had tapped the heel of a shoe there and turned. I noticed it while Oliver was eating. I remember crouching down and actually touching it with my finger, like I needed proof it was dirt and not something from the dog. Oliver hadn't been in the garage. I was sure of that. Still, I talked myself down. Maybe it had been there already. Maybe I stepped on something yesterday and didn't notice. Maybe my memory was worse than I liked to think. That's the thing about being alone in somebody else's house. The first person you start doubting is yourself. That whole day, nothing happened. I answered emails, took Oliver on 2 walks, and even laughed at myself a little for how uneasy I had felt over a half-open door. By evening, I had almost settled back into normal. I made pasta. I called my sister. I locked the front door, checked the sliding door in the den, and closed the laundry room door all the way until I heard the latch. I know I heard the latch. That night, I woke up because I thought I had heard the sound of a cabinet closing downstairs. Not slammed, just closed. A careful sound. Wood touching wood. I sat up in bed and listened so hard, my ears started filling in sounds that weren't there. The air kicked on. A vent ticked. Oliver, who had been sleeping on the rug, lifted his head, but didn't move. I whispered his name. He looked at me, then toward the hallway. That was enough for me to get up. I went into the hall and turned on the lamp on the little side table there. The house looked ordinary. Beige walls, framed family photos. The runner rug my friend had told me 3 different times not to let the dog chew. I started down the stairs and could feel my heart doing that thing where it beats in your throat rather than your chest. The kitchen light was off, but there was a weak yellow glow coming from the stove clock. Every cabinet was closed. Every chair was tucked in. The laundry room door was open again, wider this time. I didn't go in. I stayed in the kitchen and reached for the light switch on the wall. When the fluorescent tube in the laundry room flickered on, it took a second to fully brighten, and in that second, I had the clearest expectation of seeing somebody standing there, facing the washer, as if they belonged there. There was nobody. The room was empty. But the garage door, the one that led into the house, was unlatched. Not hanging open, just not fully clicked shut. And the overhead light in the garage was on. I remember something very simple and very embarrassing about what I did next. I didn't act brave. I didn't check the whole garage. I stepped backward, pulled the kitchen light on too, and called Oliver in a voice that sounded cheerful, even though I was suddenly cold all over. He came in, but he kept looking past me toward the garage. I called my friend. It went to voicemail. I texted her and said, "Hey, weird question. Has anybody else been coming by the house?" No answer. I ended up checking the garage with a fireplace poker from beside the den, which now feels ridiculous. But at the time it was the nearest thing to a weapon I could imagine holding. The garage was empty. Both cars gone, of course. Shelves lined with storage bins, bikes hanging from hooks, a second fridge humming in the corner. The side door to the yard was locked from the inside. Nothing looked touched. And yet the air in there felt different from the rest of the house. Colder. Not temperature exactly. More like it had been disturbed recently. Like a room after somebody leaves. I shut the door hard enough to hear the latch catch, and I pushed a chair under the knob, which I knew wouldn't really stop anybody determined, but it made me feel less exposed. My friend texted me back the next morning. "No, nobody should be there. Maybe the door didn't catch. Sorry. That thing has always been annoying." Then a second message. "Unless my brother stopped by for mail, but he would have told me." I had met her brother maybe twice in my life. He lived 2 towns over. I asked if he had a key. She said, "I think so. Maybe an old one." Something about "I think so" stayed with me. It made the house feel suddenly larger than I had been treating it. Not just rooms and furniture, but access. Copies of access. A history of who had ever come and gone. That afternoon I started noticing small things that would not have bothered me if they had happened separately. A dish towel hanging over the oven handle that I was almost certain I had left on the counter. The lid on the dog treat jar turned the wrong way. A dining chair sitting an inch farther from the table than the others. Things so small they sound absurd when listed out. That's why I didn't call the police. That's why I didn't leave. I kept reaching the same dead end in my own mind. Nothing is wrong enough yet. That evening I locked everything earlier than usual. I turned on the entry light, the kitchen light, and the lamp in the den, as if brightness could make a house hold its shape. I fed Oliver, took him out, and when I came back in I did something I'm still glad I thought to do. I put a line of flour across the threshold inside the laundry room door. Just a thin line from baseboard to baseboard. I told myself it was dramatic and stupid. Then I went to bed anyway. I don't know what woke me up that night. There was no clear sound I can remember. Just that awful instant of being conscious and knowing something in the house had changed. My phone said 3:08 a.m. Oliver was not in the room. I sat up so quickly I got dizzy. I called his name once, quietly, then louder. No tags jingled, no nails on hardwood. Nothing. I stepped into the hallway and saw light downstairs. Not the warm lamplight from earlier. the bright white laundry room light. I think fear is usually described the wrong way. People talk about spikes of it, bursts, surges. For me, it was flattening. It made everything inside me go still, like my body was trying not to be noticed by something that maybe hadn't seen me yet. I went down 3 stairs and stopped because I could hear movement below me. Not walking, not searching, just a soft rearranging sound. A drawer sliding, then the metal clink of something set on the counter. I didn't keep going. I stepped backward, 1 stair at a time, and locked myself in the guest room with my phone in my hand. I called 911 so quietly, the operator had to ask me twice to repeat the address. I remember apologizing to her. I remember saying, "I think someone is in the house, but I don't know. I might be wrong." While I waited, I heard one clear sound from downstairs, the laundry room door closing. Then silence. The police came fast. 2 officers walked the house, then the garage, then the yard. They found nothing. No forced entry, no missing valuables, no sign anybody had been there except when I showed them the flower line in the laundry room, there was a clean break right through it. 1 footprint, just the front half, the toe and ball of a shoe. Large, flat-soled, heading into the kitchen, not out. The officer squatted beside it for a long time and didn't say much. Eventually he asked if anybody else had access to the home. I said maybe the friend's brother, maybe old keys, maybe somebody from years ago. I didn't know. He looked at the garage door, then up toward the ceiling. There was an attic hatch above the second fridge in the garage. I had noticed it before, but never really registered it. He pulled it down. The ladder unfolded, and what they found up there was not a person. Not then. Not anymore. It was worse in a quieter way. There were signs of use. An old sleeping bag, 2 empty water bottles, a flashlight, and a milk crate with a few things inside it. Granola bar wrappers, a paperback with the cover torn off, and a little stack of envelopes bound with a rubber band. All addressed to that house. Some recent, some years old. The attic ran over part of the garage and part of the laundry room, and there was a narrow service panel leading down into the wall cavity near the door frame. One of the officers explained that somebody familiar with the structure could probably move between the attic and the top of the garage wall, drop down carefully, and enter when the inner door wasn't fully latched. He said it in a calm voice, like he was describing insulation. I didn't sleep there again. I took Oliver to my apartment and stayed up with every light on until my friend came home the next day. The strangest part came after, when she called me and said the envelopes in the attic weren't random. They were all hers. Birthday cards, bank notices, an old MRI bill, letters from her mother. Nothing stolen, just kept. The police never found out exactly who had been up there, at least not while I was involved. Her brother swore he hadn't been there. The locks were changed. The attic hatch got screwed shut. Eventually, life moved on in the way it always does, by insisting that routine is stronger than fear. But months later, I met her for coffee and asked, without really planning to, whether she ever felt normal in the house again. She took a second before answering. Then she said, "Mostly." And when people say mostly, I've learned to hear the rest of the sentence, even when they don't say it. A few years after that, I took a temporary job at a grocery store that stayed open 24 hours, and even now I can't walk into one late at night without paying attention to the ceiling speakers. It was the kind of job I got because I needed rent money fast, and somebody knew somebody. I worked the overnight reset team, which sounds more organized than it was. Mostly it meant moving stock, changing signs, facing shelves, and pretending my body could adapt to being awake when every instinct in it wanted darkness and a locked door. The store was open all night, but between 1 and 4, it entered this strange half-life. Few customers, too much fluorescent light, the bakery dark behind glass, floor polish lingering in the air, the music lower than during the day, as if even the playlist was tired. Most of us on overnight moved like people underwater. There was Carl in Frozen, who had bad knees and never sat down. Jess, who chewed mint gum so hard you could hear it at the end of the aisle. Me, always with a pricing gun clipped to my waistband and a coffee that never stayed hot long enough. The first weird thing happened during my second week. I was in aisle 9, crouched near the bottom shelf replacing sale tags, when the store intercom clicked on. Not a full announcement, just the click. Anyone who's worked somewhere with a PA system knows that sound. The tiny electric pop before a voice comes through. It happened, then nothing followed. No manager to produce, no cleanup on 3. Just the click, and then silence again. I looked up automatically. So did an older man comparing canned soup prices at 3 in the morning, which was bleak enough without the added tension. Carl rolled his pallet jack past the end of the aisle and muttered, "Again." I stood up and asked what he meant. He said, "System's been doing that." I asked if it was broken. He shrugged. "Or somebody's leaning on it." There was something in the way he said it that made me glance toward the front end. The customer service desk sat under a bank of monitors that showed different camera angles of the store. At night, one of the shift leads usually stayed up there handling returns and cigarettes and bored customers buying 1 energy drink and a pack of gum. But from where I stood, I couldn't see anybody at the desk. A minute later, the click came again. Still no voice. Jess, stacking chips nearby, said, "I hate that." Nobody laughed. That was what stuck with me. In a normal workplace, little annoyances get turned into jokes immediately. Broken speaker, ghost cashier, haunted aisle 9. Something. But nobody made a joke. People just kept working around it, the way you work around a smell you've given up trying to identify. By the end of that shift, I had heard the click 6 times. On my lunch break, I asked one of the shift leads, a woman named Dana, if maintenance knew about the intercom. She barely looked up from the logbook. "Been checked." "So it's just malfunctioning?" She paused a little too long. Probably. Probably is one of those words that only makes people more alert. A few nights later, I was sent into the stockroom to pull 2 cases of bottled water, because the shelf was empty. The back room was long and badly lit, with caged overstock areas and rolling metal doors that led to receiving. The air back there always smelled like cardboard dust and cold concrete. I found the water on a high rack, dragged a rolling ladder over, and climbed halfway up before I heard footsteps. Not unusual in a stockroom, except I hadn't heard the outer door open. I looked down expecting Carl or Dana. Nobody. Just the long aisle between shelves and the strip lights buzzing overhead. I stayed still, waiting for a voice or movement that would let me place the sound. After a few seconds, I heard it again, farther off this time. Soft, measured. Not heavy enough to sound like a pallet jack, not sharp enough to be heels. Human, though. Very definitely human. I climbed down and walked to the end of the aisle. Nobody there. I checked the next aisle and the next. Empty. The receiving doors were locked. The staff bathroom door was open and unoccupied. When I came back out to the sales floor, Jess looked at me and said, "You look pale." I told her I thought someone had been in back. She said, "That's because someone usually is." I asked, "Who?" She glanced toward Dana, who was talking to a customer at the cigarette register, then lowered her voice. "Night manager." I said, "Dana?" She shook her head. "Other one." There was, according to the schedule, another night manager named Raymond. I had never met him. I had seen his name on memos and on a typed list of extension numbers taped beside the phone in the break room. Every store had layers of management, and I assumed he maybe did paperwork in an office somewhere. "What other one?" I asked. Jess shrugged like she regretted bringing it up. "He's around." That was all she would say. After that, I started noticing how many people referred to someone without actually pointing him out. Dana would say, "He already checked that." Carl would say, "He wants the water stacked differently." A note would appear on the whiteboard in red marker. "Night crew needs to do better in pet food." No signature, but everybody acted like they knew whose voice the writing belonged to. One night I asked Dana directly where Raymond usually worked. She kept sorting receipt paper into a drawer while I stood there. "Office? Upstairs?" "Sometimes." "Could I ask him about my schedule next week?" She slid the drawer shut. "Write a note." I laughed a little because it felt bizarre. "A note?" "He'll see it." Then she walked away. The office was above the front end, a glass-walled room you could see from some parts of the store if the blinds were open. I'd only ever seen the lights off in there. The sound over the intercom kept happening. Click, silence. Click, silence. Then one night, at around 2:30 a.m., a voice finally came through. Male. Quiet. Close to the microphone. "Dana." Just that. Not Dana to the front. Not Dana, line 1. Just her name. It was so intimate and flat that every hair on my arms lifted. Dana stopped in the middle of scanning a damage sheet and went white. Not panicked. More like annoyed at being caught off guard. She set the scanner down and disappeared through the swinging door behind customer service without saying a word. Jess looked at me over a display of cereal bars. I said, "That was Raymond?" She didn't answer. Dana was gone almost 20 minutes. When she came back, she walked directly past us into the break room. Her eyes were red. Not from crying exactly. More like from not blinking enough. That same night, I had my first memory gap. I don't say that dramatically. I mean a literal gap. A clean missing stretch of time. At 3:10 a.m., I was straightening canned tomatoes in aisle 4. I remember looking at the labels and noticing that one of the brands had slightly changed the shade of red on the packaging. The next thing I clearly remember is standing in the employee bathroom with my apron off, my hands wet, and the clock above the mirror reading 3:42. No crisis, no injury, no explanation, just missing time. I told myself I had zoned out. People do that on night shifts. The body protects itself by going numb around repetition. But it happened again 2 nights later. 10 minutes gone. Then maybe 15. Little blanks. Always in the store, always during the dead stretch between 2 and 4. Around then, I started finding small, handwritten corrections on my work. If I stacked a display, I'd come back later, and one row would be adjusted to make it neater. If I taped a sale sign slightly crooked, I'd find it straightened. If I left a cart half full in an aisle while helping a customer, I'd return to find one item removed and placed correctly on the shelf. At first I thought Dana was doing it to make a point. Then I realized the corrections were too careful. They didn't have the impatience of criticism. They had the patience of somebody who had been watching me for a while. One morning before clocking out, I checked the posted schedule and saw Raymond's name printed every night from 11 to 7. I asked Carl, "What does he actually do?" Carl kept cutting plastic wrap off a pallet of juice. Same as any manager. I never see him. Carl finally looked at me. Then he said something so ordinary, it frightened me more than if he had tried to scare me. You don't have to see somebody for them to be there. A week later, there was a thunderstorm, the kind that makes a big box store feel cut off from the rest of the world. Rain hammering the roof. Parking lot lights blurred white through the front windows. Hardly any customers at all. Dana stayed at customer service doing paperwork, and Carl was in the back unloading a late truck. Jess had called in sick. I was sent to Seasonal to start dismantling a display of patio lanterns. The lights above that section had one dim strip that always flickered, and the shelves cast long, soft shadows across the floor. I was kneeling with a box cutter in my hand when the intercom clicked. I froze. Then the voice, very calm, said, "You missed one." I looked up so fast my neck hurt. No one around me, no customers, no staff. My eyes went straight to the row of lantern boxes, and there, near the back of the display, one price tag still showed the old promotion date. I stared at it for I don't know how long. Then I stood up and went straight to customer service. Dana took one look at my face and knew something had happened. "He spoke to me," I said. She glanced automatically at the ceiling, like the speakers themselves might be listening. Then she lowered her voice and said, "Just finish your shift." "No," I said. "Who is that?" She pressed her lips together. The rain hammered the roof. Somewhere in produce, a misting system hissed on and off. Finally, she said, "He had a breakdown a while ago." I waited. He used to run overnights, before me, long time. After the divorce, after some other stuff, they let him stay in the office for a bit while he got things together. Temporary. Everybody thought it was temporary. I remember not understanding for a second. "Stay?" She nodded once. "He had a cot up there." Then he kind of stopped leaving. "Dana," my own voice sounded far away. "What do you mean he stopped leaving?" She rubbed her forehead. "I mean he comes and goes when he wants. I mean corporate knows enough to ignore it because the numbers are good and nobody wants the paperwork. I mean if he isn't bothered, he mostly doesn't bother anybody." There are sentences that rearrange a place in your mind. That was one of them. I looked up toward the office with the blinds closed. "You're telling me he lives here?" She said very quietly, "Not officially." I almost laughed because the word officially was so useless at that point. "Why does the intercom keep clicking?" She didn't answer. "Why does he know where I am?" Still nothing. Then she said, "Because he watches the cameras." I left my shift early for the first time that night. Dana signed the sheet without arguing. Outside, the rain had eased, but the parking lot still looked drowned. I sat in my car, gripping the steering wheel and trying to decide whether what I had learned was actually illegal, dangerous, or just depressing in a way that made danger harder to measure. I told myself I wouldn't go back, but rent does not care what scares you. 2 nights later I returned, already hating myself for it. I kept my head down. I stayed near other employees. I didn't go into the stockroom alone. The intercom clicked twice, but no voice followed. Part of me thought maybe Dana had warned him I knew. Then around 3 a.m., I went into the break room to get my bag because I had a splitting headache and planned to leave after I finished one more aisle. My bag was on the table, unzipped, nothing missing, just open. Beside it was a paper cup of coffee, fresh enough to still be warm. No lid, no note. I didn't drink it, obviously. I stood there looking at it and noticing stupid details, like the cup wasn't from the front coffee station customers used. It was one of the sturdier cups from the office upstairs. I turned and looked at the dark break room windows, which reflected the fluorescent lights and my own face back at me. For 1 second I had the intense certainty that if I moved closer to the glass, somebody else's reflection would stay still behind mine. I grabbed my bag and walked straight out through receiving because it was the closest exit. The next day I called corporate. I don't know what I expected. Intervention, maybe. Alarm. Liability panic. Something. They thanked me for the information in the tone people use when they're already sorting your problem into a pile marked inconvenient. A week later, I got a message saying the matter had been reviewed internally. Reviewed internally. That phrase could cover almost anything. I quit by voicemail and never went back. Months later, I ran into Jess at a gas station. She told me the overnight office had finally been cleared out after an audit. Raymond was gone. No one said where. No one said when he had last actually been there. She mentioned, almost as an afterthought, that some employees had noticed camera monitors in the office had screenshots saved from random parts of the store. End caps, register lines, back aisles. Not theft-related, she said. Mostly the same spots repeated. Places where people worked alone. I think what stayed with me wasn't the fact that a man had been living in the ceiling light hum of a grocery store while corporate pretended not to notice. It was how quickly everybody around him had adjusted their language to make it survivable. He's around. He already checked that. Write a note. Probably. If enough people say probably, almost anything can become normal for a while. When I was 28, my mother had minor surgery on her knee, and I went back to my childhood home for 10 days to help her because she refused to hire anyone, and refused, even more strongly, to admit she needed help. By then, my parents had been divorced for almost 6 years. My father lived in another county with his second wife, and my mother stayed in the house I grew up in. Same pale curtains in the dining room, same chipped tile by the back door where I once dropped a can of tomatoes, same lilac bush outside the kitchen window that somehow never died, no matter how badly she ignored it. Going back there as an adult felt stranger than I expected, not emotional in a movie way, just off. The rooms seemed smaller, but the silences seemed bigger. Childhood homes are like that. They stop matching the version you carry in your head. My mother greeted me at the door with a cane in one hand and lipstick on, like she was receiving company, rather than being half-trapped in recovery. "I'm perfectly fine," she said before I even got my bag inside. "I know," I said. "You don't need to hover." "I know." "Good." Then she let me take the grocery bags from her, because pain has a way of making even proud people practical. The first 2 days were ordinary. Medication schedules, ice packs, meals, laundry. She spent most of her time in the den, with a TV on low and a blanket over her legs, criticizing daytime television and insisting she could have managed without me. At night, I slept in my old room, which still had the same closet doors that never closed evenly. On the third morning, I noticed a coffee mug in the sink that wasn't mine or hers. That sounds impossible, and I know it does. There were only the two of us in the house, but it was there, on its side under the faucet, with a brown ring of dried coffee at the bottom. A blue mug with a thin crack near the handle. My father's mug. I recognized it immediately because he'd used it for years. Even after the divorce, when my mother packed his things into boxes and left them in the garage for pickup, that mug had somehow stayed behind. I remember asking her once why she didn't just get rid of it. She had said, "Because I forgot." Now it was in the sink, used recently. I picked it up and turned it over in my hand. The crack was the same. The little faded sailboat pattern was the same. I asked my mother, who was in the den watching the weather, Did you use this? She glanced at it once. No. Then why is it in the sink? She muted the TV, which immediately put me on edge because it meant she was choosing her words. I must have. You just said no. She exhaled like I was being difficult. I meant not today. I stood there a second too long. Then I washed the mug and put it in the back of a cabinet. That should have been the end of it. Instead, that night I came downstairs around 11 because I heard the television on. Not loud, just low enough to suggest somebody awake and trying not to wake anyone else. The den light was off, but the TV cast that shifting blue-gray across the room. My mother was asleep in her recliner, head tilted slightly to one side. A blanket had slipped off her knees. I walked in to turn the TV off, and before I reached the remote, I noticed the volume had been turned almost all the way down to level 3. My mother hated low volume. She was half deaf in one ear and kept every television too loud. I looked toward the kitchen and felt that same flattening fear I had felt years earlier in the house I was paid to watch. On the kitchen table, there was a folded newspaper, opened to the sports section. My mother never read sports. My father did, every day. I checked the back door first, locked. Then the front, locked too. Every window on the first floor looked shut. I stood in the center of that kitchen, staring at a newspaper and feeling ridiculous and young and very awake. The next morning, I brought it up carefully, like maybe if I sounded casual, it would stay casual. Mom, has Dad been by? She didn't look up from her toast. No. There was a paper on the table, sports page open. He probably left it months ago. It was today's paper. She buttered the toast with slow, exact strokes. I don't know what to tell you. There are ways people lie that are loud. Then there are ways they lie that make you feel rude for asking. I wanted to press harder, but she had that expression on her face she'd worn throughout my childhood, whenever adult things were happening just outside my understanding. Bills, arguments, illness. The look that said you may be present, but you are not included. Later that day, while she napped, I took the trash out to the side bins. That was where I saw the cigarette butt. My father smoked one specific brand for 30 years, and then quit after a blood pressure scare. Strong, sour-smelling menthols in a dark green pack. I hadn't smelled one in ages, but there it was, half crushed in the gravel beside the bins, fresh enough that the paper near the filter hadn't soaked through from dew. My mother had never smoked in her life. I picked it up with a napkin and stared at it longer than I needed to. That night, I checked every door myself before bed. I even put a chair under the back knob, not because it would help much, but because the gesture mattered. My old room smelled faintly like dust and laundry detergent, and the old wooden desk that had belonged to my grandfather. I lay awake listening to the house settle around me. At some point I heard the smallest sound from downstairs, the refrigerator opening. Not even the full sound, just the rubber seal releasing, then closing again. I got out of bed and opened my door silently. The upstairs hall was dark except for the nightlight my mother still kept in the bathroom, which embarrassed me when I was 15 and comforted me now in a way I didn't want to examine. Another sound. A spoon against ceramic. I went halfway down the stairs and stopped. Someone was in the kitchen. I couldn't see the whole room from where I stood, but I could see enough of the tile and the edge of the counter and a strip of light from above the stove. A figure moved through that strip, broad shoulders, slow, familiar movement. Not sneaking, just existing. My first thought was not intruder. My first thought was father. That's how deeply the body remembers people. Before the mind catches up, The body recognizes the shape of a routine. I said his name, quietly but aloud. The movement stopped. Then the kitchen light went off. I don't know why that frightened me more than if he had answered. I backed up the stairs without meaning to, one hand gripping the banister so tightly it hurt. A second later, I heard the back door open and close. By the time I got to the kitchen and turned the light on, the room was empty. There was a bowl in the sink, cereal, milk still cloudy in it, and on the counter, my father's car keys. Not current keys. An old set, house key, mailbox key, the little brass fish keychain he'd had when I was little. I knew them instantly. He must have noticed he dropped them because they were gone by morning. I barely slept at all. At 7, I called him. He didn't answer. I texted him, "Were you in Mom's house last night?" No reply. At breakfast, I asked my mother again, and this time I didn't soften it. He was here. She put her coffee down carefully. "You shouldn't go wandering the house half asleep." I wasn't half asleep. She rubbed 2 fingers over her eyebrow and looked suddenly older than she had the whole week. "He checks on things sometimes." I just stared at her. "He has a key?" "It used to be his house, too." That is not an answer. She didn't raise her voice. My mother almost never did. She just said, "I didn't want you making a scene." "A scene?" "He comes by if I need something lifted or fixed. He doesn't stay. He was eating cereal in the middle of the night. He gets hungry." It was so absurd I nearly laughed. Instead, I heard myself say, "Mom, you're acting like this is normal." She looked at me then, in a way that made me feel, for a split second, like I was the one being childish. "When you get older," she said, "you will understand how some endings don't end cleanly." I wish I could tell you that was the whole explanation. That 2 divorced people in a small town had found a strange but functional arrangement, and I simply happened to walk in on it. But that's not what it felt like. Because after that conversation, I started noticing how much of the house still quietly belonged to him. Not visibly. She had removed the photographs and the jackets and the obvious things years before. But in the small habits of the place, he was still present. The thermostat set lower at night than she liked it. A bottle of his preferred hot sauce behind other condiments. The shed padlock newly oiled, which he always did. The TV remote in the den, wrapped once with black tape, exactly where his thumb had split it years ago. It was like living inside a sentence my mother had never finished. On my last night there, I decided I was going to stay awake and catch him properly. Not confront him violently, just end the uncertainty. I made coffee at 10 and sat at the kitchen table with the overhead light off and the range hood light on, so I could see the back door reflected faintly in the microwave glass. Around 1:20 a.m., I heard the faint scrape of a key at the lock. Not fumbling. Practiced. The door opened a crack, then wider. My father stepped in wearing a windbreaker and carrying a plastic grocery bag. He shut the door behind him softly, set the bag on the counter, and only then seemed to notice me sitting there in the half-dark. His face didn't change much. He just said, "You're up." I said, "Why are you here?" He glanced toward the hallway to the den where my mother slept. "Keep your voice down." That answer made something inside me snap. "No, you do not get to walk in here in the middle of the night and tell me to keep my voice down." He sighed, not guilty, not embarrassed, just tired. "She asked me to bring her soup she likes from that diner off Route 8. They close at 1. He nudged the grocery bag slightly, like it proved everything. "Then come during the day." "She doesn't like help during the day." "That doesn't make this okay." He leaned against the counter and looked around the kitchen, with a familiarity that suddenly disgusted me, because it meant he had never really surrendered it. "I'm not here for you," he said. I hate how much that stung, even at my age then. I asked him if he still had a key. He said yes. I asked if she wanted him to. He said after a pause, "Sometimes." Then I asked the question I had been circling. "How often are you here?" He didn't answer directly. He just said, "More when it's cold." I looked toward the den and imagined my mother asleep in the next room, letting this arrangement continue because it was easier than loneliness, easier than pride, easier maybe than admitting vulnerability. Maybe she wanted him there. Maybe she only wanted the practical version of him there. Maybe the difference didn't matter after a certain age. What made it frightening to me was not that my father was dangerous in some cinematic way. He wasn't. He was ordinary, soft-spoken, aging, smelled faintly of rain and menthol, and grocery store soup containers. The frightening part was how quietly a boundary could disappear in a house, how a door stopped being a door if one person refused to treat it like one. Before I left the next day, I told my mother she needed to change the locks if she didn't want surprises, and if she did want him coming by, then it needed to happen in daylight and with honesty. She just smiled in that tired, private way and said, "You always think clarity solves everything." A month later, she mailed back a sweater I had forgotten there. In the box was a note on a torn piece of notepad paper. "Your father fixed the back step." No context, no explanation, just that. I don't know why that note unsettled me as much as it did. Maybe because it sounded so domestic, so harmless, as if the man entering by key in the middle of the night was the same as a repaired loose board. My mother still lives in that house. She swears now that he only comes by when invited. Maybe that's true. Maybe it was true then, too, in some way I didn't understand. But ever since that week, whenever I visit, I notice things I never used to notice. An extra bowl drying beside the sink. A chair angled slightly away from the table. The back door deadbolt turned open when I was sure I locked it. And every time I sleep there, I wake at least once in the night and listen for the refrigerator seal breaking in the dark. The apartment I rented at 31 was the nicest place I had ever been able to afford, which should have warned me immediately that something about it would cost me in another way. It was a second-floor, one-bedroom in a converted brick building near the edge of downtown. Tall windows, old hardwood floors, radiators that clanked in winter but worked. Enough space to put a small table by the window and pretend I was the kind of person whose life was finally settling into shape. I had just come out of a long relationship that ended in the slow, humiliating way some relationships do, with more exhaustion than drama. I wanted somewhere quiet, somewhere that belonged entirely to me. When the landlord showed me the place, he kept saying, "Safe building, very quiet tenants, mostly long-term." And he was right about the quiet. The first week there, the building felt almost empty. I'd hear one door close downstairs in the evening, sometimes footsteps overhead. Once, distant laughter in the courtyard, but mostly nothing. I loved it at first. After years of roommates and thin walls, and people who made every shared space feel negotiated, that much privacy felt luxurious. Then I started coming home to things I couldn't explain. On the 5th day after moving in, I got back from work and found my kitchen trash tied off neatly and replaced with a new bag. I stood in the doorway holding my purse and staring at it. I'd absolutely not done that before leaving, because the bag had only been half full in the morning. Now it sat by the door, tied shut. I opened it. Banana peel, coffee grounds, junk mail. my trash. I assumed, somehow, that maybe I had done it absent-mindedly while rushing out. Even as I thought it, I knew it sounded wrong. But there is a point early in something unsettling when your brain would rather accuse itself of stupidity than accept violation. A couple of days later, I found my bathroom mirror wiped completely clean. Not a huge event, just no little toothpaste specks, no fog streaks, perfectly clear. I had noticed that morning that it needed cleaning. I had not cleaned it. Then one evening my bed was made. I need to explain this because it sounds almost laughably mild on paper. Made, as in not just the blanket pulled up. Made neatly, pillows fluffed, sheets tucked under at the corners, with a precision I have never once practiced in my adult life. I stood at the foot of the bed with my coat still on and felt my chest go tight. I took photos. I don't know why, because photos of a made bed look like nothing. Still, I took them. Then I checked the windows. Closed. Front door showed no damage, nothing missing. Laptop there. Jewelry there. Cash in the little ceramic dish by the dresser, still there. Only signs of care. That made it worse. I called the landlord the next morning and asked if anyone had entered my apartment. He sounded mildly amused. For what reason? I don't know. Maintenance? Cleaning? Inspections? No, we don't enter without notice. I remember the pause after that, the tiny rearranging of his tone. Are you sure you're not just settling in and forgetting where you left things? That sentence bothered me all day. By the end of the week, I bought a cheap little battery camera online and aimed it at the front door from the bookshelf in my living room. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't want to sound paranoid yet, because I was still trying to decide whether I was. The first 2 days, nothing. The third day, the battery died while I was at work. The fourth, I forgot to turn it on before leaving. The fifth, it caught something. Not much. At 1:17 p.m., the camera jolted once, as if the shelf had been bumped. The image skipped. Then there was a figure at the very edge of the frame near the door, mostly cut off. Someone in dark clothes, standing still, only shoulder and part of an arm visible. After 11 seconds, the figure moved out of view. A minute later, the door opened from the inside of the apartment, and nobody visible left through it. It simply opened, paused, and closed. I watched that clip so many times I started noticing meaningless details, like the way the hallway light outside shifted when the door cracked open. I sent it to my sister. She called immediately and said I needed to change the locks. I told her I couldn't do that without the landlord. She said call the police. I said, what do I tell them? That my bed looks too neat? That night I pushed my dining table against the door, set a glass on the knob like people do in bad movies, and slept with every light on. Around 4 a.m., I woke to hear the radiator hissing, and beneath it, a sound from the living room. Fabric brushing wood. I stopped breathing. Then silence. Then the smallest tap, like a fingernail lightly touching glass. I didn't move. I lay there until dawn in a bed that suddenly felt like a stage, waiting for a sound that would clarify what kind of fear I should be having. None came. In the morning, the glass was still balanced on the doorknob, the table still pressed against the door. But on my coffee table in the living room, there was a folded dish towel. Mine. I had left it in the kitchen, draped over the oven handle. That was the moment the apartment changed in my head from home to location. A place I occupied, but not securely. I went to the landlord's office downstairs in person. He was a heavy-set man in his 60s who always smelled like aftershave and old paper. I told him someone was entering my apartment. I showed him the video. He squinted at it for less than 10 seconds and handed my phone back. That could be anything. That is someone inside my apartment. That is a shadow near a door. I said I wanted the locks rekeyed immediately. He said, at your expense. I said, fine. He said the earliest his locksmith could come was next week. The conversation had that awful texture some bad conversations have, where the other person knows exactly how far they can minimize you without technically refusing help. By the time I left his office, I was shaking with anger more than fear. The next 2 days I stayed with my sister. When I came back, the apartment smelled faintly of lemon cleaner. Not strong, not recent, just present. The counters were spotless, and on the kitchen table was my mail, stacked by size. I remember sitting down very slowly. There is a particular exhaustion that comes when fear is no longer episodic, when it becomes administrative, documenting, calling, checking, photographing, retelling yourself to people who would prefer a simpler version. I started sleeping badly, then not sleeping much at all. My work slipped. I lost words mid-sentence. Once, while making coffee at the office, I forgot whether I had driven there or taken the bus. That scared me almost as much as the apartment did. Then the memory gaps began. I would sit down on the couch after work, and suddenly it would be an hour later with no sense of having drifted. I would start a shower and find myself standing in the bedroom, toweling off with no memory of turning the water off. I began writing small notes to myself before bed. Locked door 11:08. Camera on. Window latched. Trash empty. At first the notes helped. Then one morning I found a new sentence on the notepad in handwriting that looked like mine, but neater. You forgot the bathroom window. I read it 10 times. I lived alone. No one else had my handwriting. I told myself rationally that I must have written it in a tired state and forgotten. But it didn't feel like mine. That's a terrible kind of sentence to have to think in your own home. The locksmith finally came. Young guy, polite, bored. Rekeyed the deadbolt and knob in under 20 minutes. While he worked, I asked whether there had been any signs of a copied key being used. He shrugged. Can't tell that from a lock. When he left, I felt relief for about 5 hours. Then I got home from work, and the bedroom window was open 3 inches. I stood in the doorway and stared at the curtain moving slightly in the draft. The window was old and painted shut most of the way. It took effort to open. I almost never touched it. I called my sister again. She came over with takeout and sat at my kitchen table. Like if she stayed calm enough, the room would calm with her. Could you be doing some of this and forgetting? She asked carefully. I hated that question because I've been asking it myself in private for days. I don't know. She looked around the apartment. Have you told your therapist? I said yes, I had. My therapist thought stress and insomnia were likely worsening dissociation I'd experienced mildly before during intense periods, which was useful information and absolutely horrible timing. So what if it's both? I said. What if I am forgetting things and someone is still coming in? Neither of us said anything after that, because it was obviously the worst option, and also the one that felt truest. That weekend, my sister convinced me to stay at her place again and set up a better camera system in my apartment first. 2 cameras this time. One facing the front door. One aimed across the living room toward the hall and bedroom door. Motion alerts on my phone. The first night, nothing. The second night, at 2:13 a.m., my phone buzzed. Motion detected. I opened the app with hands that had already gone numb. The living room camera showed darkness, blue from streetlight through the curtains. Couch, coffee table, kitchen doorway. Still. Then a shape entered from the hall. A man. Not rushing, not sneaking dramatically. Just walking barefoot into my living room, as if he had every right to know the layout. He was older, wearing a plain t-shirt and dark pants, thinning hair, slight stomach, one hand rubbing the back of his neck like he couldn't sleep. He crossed to the couch and sat down. That was all. He sat there in the dim blue room, looking toward the blank television, one ankle over the other knee, like someone in his own house waiting for the kettle to boil. I watched him for maybe 30 seconds before I realized I had stopped breathing. Then he stood, walked to the kitchen, opened a drawer I kept towels in, took one out, and wiped the counter once where there was already nothing there. After that, he returned the towel exactly folded and went back down the hall, out of frame. A minute later, the front door camera activated. He left through my front door using a key. I showed the police. I showed the landlord. Everything after that happened both too slowly and all at once. The man was not a stranger. He was the landlord's brother. He did occasional maintenance work in the building. He also, apparently, still had an old master key ring from years earlier, and a long habit of drifting in and out of empty units, while renovating them, or checking heat, or doing favors that nobody had documented properly. At some point, the distinction between empty apartments and occupied ones had either blurred for him or stopped mattering. He told police he never meant harm. He said he mostly just checked on things. He said he thought I seemed overwhelmed, and he tidied up a little. He said it like he was describing watering a neighbor's plants. The landlord claimed he had no idea his brother was entering occupied apartments. I did not believe him. I still don't. There were no criminal charges that gave me the sense of closure I wanted. There were explanations, procedural language, apologies written by attorneys, and a lease termination without penalty. I moved out within a week. The worst part came later, when I realized some of the missing time probably had been mine. Stress, panic, not sleeping, maybe even the sick rhythm of sensing something wrong, and then doubting it until my own mind started fraying around the edges. That did not make the intrusion less real. It just made me feel as if the man had entered twice, once by the door, and once through the space where certainty should have been. I still catch myself doing things I never used to do. I photograph the stove knobs before leaving home. I check window latches with my whole hand instead of just my eyes. If I live anywhere long enough, I learn the sound my space makes when it is empty, and if it ever sounds slightly fuller than that, I notice. I think people imagine violation as loud, broken glass, forced locks, missing valuables. But sometimes it looks like a freshly wiped mirror and a bed made too neatly to be yours. The summer I worked in the administrative office of a small private school, I learned that empty buildings have routines of their own, and once you spend enough time around them, you start feeling watched by architecture. It was not a glamorous job. Temporary contract, filing enrollment paperwork, helping digitize old records, answering phones that almost never rang because most families were away. The campus had a clean, curated look, red brick, trimmed hedges, banners in school colors, all of it a little too polished for the salaries they paid the people inside. During term time, I'm sure it felt cheerful. In July, it felt suspended. The hallways held on to the smell of pencil shavings, floor wax, and old lunches. Classroom doors stood open to stacked chairs. Bulletin boards still showed fading student projects. Everywhere I went, there were signs of children without any actual children. It made the place feel paused rather than empty. Only a few staff members were there over summer. The front office coordinator named Linda, who wore soft cardigans in rooms that were already too warm. The groundskeeper outside most days, and the vice principal, Mr. Kessler, who seemed to appear and disappear without the usual office cues. No footsteps approaching, No elevator ding. He would simply be standing in a doorway asking whether I had scanned the attendance archives from 2014 yet. He was polite in the way some people are polite when they don't see you as fully real. Never rude enough to complain about, just always slightly too informed about what I was doing and where I had been in the building. The first odd thing I noticed was that the staff kitchen fridge kept getting restocked. Not fully. Not stocked like a family kitchen, just maintained. Milk replaced before it ran out, yogurts appearing, coffee pods in the drawer refilled. Somebody was also washing the communal mugs and placing them upside down on the drying mat in perfectly straight rows. Linda swore she wasn't doing it. "I can barely keep up with my own desk," she said with a little laugh. I asked if facilities handled kitchen supplies. She said, "Not like that." Then she lowered her voice, though there was nobody near us. "He spends a lot of time here in summer." "Mr. Kessler?" She gave me a look that told me she regretted saying anything at all. One afternoon I was sent to the old records room in the basement to pull cumulative folders for graduates whose transcripts had never been digitized. The basement smelled like cool paper and cleaning fluid. There was a humming soda machine at the end of the corridor, though no students were there to use it, and a line of fluorescent lights that buzzed just enough to make the silence feel irritated. The records room door was propped open with a dictionary, so the copier heat could escape. I was crouched on the floor reading year labels on archive boxes when I heard a locker door slam somewhere upstairs. I froze and waited for a second slam or laughter or any follow-up sound that would let me locate it in a normal world. Nothing, just the long school silence settling again. I came back upstairs later and asked Linda if summer programs had started early. She said no. I said, "I heard a locker slam." She looked at me for a second too long. Then she said, "This building makes noises." It did. Of course it did. Old pipes, metal ducts, expansion, contraction. Anyone could say that and be reasonable. But something about the way she said it sounded practiced, not reassuring. By the second week, I had my own key card to the administrative wing, and with it came a strange awareness of which doors in the building should be locked and which sometimes weren't. The counseling office, locked. The nurse's station, locked. The old music room on third floor, often unlocked. The faculty workroom, sometimes unlocked even when no one had been there. Most of all, the vice principal's office. His door would be closed all morning, then open at lunch with no sign of when he had left. Lights on at 7 p.m., even though no cars remained in the lot but mine. Once, arriving early, I saw his office window glowing before sunrise. It built slowly. Not enough for alarm, just enough to create a constant fine layer of unease. Then there were the personal things. My pen moving from the right side of my keyboard to the left. The fan on my desk turned toward the chair instead of toward me. My coffee cup rinsed out when I clearly remembered leaving it with an inch of cold coffee in the bottom. Twice, I found my filing stacks corrected. Not changed exactly, just subtly improved. Alphabetized within categories I hadn't had time to finish. Sticky notes aligned. Binder clips standardized. I asked Linda if she had been helping with my backlog. She went pale in a way that made me wish I hadn't asked. "No," she said immediately. Then, after a pause, "You should probably lock your office when you go downstairs." I laughed because it felt like too much, too quickly. "Why?" She fussed with a pile of envelopes. "It's just better." When someone older than you gives advice that vague, you assume there's history underneath it. A few days later, I stayed late to finish a stack of immunization records. It was around 8:15. The summer sun was still faintly hanging on outside, but the building had crossed into after-hours silence. You could feel it physically. The air conditioning cycling louder, the emptiness between sounds longer. Linda had left at 5. The groundskeeper's truck was gone. I thought I was alone on the second floor until I heard footsteps in the hall. Slow, not passing by, approaching. They stopped outside my office door, which was half open. I looked up expecting Mr. Kessler. Nobody. I got up, stepped into the hall, checked left and right. Empty corridor. Classroom doors closed. Exit sign glowing at the far end. Then, from somewhere above me, a floorboard creaked. I stood there, listening. Another creak, farther along the ceiling line, as if someone was walking in the room directly overhead. But the room overhead was the old language lab, locked all summer for renovation. I went back into my office, shut the door, and for the first time since starting there, locked it. At 8:47, my doorknob moved. Not violently, just a polite, testing turn. I stared at it, every muscle in my body locked. Then a knock. 3 soft taps. I didn't answer. After a moment, a male voice from the hall said, "Still here?" Mr. Kessler. Relief should have come first. It didn't. The voice had landed too close to the silence for that. I opened the door a few inches. He stood there smiling lightly, jacket over one arm, tie loosened. "Burning the midnight oil?" he said. "It's not midnight." He chuckled, but his eyes flicked past me into the room. "I didn't realize you were still in." I almost said, "I heard you outside my door for the past 30 seconds. Instead, I said, "Just finishing these." He nodded toward the records on my desk. "You're very conscientious." There was nothing threatening in the words themselves. It was the tone adults use with children who have done something pleasing. He left a few minutes later. I watched from my office window as his car did not leave the lot. It stayed parked in the vice principal space until after I finally drove away. The next morning I got in early, before 8, because I wanted to shake the feeling from the night before. When I opened my office door, a granola bar sat on my keyboard, still in the wrapper. I didn't touch it for a full minute. Then I walked straight to Linda and asked if she had a spare key to my office. She said no. I asked who did. She swallowed. "Administration. That's not an answer." She looked past me toward the vice principal's office door, closed as usual. Then she said, "He stays here sometimes." I felt the floor shift under the sentence, even though I was standing still. "What do you mean, stays here?" She pressed her lips together and lowered her voice to almost nothing. "After the divorce. A few years now. Not officially. He says it's easier than driving back and forth when there's work to do." I stared at her. "In the school?" She nodded once. "There's a cot in the nurse's restroom. Shower in the athletics wing. He knows the alarm codes. The board knows enough not to ask, as long as nothing becomes a problem." I said, "Nothing becomes a problem for whom?" She didn't answer. Everything after that rearranged itself. The restocked fridge, the office lights at dawn, the corrected files, the footsteps, the granola bar, a building full of private spaces, keys, codes, and a man whose authority made people translate discomfort into inconvenience instead of danger. That afternoon, I started noticing signs I should have noticed sooner. A suit jacket hanging on a hook inside the faculty workroom closet. Men's shaving cream in the staff restroom cabinet behind extra soap. A folded blanket behind a stack of old yearbooks in the nurse's office. Once seen, it was everywhere. Not visible enough to be obvious, just integrated enough to disappear. I wanted to quit immediately, but I needed the paycheck through August, so I changed my routine. I never stayed late alone. I kept my office locked whenever I left, even for 2 minutes. I took my bag to the restroom with me. I stopped leaving drinks unattended. Then came the phone call. It was a little after 6, late enough that Linda had gone, and I was finishing a mailing list. The front office phone rang from the empty receptionist desk. I ignored it at first, assuming spam, or a parent dialing without realizing the office had shortened summer hours. It rang again. Then a third time. Finally, I got up and answered. There was breathing on the line. Not heavy, not theatrical, just somebody there. "Hello?" A pause. Then Mr. Kessler's voice, very near and calm. "You don't have to answer every ringing thing." The line went dead. I did something then I wish I had done sooner. I walked the whole front office, looking for him immediately. Vice principal office, empty. Conference room, empty. Copier room, empty. Hallway, empty. Then I heard the faintest sound from the security monitor closet near the main entrance. A chair wheel rolling. The closet door was nearly shut. I pushed it open. Inside, banks of old camera feeds flickered over the lobby, hallways, parking lot, rear gate. Mr. Kessler was not there, but his coffee mug was, warm, and beside it sat a legal pad with notes in small, neat handwriting. Times, names, little observations that made no administrative sense. Linda 912, forgot umbrella. Grounds truck 1104, left gate open 38 seconds. New temp admin ate lunch in office again. New temp admin left 6:17 yesterday, looked upset. I used to think the worst feeling in the world was being alone in a house at night. I don't think that anymore. I think the worst feeling is being in a house that should feel like yours, and slowly realizing it doesn't. Not in the way it used to, not in the way you remember. I moved back into my mother's house when she started forgetting things. At first it was small. She would put her glasses in the freezer. She would ask me what day it was, then ask again 5 minutes later. Once, she called me from the backyard because she said a man was standing in the kitchen, looking at her through the window. I came running outside in my socks, heart pounding, and found her clutching the railing in her robe, pointing with a trembling finger. There was nobody there. She looked embarrassed in a way that hurt me. She didn't argue. She just kept nodding and saying, "I know what I saw. I know how that sounds, but I know what I saw." So I moved back in. The house was exactly the same as when I was growing up, which at first felt comforting. The hallway still smelled faintly like dust and laundry detergent. The bathroom light still buzzed for a few seconds before it came fully on. The third stair from the bottom still made that dry wooden click if you stepped on it near the wall. I had spent 18 years in that house. I could walk through it in the dark without thinking. For the first week, I slept badly, but that was more because of stress than anything else. My mother wandered at night sometimes. Twice I found her standing in the hallway in her nightgown, looking toward the front door like she was waiting for someone. Another time I heard the silverware drawer opening and closing at 2 in the morning, and found her in the kitchen, holding a spoon, staring at the sink. "Mom?" She looked up like I'd interrupted a conversation. "He was just here," she said. "Who?" She frowned. "I don't remember." That became her answer to a lot of things. I work remotely, so during the day I would set up at the dining room table with my laptop and keep half an ear open for her. Most days were fine. She would watch old game shows or fold and refold towels that didn't need folding. Sometimes she was almost herself, so completely herself that I'd forget anything was wrong. She would make tea and ask me if I was eating enough. She would laugh at some dumb memory from when I was 10. Then a switch would flip, and she'd ask when my father was getting home, even though he'd been dead for 8 years. What unsettled me wasn't the forgetting. It was the way the house seemed to join in. Things kept being slightly off. A dining chair angled out from the table after I was sure I'd pushed it in. The linen closet left open 2 inches. The chain on the front door unlatched in the morning. A cold mug of tea on the counter in a cup I hadn't seen my mother use in years. It was always possible that she'd done it, and I simply hadn't noticed. In a house with someone losing their memory, every small thing had a reasonable explanation. That's what I told myself when I started hearing footsteps overhead. My old bedroom was upstairs, directly across from the bathroom. My mother's room was downstairs, because the stairs had become difficult for her. There was no one else living there. But around 11 each night, after the TV went off and the plumbing settled and the neighborhood got quiet, I would hear a measured pace over my ceiling. 3 or 4 steps, pause, 3 or 4 more. Not frantic, not dramatic, just a person walking in socks. The first time, I actually smiled. I thought my mother must have come upstairs for some reason. I got out of bed and opened the door. The landing was empty. The bathroom door was open, light off. My old bedroom door, now used for storage, was closed. The little guest room at the end of the hall was closed, too. Everything still. I went downstairs and found my mother asleep, mouth slightly open, one arm outside the blanket. The second time, I checked faster. Same result. The third time, I stayed in bed and listened all the way through. The steps crossed the ceiling from one side of my room to the other, then stopped exactly above my pillow. I lay there holding my breath so long my chest hurt. Then I heard nothing at all. In the morning, I told myself, old houses settle, pipes knock, wood shifts. I even laughed at myself while making coffee. I felt stupid and overworked and dramatic. Then I noticed the attic hatch in the hallway ceiling was open by an inch. It was one of those square pull-down hatches with a little ring on it. I stopped under it with my coffee mug in my hand and stared. I hadn't opened it. My mother definitely couldn't reach it. I dragged a chair from the kitchen, climbed up, and pushed it fully closed. When I got back down, I stood there for a while looking up, feeling that slow, uncomfortable heat you get when your body knows you're scared before your mind agrees. I didn't say anything to my mother. I didn't want to frighten her, and I didn't want to sound ridiculous out loud. That afternoon, I bought a cheap indoor camera and set it on the upstairs hallway bookshelf, facing the attic hatch and the doors. I told myself it was for my mother, in case she wandered. Really, it was for me. I wanted something clean and objective, something that would either confirm I was missing something simple or prove that stress was making me imagine patterns. That night, I checked the live feed from my phone 3 times before bed. At 1:14 a.m., I woke up because my phone vibrated against the nightstand. Motion detected. I opened the app. The hallway was dim and gray in night mode. For a second, I didn't understand what I was seeing. Then I realized the attic hatch was hanging open. Just black space above it. The camera showed nothing moving. No person, no arm, no shadow. Just the hatch wide open, gently swaying, like it had been pulled down a moment earlier. I got out of bed, but by the time I reached the hall, it was closed again. I know how that sounds. I know what it sounds like, because I've replayed it in my head 1,000 times, trying to make it ordinary. Maybe the motion alert came late. Maybe I was still half asleep. Maybe the camera glitched. But the timestamp was right there, and when I checked the saved clip, the video started with the hatch already open and ended 7 seconds later with it still open. When I stood beneath it in real life, it was shut. The next day, I called a handyman I'd used once before. I didn't mention any of this. I said the attic hatch was loose, and I wanted it checked. He came around noon, climbed up, stayed up there maybe 4 minutes, then came back down looking annoyed. "There's a lot of stuff up there," he said. I blinked at him. "No, there isn't." He wiped his hands on his jeans and gave me a look like maybe I didn't know my own house. Boxes, old blankets, suitcases. Somebody's been using the floorboards for storage. That was impossible. We barely ever went up there when I was a kid because there wasn't proper flooring, just beams and insulation. After my father died, the hatch practically disappeared from our lives. I told him to show me. He climbed back up. I followed on the ladder as far as I could. He shone his flashlight across the attic, and he was right. There were things up there. Not a lot, but enough to instantly make my mouth go dry. 2 cardboard boxes, a folded lawn chair, a blue hard-shell suitcase, a small standing fan, a yellowed pillow. I stared so hard my eyes watered. "Is that yours?" he asked. I shook my head. He climbed down and said he could bring the items down if I wanted, but I said no too quickly. I told him to just fix the hatch so it latched tight. He replaced the catch and left. I waited until evening to go back up. I don't know why I waited. Maybe because daylight would end and I'd have an excuse not to. Maybe because some stupid part of me wanted my fear to calm down first. It didn't. I used the flashlight on my phone. The attic smelled like insulation, old paper, and something stale, like clothes kept too long in plastic bins. I moved carefully over the beams until I reached the boxes. The first one held old Christmas decorations that actually were ours. Ornaments I recognized, tangled lights, my father's cheap Santa hat. The second box was full of newspapers, not stacked neatly, just shoved in. Most were local. Some went back 15 years. Several had portions cut out with scissors. The suitcase was empty, except for one men's sweatshirt, gray, size large, not my father's, and a bottle of aspirin with a pharmacy label torn off. The pillow had no case, and a yellow-brown stain in the center. The fan still worked when I plugged it into the light socket with an extension cord I found draped near the rafters. I remember sitting back on my heels and feeling this weird pressure in my face, like I was about to cry but couldn't quite get there. I searched the rest of the space and found something worse. Near the far wall, where the roof sloped low, there was a narrow cleared patch in the insulation, like somebody had been lying there. Not once, repeatedly. There was an impression where a body would fit, a depression for shoulders and hips. Beside it sat an empty water bottle and 3 cigarette butts crushed into a ceramic saucer I recognized from our kitchen. I got down so fast, I nearly slipped off the ladder. I called the police, then immediately felt stupid, then didn't care. 2 officers came. They were polite, not dismissive, but I could tell the whole thing sounded strange. They checked the attic, the windows, the doors, the backyard. They asked my mother a few gentle questions she couldn't answer. One officer said it was possible someone had accessed the space in the past through the detached garage roof and crawl connection before it was sealed years ago. Maybe a previous squatter, maybe a neighborhood kid, maybe old, forgotten storage. He said there was no sign anyone was currently in the house. I wanted that to reassure me. It didn't. The older officer asked when I'd last been in the attic before this week. I said I couldn't remember. He nodded in a way that made me dislike him immediately. Not because he was rude, because he wasn't. After they left, I bagged up everything from the attic and put it in the trash by the curb, except the newspapers. Those I kept, and I don't really know why. Maybe because they felt like evidence. Maybe because I wanted a shape to put around my fear. My mother watched me carry the bags out through the kitchen window. When I came back in, she said, "He won't like that." I froze. "Who?" She stared at the table. "The one who stays up there." I said her name too sharply. She flinched. "What do you mean, Mom?" She pressed her fingers together. "I told him not to walk around. I said you would hear." I remember the exact sound the refrigerator made right then, a soft motor click, because everything else in me had gone still. "When did you talk to him?" She looked confused, then tired. "I don't know." I sat with her for almost an hour, asking questions different ways. Did she mean my father? A repairman? A neighbor? Someone from church? Every answer slid away. Sometimes she said, "The upstairs man." Sometimes she said, "No, not that one." Once she got irritated and asked why I kept pretending I hadn't met him. That night I didn't sleep at all. I sat in the hallway with the lights on until dawn, watching the attic hatch. I had a kitchen knife beside me, which I knew was pointless. Nothing happened. The following day I went through the newspapers. It took hours. Most were random, but the clipped articles had a theme. Missing pets, a burglary 2 streets over, a school bus route change, a small fire in an abandoned lot. There was also a classified ad circled in red ink from 12 years earlier. Room for rent, quiet house, no references required, weekly cash. It was our address. I thought it had to be a mistake. My mother would never. My father definitely wouldn't. I checked the date again. It was 6 months after my father died. Around the same time, my mother started taking in sewing to make extra money. Around the same time, I was away at college and only coming home every few weekends. I called my aunt, my mother's older sister, and asked if Mom had ever rented a room. There was a long silence. Then she said, "She told you?" "No. Did she?" Another silence. I could hear dishes in the background, then a chair scraping. My aunt sat down. "It was only for a while," she said. "After your dad passed. Money was bad. Your mother didn't want you to know. It was just supposed to be temporary." "Who was he?" "I never met him." "You knew and you never told me?" She was ashamed. I was standing at the sink, staring into the backyard. I remember seeing the laundry line move slightly, though there was no wind. "Why did he leave?" My aunt's voice changed, softer. She said he did. That answer stayed with me because of how careful it was. Not that he left, that she said he did. After I hung up, I searched everything I could find in the filing cabinet downstairs. Bills, warranties, old tax returns, my father's death certificate, insurance paperwork. At the back of a drawer, under a stack of church bulletins, I found a plain white envelope with no writing on it. Inside was a single key and a receipt from a hardware store for a deadbolt, 2 interior locks, and cash back. The date matched the ad. I walked through the house, checking every door. My old bedroom, the guest room, the bathroom. No added locks. Then I reached the little storage room off the upstairs hall, the one that had once been a sewing room, and then became a place for broken lamps and outgrown coats. Its knob turned, but the door only opened about 3 inches before hitting something solid. I pushed harder. Something on the other side dragged against the floor. I squeezed through the gap and found a dresser shoved against the back of the door from inside the room. Not a big dresser, just enough to jam it closed. I stood there in the dusty smell of old fabric, looking at the dresser, then at the small window above it. The window was painted shut. Inside the top drawer was a plate, a spoon, a flashlight with dead batteries, and a spiral notebook. The first half of the notebook was blank. The second half contained lists, times, notes, short entries in a handwriting I didn't know. Lights out, 11:26. Girl home from college, Friday. Mother asleep downstairs, 9:10. Bathroom window sticks. Heard them talking about church. Dog next door barks at 5:42 every morning. There were pages and pages of this. Nothing dramatic. That's what made it so horrible. Just patient observation. A person studying our routines until they became his own. Near the end, the entries changed. Mother says she gets lonely. Mother says attic is better for now. Daughter noticed spoon missing. Daughter coming home more often. Need to stay quiet. Then a few pages later, mother forgetting things, asks same questions. Good. I don't remember sitting down, but somehow I was on the floor by the dresser, with the notebook open in my lap. There were only 2 more written pages. One day she won't remember when I came in. One day she won't remember if I ever left. I called the police again. Different officers this time. They took the notebook. They photographed the room. They asked if anything had been stolen recently, if I had enemies, if my mother had former tenants whose names I knew. I had almost nothing to give them. No name, no clear timeline, no proof he was still around. That night my aunt came and took my mother to stay with her. I told myself I would leave too. Instead, I stayed. I can't explain that choice in a way that makes sense. Part of it was anger. Part of it was wanting to know whether I had spent weeks in a house with traces of someone who had maybe never really gone. Mostly, I think, I wanted one clean ending to all of it. A point I could look at and say, there, that was the truth. I sat in the dark living room with all the lights off, except the stove clock glowing green in the kitchen. The house felt bigger without my mother's TV muttering in the background. Around midnight, a car passed outside, tires hissing on wet pavement. At 1, the refrigerator kicked on. At 2, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined everything. At 2:17, I heard the 3rd stair from the bottom click. Not from above me, from the hallway. Someone was coming down. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The living room opened into the front hall, and beyond that the staircase turned, so I couldn't see the upper portion from where I sat. I heard one more step, then another. Slow, careful, like someone who knew the house, knew which boards complained and which didn't. Then nothing. I stood up so slowly the couch springs barely sighed. I had my phone in one hand and the knife in the other. The hall was empty. The front door was closed and chained. I looked up the stairs. Darkness. I forced myself upward, one hand sliding along the wall. At the top, the hallway was exactly as I'd left it. The attic hatch closed. The storage room open, police tape across the frame. My bedroom door half shut. And from inside my bedroom, I heard breathing. I wish I could say I burst in, that I was brave, that instinct took over. Really, I just stood there, unable to understand how that sound could exist inside a room that was supposed to be empty. Then my phone slipped in my sweaty hand and hit the floor with a hard crack. The breathing stopped. What happened next is embarrassingly human. I ran. I ran downstairs, out the front door, into the rain, without the knife, without my keys, without looking back. I called the police from the porch next door, because my hands were shaking too badly to unlock my screen properly. They came within minutes. They searched everything. Nobody was there. There was, however, a new thing. My bedroom window, which I never opened because it stuck in the frame, was raised about 4 inches. They asked if I was sure. I said yes. The older officer from before came by in the morning. He didn't say I looked bad, but I looked bad. He stood on the lawn with a paper cup of coffee and said they'd keep the report open. He asked whether my mother could have been the one writing in the notebook, moving things, speaking in a confused state. I looked at him and realized he believed part of that. Not all of it, but part. I sold the house 6 months later. That sounds fast, but it didn't feel fast. It felt like crawling. My mother declined quickly after that and moved into memory care. We never really spoke clearly about the house again. Once, during a good lucid afternoon, I asked her if she had let that man stay in the attic. She looked at me for a long time and said, I didn't know how to make him leave politely. Then she smiled in this lost apologetic way, like she was talking about an overstayed dinner guest. The family who bought the house renovated almost everything. New floors, new windows, the whole interior painted white. For a while I checked the listing photos online more often than I'd ever admit. I wanted the place to look unfamiliar. I wanted it erased. A year after the sale, the woman who bought it sent me a message through the realtor. She said this was awkward, but had anyone ever had problems with the attic hatch not staying closed? I stared at that message for a long time. Then I turned off my phone and put it face down on the table. I never answered her. I never went back. But sometimes when I'm trying to sleep, I think about the notebook, and that one line I can still see in my head, as clearly as if it were written on the inside of my eyelids. One day she won't remember if I ever left. And the worst part is, I don't know whether that sentence was a threat or a prediction, or just the quiet confidence of a man who understood something before I did. A house does not have to belong to a stranger for it to stop feeling safe. Sometimes all it takes is the suspicion that part of your life was once observed long enough, patiently enough, to become familiar to someone who never should have known it at all. I used to work the closing shift at a supermarket that stayed open 24 hours, though after midnight it was mostly dead. This was years ago, in a part of town where everything looked a little washed out even in daylight. The parking lot was too wide for the number of cars it ever held. The fluorescent lights inside made everyone look tired. The music overhead was always one old song away from sounding haunted, not because it was eerie, but because it was cheerful in the wrong place. I stocked shelves, faced products, cleaned spills, did all the things nobody notices unless they aren't done. Closing was my favorite part because the store would go quiet in stages. First, the families disappeared. Then the office workers grabbing dinner on the way home. Then the teenagers buying junk food. By 2 in the morning, it was mostly just people who looked like they didn't want to be wherever they actually lived. The staff got smaller too, 1 cashier, 1 shift lead, sometimes a guy in produce pretending to mop. Me somewhere between aisle 7 and frozen foods. It should have felt safe, because it was public and bright and full of cameras. That's what I believed before a man started showing up who never bought anything. I noticed him because he moved like he was trying not to disturb the air. Middle-aged, maybe. Hard to tell. He wore the same dark windbreaker every time and carried no basket, no cart, no list. He would come in around 1:30 or 2 and walk slowly through the aisles, not exactly browsing, more like checking that everything was where he expected it to be. If he saw another customer, He'd turn down a different aisle. If an employee asked whether he needed help, he'd smile politely and say, "Just looking. That's normal in retail. You get all kinds. People kill time. People walk places because they can't sleep. People enjoy air conditioning and bright lights and not being alone." The only thing that bothered me was that he always seemed to end up wherever I was. Not directly, not obviously, just in the next aisle over, or appearing at the far end when I looked up, or reflected in the glass doors of the frozen section after I'd been certain I was alone. One night I was restocking coffee on aisle 9 when I heard a jar lightly tap the shelf behind me. I turned, thinking I'd missed a spot, and saw him standing at the opposite end of the aisle holding a can of ground decaf in one hand. He wasn't looking at the label. He was looking at the shelf tags, like he was reading names. We made eye contact, and he gave me a small nod. Not friendly, not unfriendly, just acknowledging that I existed. Then he put the can back and walked away. I mentioned him to Carla, the overnight cashier. She shrugged. "He comes in all the time. He never buys anything." "So? Maybe he's lonely." That answer embarrassed me because I'd been making him sinister in my head for no reason. After that, I tried to ignore him. If I saw him near housewares, I went to dairy. If I noticed him by pharmacy, I stayed in frozen. Then one morning, after my shift ended at 6, I walked to my car and found a supermarket receipt tucked under my wiper blade. It wasn't mine. Timestamp 2:11 a.m. The items were odd, but not alarming. Bottled water, saltines, dryer sheets, a package of tea lights. The thing that chilled me was the writing on the back. "You dropped this by the coffee. No name, no threat. Neat block letters." I stood there in the pale, ugly dawn, feeling my scalp tighten. Maybe it was from another customer. Maybe someone genuinely thought I'd dropped it. But I knew I hadn't. I don't carry loose receipts in my pocket, and I hadn't bought anything that night. I brought it inside and showed Carla. She frowned for the first time since I'd mentioned the man. "You think it was him?" "I don't know who else." She asked the shift lead to check the parking lot cameras, but overnight footage was grainy, and half the outside cameras had that slightly delayed frame rate that turns people into jerky silhouettes. All we saw was me unlocking my car, pausing, reaching for the paper. Nothing useful. I should have let it go, but once your mind hooks onto a detail, it starts feeding on everything around it. I began noticing how often that man was in the store, which was more than I'd first realized. 4 nights a week sometimes, always roughly the same time, always drifting, never purchasing. He never made a scene, never crossed a line I could point to. He just existed too gently in spaces where he didn't belong long enough for it to matter. A week later, I found him standing in seasonal, looking at a display of cheap candles and battery lanterns. He had one of the lanterns in his hand. "You need help finding something?" I asked. He turned toward me with mild surprise, like I'd woken him from a thought. "No," he said. "I was just wondering if these still work during outages." "I guess so." He nodded. "You never know when it'll go dark." I laughed awkwardly because what else do you do with a sentence like that? He smiled too, but it didn't feel shared. "Do you work every night?" he asked. "Most. Must be hard on your sleep." That was the first moment my body reacted before my mind did. Not panic, just a deep, simple signal, too personal, too direct. "I'm good," I said. He set the lantern down carefully and moved past me. As he passed, he said, "You look tired." That sentence followed me home. I lived alone then in a small basement apartment under a retired couple's house. It wasn't creepy. If anything, it was too plain to be creepy. Low ceilings, beige carpet, one narrow kitchen window at ground level showing only the bottoms of people's legs if they walked by. I used to like how separate it felt from the world. After that, I started noticing how hidden it was. Nothing happened for several days. Then I came home one morning and found my porch light on. I never left it on during the day because the landlords hated wasted electricity and reminded me about it often. I turned it off, went inside, and immediately thought maybe I'd forgotten. That kind of thought became a reflex. Maybe I forgot. Maybe I'm tired. Maybe this is nothing. But the next day, one of my kitchen chairs was pulled slightly out from the table. Then the bathroom mirror medicine cabinet was open by an inch when I was sure I'd shut it. Then I found a single tea light candle in my sink, not used, just sitting there dry and white. I stared at it for a long time. It matched the brand from the receipt I called my landlord's. The husband came down, checked the door and windows, and said maybe one of them had left the porch light on by accident. The candle, he couldn't explain. He asked if I had friends over. I said no. He gave me a look I understood too well, the polite adult version of, "Are you sure you're not causing your own problem?" I bought a new lock for my apartment door and a little chain for the inside. I also started varying my routine. I'd leave the store through a different exit. I stopped parking in the same spot. I went to a diner after work twice instead of going straight home. I never told anyone why, because the facts sounded too thin. There was a man at my grocery store job who maybe paid too much attention to me. I had a random receipt, a candle, a light left on. People hear that and think anxiety, not danger. Carla was the only one who halfway believed me. She started walking me to my car at the end of shift, and twice she pointed out the man standing by magazine racks or end caps watching us without seeming to watch us. "Okay," she said after the second time. "He's weird." The store manager finally agreed to tell him not to loiter if he wasn't purchasing anything. They did it during an evening shift I wasn't on. According to Carla, he took it well. Smiled, apologized, said he didn't realize he'd become noticeable. Then he left. For 9 days he didn't come in. Those 9 days felt ridiculous in retrospect because I relaxed almost instantly. Sleep came back. I stopped checking behind me in reflective surfaces. I started leaving my shoes by the door instead of carrying them to the bedroom because I no longer feared someone would know too much about my habits. On the 10th day, I woke at 3:12 in the afternoon because something had changed in the room. I mean that literally. I was lying in bed, half under the blanket, and I opened my eyes with that immediate animal certainty that your sleeping brain sometimes gets before your rational brain catches up. The apartment was silent. The air felt still. The bedroom door was open exactly as I'd left it. And there was light in the kitchen. Not overhead light, flickering light. I stayed absolutely still and listened. No footsteps, no voices, just the softest, tiny movement of air, the way a flame changes a room without making a sound. I slid one hand toward my phone. I remember feeling the texture of the fitted sheet under my fingertips with absurd clarity. Then I sat up enough to see through the bedroom doorway. There were candles on my kitchen table. 4 of them. Tea lights. Lit. My first thought was not that someone was still there. My first thought, bizarrely, was that I must have done it and forgotten, which made no sense because I never used candles, and I was alone. Then I saw the note propped against the sugar jar. "Power's been acting strange. Thought this would help." Same neat block letters. I called 911 from the bedroom floor, whispering so hard my throat hurt. Officers came fast. They cleared the apartment, the laundry room, the side yard, the alley. Nothing. My landlords were frantic now, finally fully awake to what I'd been trying to say. There was no forced entry. The officer asked if anyone besides the landlords had access. I said no. He asked whether I might know the person. I said maybe. This time saying it out loud made it real enough to act on. I went to work that night, despite everyone telling me not to. I don't know why. Pride, maybe. Or anger. Or the stupid fear that not showing up would somehow mean he had already changed the shape of my life. I arrived early and went straight to the manager's office. We reviewed every camera we had from recent weeks. You could see him in dozens of clips, always alone, always unhurried, always passing through the aisles like he belonged there, more than customers did. Then in one clip, around 2:08 a.m. from 2 weeks earlier, he paused by my stock cart while I was farther down the aisle, facing shelves with my back turned. He looked around once and slipped something from his pocket into the side compartment of the cart. We froze the frame. A receipt. My stomach dropped. In another clip from a different night, he stood near housewares, handling a pack of candles, then walked off camera with one package. No purchase record. The manager called police again, and this time there was enough for them to take it seriously, in the way I had wanted from the start. They pulled clearer images, circulated them, asked nearby stores if they recognized him. A gas station clerk 2 blocks over did. The man used to come in late nights, buy water, crackers, batteries, little practical things. Paid cash. Once asked if there were any basement apartments for rent nearby, because he liked the area and it was quiet. That word made me feel sick. Over the next week, I learned something about fear that I hadn't understood before. The worst part isn't the peak moment. It's the administrative side of it. Repeating yourself, filing reports, making lists of dates, replacing locks, wondering which details matter and which only sound strange because you're scared. Fear becomes paperwork. It becomes explaining to your employer why you need someone to walk you out. It becomes calling your mother and saying, as casually as possible, "Hey, if anyone asks, don't give out my new address." They found him because of a library card. He'd used a public library computer under his real name weeks earlier. The police connected him through the gas station footage and some other minor thing I was never fully told. He was living in a motel off the highway, not because he had nowhere else to go, but because he'd been between places for a while and preferred temporary arrangements. When they searched his room, they found nothing dramatic. That detail matters to me. There were no weapons laid out like a movie villain's collection. No wall covered in photos. No cinematic proof. Just ordinary things arranged too carefully. Bottled water, candles, notebooks, and a folded store flyer from my supermarket with my weekly shifts written in pen on the back. I had never given him my schedule. But in retail, you get used to patterns. So do customers. He hadn't needed access. He just watched long enough. The detective who updated me said they believed he had followed me home several times and likely entered the apartment when he was sure I was asleep or at work. He'd probably copied my old key when one of the landlords left a ring unattended in the basement laundry room. There were no signs he had taken anything of value. That was supposed to comfort me, I think. It didn't, because it meant he wasn't there for money. He was there for proximity. For the private version of me I never knew anyone could feel entitled to. They told me he had no major violent record. Trespassing once. Harassment complaint that never went anywhere. Petty theft. The detective used the phrase, socially fixated, which sounded almost harmless if you didn't think too hard about it. I moved anyway, not right away. That took time. But I stopped sleeping in that apartment almost immediately. My sister let me take her couch. I quit the night shift a month later. People thought I was overreacting because technically, legally, nothing worse had happened. That sentence made me furious every time I heard it. Nothing worse had happened. As if the existing thing was small. As if discovering that a stranger had been lighting candles in your kitchen while you slept one room away was somehow not enough to redraw your whole nervous system. Years later, there's one piece that still bothers me more than the rest. When police returned my belongings after dusting and photographs and all of that, they gave me back the note from my kitchen. I turned it over and saw there was faint writing impressed into the paper from a page that had once been above it. You could only read parts under the right light. Milk, trash, twos. She wakes easy after 3. That last line stayed with me. Not because it sounded threatening, because it sounded learned. It meant he had observed me sleeping, or trying to sleep, enough times to know when I stirred. I still go to supermarkets late sometimes, because life doesn't let you avoid every ordinary place forever. And every now and then, I'll see someone standing too still by a shelf, not shopping, just existing in the soft mechanical hum of refrigerators and fluorescent lights, and my whole body remembers before my mind does. That's the real damage, I think. Not that he entered my apartment, not even that he watched. It's that he proved how easy it is for a person to become part of the background of your life, until the background starts watching back. When I was 12, my parents divorced, and my mother moved us into a low apartment complex behind a dentist's office. It wasn't the kind of place anyone planned to stay in for long. People moved through it. New curtains appeared, then vanished. Different cars, different dogs. Kids I'd play with for 2 weeks and never see again. The hallways smelled like old carpet and cooking oil. The mailboxes were always missing 1 or 2 little metal doors. It felt temporary, even when you'd been there a year. Across from us lived an old woman named June. At least, I think her name was June. That's what my mother called her. I never heard anyone else use it. June was one of those people who looked like she had always been old. She wore beige cardigans no matter the weather, and moved slowly but somehow silently. Her hair was thin and white, and always pinned back the same way. If you saw her outside, she would smile at you in a distracted, polite manner, like she'd been interrupted on the way to remembering something important. She lived alone in apartment 2B. For the first few months, there was nothing strange about her beyond the ordinary strangeness of old neighbors. She listened to the radio loudly in the afternoon. She got groceries delivered on Thursdays. She watered the dead potted fern outside her door, as if one day it might forgive her. Then I started noticing that she was often standing at her peephole when people passed in the hall. You couldn't always prove it. It was just that faint darkening, that tiny blocked glint. A sense of being observed from a door that never opened. Kids notice things adults are too busy to catalog. I'd walk up the stairs after school and feel it before I saw it. The stillness from 2B, the eye at the peephole. Once, just to be sure, I stopped directly outside her door and turned toward it. The dark spot disappeared. A second later, her deadbolt clicked softly, not opening, just making itself known. I told my mother. She said old people get curious and to stop hovering in hallways. So I let it become part of the building. The laundry room that rattled, the stairwell window that whistled in winter, the eye behind 2B. The first time June spoke to me for longer than hello, I was carrying in groceries for my mother. A bag tore on the stairs and cans rolled everywhere. June opened her door before I could even bend to pick them up. "Don't leave anything in the hall," she said. I remember blinking because I thought she was going to help. "I'm picking them up." She looked past me toward our apartment. "Your mother works late." It wasn't a question. I said yes. She nodded once. "You should lock your windows." Then she went back inside and shut the door. I told my mother that, too. She got irritated in the way tired single parents do when they have no spare energy for a child's unease. "She's nosy," she said. That's it. Maybe it would have stayed that simple if my mother hadn't started dating. Her boyfriend's name was Peter. He was quiet, nice enough, and overly careful around me, which I now realize was him trying not to be one more change I had to absorb. He came over on weekends. Sometimes he stayed late enough that I'd hear their voices murmuring in the kitchen after I'd gone to bed. That should have made me feel safer. Instead, I began noticing that on nights Peter was there, June's apartment went totally silent. No radio, no television, nothing. Our bedrooms shared a wall, mine and June's living room. The building was thin enough that you got used to neighbor sounds without listening for them. Coughing, cabinet doors, chair legs scraping. Silence should have been a relief. Instead, it felt deliberate. One Saturday, I woke around 1 a.m. because I needed the bathroom. On my way back to bed, I glanced through our peephole for no reason, other than kids do weird things at night. June was standing in the hall, not moving, not knocking, just standing near our door in her cardigan, hands folded lightly in front of her stomach, looking down at the floor. I froze. My first thought was that she needed help. Then she slowly lifted her face toward our door. I jumped back so hard I hit the wall. I waited for a knock. None came. After maybe 30 seconds, I looked again. The hall was empty. In the morning, I told my mother, and this time even Peter looked uneasy. He offered to talk to building management. My mother said no. It would only create drama if June was confused or sleepwalking or something. She promised we'd keep the chain on the door and leave it at that. A few days later, I came home from school and found June sitting on the front steps outside the building. That alone was unusual. She was always either inside or very near her door. She looked small out there, almost childlike, in a way that made me unexpectedly sad. When I passed, she said my name. I stopped. "How do you know my name?" She ignored the question. "Did your mother tell you to keep the windows locked?" I said yes, though she hadn't. Not really. June looked relieved. "Good. Why?" She stared at the parking lot. "Because when people get used to a place, they stop hearing it." That sentence confused me so much, I just stood there. Then she said, very quietly, "If you hear tapping, don't answer it." I ran upstairs and locked the door behind me so fast, I dropped my keys. My mother finally spoke to management after that. The manager, a thin man who always smelled like copier paper, said June had lived there for nearly 20 years, paid on time, and had no issues except some complaints about noise sensitivity. He said she was eccentric, but harmless. Harmless is one of those words adults love when they don't want to solve a problem. Weeks passed. Summer thickened. School ended. Peter came around more often. My mother smiled more. Life, against all odds, started to feel lighter. June receded again into the wallpaper of the place. Then one hot night, the tapping started. Not on the door, on my bedroom window. My window faced the narrow strip of grass beside the building. We were on the second floor, but because the ground sloped, the bottom of the window wasn't impossibly high from outside. A tall person maybe could have reached it standing on something. I woke around midnight to a tiny click, click, click against the glass. I thought branch at first, except there was no tree near that side of the building. I sat up and listened. Click, click. 3 slow taps. I stayed still. My whole room had that bluish summer dark glow from the parking lot lamp outside. The curtains were thin, enough to show shape, but not detail. I could see nothing behind them. Then it happened again. Click, click, click. Soft, patient, almost polite. I pulled the blanket up even though I was sweating. I knew on a rational level it was probably a bug or loose something, or an acorn thrown by a kid earlier caught in the sill. But June's voice came back with humiliating clarity. "If you hear tapping, don't answer it." I don't know how long I sat there. It might have been 10 minutes. It felt like the whole night. The tapping never got louder, never rushed. Just came every minute or so, as if whoever or whatever was out there believed time was on its side. Eventually I went to my mother's room. Peter was there. I whispered what I'd heard. Peter immediately got up, checked outside with a flashlight, then went downstairs and around the building. Nothing. No ladder, no footprints, no person. He said maybe stones from the roof had dropped against the glass because of the heat. My mother believed him because she wanted to sleep. I tried to believe him because I wanted my mother to be right. The next afternoon, June knocked on our door. It was the first time I'd ever heard her knock on anything. My mother opened it only halfway. June didn't look at her. She looked at me over my mother's shoulder. "Did you answer it?" she asked. My mother said, "Excuse me?" June blinked like she had only just noticed another adult existed. "The tapping," she said. "Did she answer it?" My mother went cold in that flat, adult way that means the conversation is over. "I think you need to go home." June's face changed. Not angry, more like defeated. She looked at me one last time and said, "If it happens again, don't look too quickly." Then she turned and walked back across the hall. Peter joked about it later, trying to diffuse the tension, but nobody really laughed. 2 nights later, it happened again. Same soft tapping, same measured rhythm. This time I didn't get out of bed. I kept my eyes on the curtain and waited. After a minute, I became aware of something worse than the sound itself. There was a shape behind the curtain. Not pressed close, not obvious, just the slightest interruption of the parking lot glow, as though someone stood off to one side of the window, tall enough that part of the weak light couldn't get through. I lay there, unable to move. Then, very slowly, the shape shifted lower. The curtain moved inward by the smallest amount, not enough to billow, just enough to suggest fingers on the sill. I screamed for my mother. Everything after that went fast. Peter tore into my room. My mother flicked on the light. Peter yanked back the curtain and shoved the window up. There was nobody there. He ran downstairs again, checked the side yard, checked the parking lot, checked behind the dumpsters. Nothing. The screen on my window, however, was bent at one corner. Management replaced it. My mother finally called police, who asked the usual questions and made a report that led nowhere. Peter stayed most nights after that. He installed a little stick in the window track so it couldn't be raised more than an inch. For a while, the tapping stopped. Then June disappeared. Not in a dramatic way. Her newspapers piled up for 2 days. Her groceries didn't arrive Thursday. The manager opened her apartment with a key and found her in a chair by the window, alive but dehydrated and confused. She'd had some kind of minor stroke or episode. I only know that because my mother told Peter in the kitchen, and I listened from the hall. June never came back to 2B. Her apartment stayed empty the rest of that summer. That should have made everything better. Instead, the building felt wrong in a new way. Across from our door, there was no radio, no eye at the peephole, no movement. Just a blank door and a silent space where a person had once been attentive enough to make the hall feel inhabited. Then came the morning my mother found the notes. They were tucked into the corners of our doormat. 3 strips of paper folded small. On one was written, "Keep windows locked." On the second, "He likes when you look." On the third, I tried to make him use mine instead. The handwriting was shaky and all capitals, nothing like the careful writing of a younger person. My mother turned white. Peter called police again. This time they searched around the building and found a wooden crate tucked behind the dentist's trash enclosure beneath my bedroom window, tall enough for someone to stand on. Nobody knew how long it had been there. After that, everything shifted from unsettling to practical. My mother broke the lease. Peter helped us move in 3 weekends. I remember packing my books while the apartment looked increasingly stripped and harmless, as if empty rooms were proof that nothing terrible could have happened there. On our last day, I saw the manager carrying a box out of June's old apartment. He nodded at me and asked if I wanted the dead fern from outside her door for a joke. I said no. Something made me ask, did June ever say why she thought somebody was at our window? He hesitated. Then he said, she used to complain for years that someone came to her window at night, too. I stared at him. He shifted the box in his arms. We thought it was confusion. What did she mean when she said she tried to make him use hers instead? He looked uncomfortable, in a very adult, very practiced way. She used to sleep in the chair by the front room window. Said if the light was on in there, he'd stop bothering the children in the back units. Who? But he was already regretting the whole conversation. I shouldn't have said anything. You're moving. That's good. We left that afternoon. I wish the story ended there, with escape and distance and no more questions. But years later, after my mother died, I found one of her old storage boxes while sorting through things in my garage. It was full of school papers, cheap photo albums, utility bills, the kind of life sediment no one means to save and no one knows how to throw out. At the bottom was a plain envelope with my name on it in my mother's handwriting. Inside were copies of 2 police reports I'd never known existed. Both had been filed before the first tapping incident, both from women in our building. Both described late-night window disturbances, an unknown person peering in, soft tapping that stopped before police arrived. One noted a witness. Elderly female in 2B observed a male figure leaving side yard. Unable to identify, there was also a short note from my mother. I didn't tell you because I wanted you to sleep. June scared me, but I think she was trying to help in the only way she knew how. Peter said it was probably someone passing through, someone watching the complex because the back units were hidden. I still don't know. I just know she watched those windows more faithfully than any of us did. I sat on my garage floor, reading that sentence over and over. That was years ago, and I still think about June more than I think about the person outside the window. Because whatever she believed, however muddled or incomplete, she sat in that apartment listening. She kept her light on. She watched the hall. She asked questions no one wanted asked. Maybe she was confused. Maybe she was lonely. Maybe she was the only one in that building who understood that safety sometimes depends on the person everyone has decided not to take seriously. And when I remember the eye at the peephole now, I don't think of it as curiosity anymore. I think of it as a lookout. The summer I turned 27, I started driving for a medical courier service. It sounds more official than it was. Mostly I transported lab samples, paperwork, the occasional sealed package between clinics, nursing homes, and one regional hospital that always smelled like coffee and disinfectant no matter what time you went there. I liked the job because it gave me long stretches alone in the car and a reason to move through the city after everyone else had gone still. My route changed every week, but there was one pickup I came to dread without fully understanding why. A private memory care facility on the edge of town, tucked behind a stand of tall pines and a row of newer suburban houses that looked like they'd been placed there from a catalog. The building itself was clean and expensive-looking, low and wide with warm exterior lights and a circular driveway. From the street, it didn't look ominous. If anything, it looked reassuring, the sort of place families choose when they want to believe care can be made gentle. Most of my pickups there happened late, usually between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. Because the overnight nurse handled the lab bags, I'd buzz, wait, sign a clipboard, exchange 3 tired sentences, and leave. I was never inside more than 2 minutes. The first thing I noticed was how quiet the residence wing was. Not peaceful quiet. held quiet. People think places like that are full of confused shouting and call bells and televisions too loud, and sometimes they are. But this building had a different atmosphere at night. The residents were mostly behind closed doors. The carpets ate footstep sounds. There was always one lamp left on at the far end of the corridor, near a sitting room, and that small pool of amber light somehow made the rest feel darker. On my third visit, while the nurse went to get the bag from the lab fridge, I glanced down the corridor and saw an old man standing in the sitting room doorway in his pajamas. That was normal enough. What bothered me was that he was facing the wall, not looking at a painting, not reaching for a switch, just standing 6 inches from the wallpaper with his head slightly tilted, as if listening to something inside it. When the nurse came back, I nodded toward him and asked if she needed help. She looked and sighed. "No, that's Mr. Bell. He does that." "Does what?" "Waits." "For what?" She gave the tired little half-smile of someone who has stopped trying to make odd things understandable. "Depends what day you ask him." I signed and left. At the next pickup, I saw him again, same pajamas, same thin white hair. This time he was sitting in the chair by the hallway lamp, hands folded, looking directly at the front entrance as if he knew someone was due. When the automatic doors hissed open for me, his eyes sharpened in a way that made my chest tighten. "You're late," he said. I laughed lightly. "Sorry." He kept looking at me. "No, not you." The nurse at the desk didn't even glance up. "Mr. Bell, let's go back to bed." He ignored her as I turned to leave. He said, "If she asks for the blue car, don't tell her." I looked back. Who? But the nurse was already gently steering him by the elbow, and he had gone loose in that way very old people sometimes do, as if the sentence had taken everything he meant to use from him. That should have been just another strange moment in a facility full of people with damaged memory. But for some reason it lingered. A week later, I arrived and the doors wouldn't open right away. Not locked, just slow. As I stood there waiting for the sensor, I noticed an older woman sitting in the darkened lobby off to one side where I had never seen anyone before. She wore a pale cardigan and house slippers. Her hands rested very neatly on her knees. She was watching the parking lot. When the door opened and I stepped inside, she turned to me and said, "Is that mine?" I looked behind me at my car. "What?" "The blue one." My car was dark gray. Before I could answer, a staff member appeared from nowhere and said brightly, "There you are, Evelyn. Come sit with me." The woman kept her eyes on me. He said he'd bring it around. I glanced at the staff member, who gave me the universal "please don't engage" expression. On my way out, as the automatic doors closed, I saw the woman still looking through the glass after me. The next night I mentioned both residents to the nurse I usually dealt with, a woman named Dana who always looked competent even at midnight. "Is Mr. Bell the guy who waits by the wall?" Dana laughed quietly. "That's him." And the woman asking about a blue car? Her face changed only slightly, but enough for me to notice. "Evelyn. She seems convinced somebody's coming." Dana slid the specimen bag into my transport cooler and zipped it shut. "Most people in there are convinced somebody's coming." "That bad?" "It's not about being bad." She pressed the clipboard toward me. "It's about loops. People get stuck in loops." That answer should have ended it. But when you work nights, small mysteries become more vivid than they deserve. They give shape to empty hours. So I started paying attention. Mr. Bell wasn't always there, but when he was always positioned as if expecting passage. By the wall, by the lamp, once by the locked side door that led to the courtyard. Never agitated, just patient. Evelyn, on the other hand, appeared only occasionally, usually sitting where she could see the front drive. One rainy night, I came in to find the lobby lights dimmer than usual, and the facility running on backup power for part of the hall. Dana cursed softly from behind the desk while signing out my bag. "Generator test?" I asked. "Actual outage." "We're fine." At the far end of the corridor, under the one surviving lamp, Mr. Bell stood facing me. Not the desk. Me. Before I could sign, he started walking down the hall in those short, careful old man steps. Dana looked up and said, "Sir, you need to." He lifted a hand, not to her, to me. When he reached the desk, he leaned in close enough that I could smell mouthwash and paper-dry skin. "Has she been in your car?" I thought he was joking in the strange, accidental way confused people sometimes produce humor. "No, you need to check." Dana stepped around the desk. "Okay, bedtime." He let her turn him, but as she guided him away, he looked back and said, with surprising clarity, "Check the back seat." I laughed after he was gone, but it came out thin. Dana didn't laugh at all. Does he usually say things like that? She busied herself with the printer. He says all kinds of things. That one felt specific. She stopped. Night staff learn not to treat every sentence as a puzzle. I signed and left. In the parking lot, the rain had become a fine mist. My car sat under one of the pine trees near the curb. I unlocked it remotely, and the lights flashed. Then, because I am not as rational as I like to think, I opened the rear passenger door and checked the back seat, DPAP. Of course, I almost felt better for 2 full seconds. Then I saw the indentation. The cloth seat behind the driver had a clear, shallow depression, as if someone had recently been sitting there and had just gotten out. Not impossible. Seats do that. Bags do that. Heat and moisture do that. But I hadn't had a passenger in weeks. I stood in the rain with the door open staring at it until the dome light went off. I told myself it meant nothing and drove on. After that, something changed in me. I began locking the doors the moment I got in, even on safe suburban streets. I checked the back seat before starting the engine. I started noticing how reflective the rear-view mirror looked on dark roads, how the empty back of a car can seem occupied if you glance at it too quickly. Nothing actually happened. Not at first. Then one night I delivered to the hospital before my care facility pickup ran late, so I didn't arrive there until almost 1:40 a.m. The circular drive was empty except for a blue sedan parked under the awning. It wasn't a staff car. I would have remembered it because it was older than the others. A deep dull blue with a soft rounded body like something from the early 90s. The kind of car maintained by habit, not money. I went inside and asked Dana whose car was out front. She looked at me blankly. "What blue car?" "The sedan." She walked to the door, peered through the glass, and said, "There's no car there." My scalp prickled. I stepped beside her. The drive was empty. I know what I saw. I'm aware that sentence has become unusable because everyone says it when they need certainty to outrun doubt. But I am telling you there was a blue sedan under that awning when I pulled up. Headlights off, wet from rain, real as any other car. "Long night?" Dana asked, and the kindness in her voice felt worse than skepticism. I took the bag and went back outside. No car, no sound. Just the little hiss of wet tires from the road beyond the pines. A week after that, Evelyn spoke to me again. I had just signed the clipboard when I heard slippers against the lobby floor. She was standing by the fish tank, cardigan buttoned wrong, looking not at me but past me through the doors. "He shouldn't park there," she said. I turned. My car was in the usual visitor space, nowhere near the entrance. "Who?" "The man in the blue car. It blocks the turn." Dana appeared at once too quickly, as if she'd been watching for this exact collision. "Evelyn, let's get you settled." Evelyn frowned at the glass. He used to sit there all night, engine off, waiting. She let Dana guide her away, but before disappearing down the hall, she twisted enough to look at me. "You remind him of somebody," she said. That sentence stayed in my body longer than it stayed in my mind. I felt it while driving. I felt it pumping gas. I felt it brushing my teeth that morning before bed. A few nights later, curiosity beat good judgment, and I asked one of the newer nurses whether anything had ever happened involving a blue car. She hesitated too long. "Why?" "Just wondering." She looked around, lowered her voice, and said, "Before my time. Ask Dana." So I did. Dana was filing paperwork behind the desk. Her face went still when I mentioned the car. "Who told you that?" "Nobody. The residents keep mentioning it." She finished aligning the papers before answering, which told me everything. "Years ago," she said, "before the facility changed ownership, There was a family issue with one of the residents. Her husband used to come sit in the parking lot instead of visiting. What do you mean instead of visiting? He blamed her for something. Or blamed himself. Stories differ. Which resident? Dana gave me a look. Don't. Evelyn, she said nothing. What happened? He had stopped visiting officially because it upset her, Dana explained, though she clearly hated explaining it. But staff on nights noticed he would sometimes drive in after hours and sit under the awning or by the side lot. Not trying to get in, just watching the building. Sometimes for minutes, sometimes until dawn. He wasn't exactly forbidden because technically he was on public access drive space and never made a scene. Then one winter, he stopped coming. A month later, someone cleaning out an unused maintenance shed on the far edge of the property found evidence that somebody had been sleeping there occasionally. Blanket, thermos, old magazines. Nothing criminal enough to become a story, but enough to make people uneasy. Was it him? We don't know. You said he blamed her. Dana rubbed her forehead. Their daughter died in a car accident. She was driving. Early dementia had already started, though nobody recognized it clearly yet. He never forgave her. Then when she declined further and moved here, he couldn't let go. That's the version I heard. The whole building seemed to quiet around us while she spoke. Monitor somewhere. A distant call bell. My pen clipped the sign-out sheet twice before I realized my hand had stopped moving. So Evelyn keeps waiting for him. So Evelyn waits for lots of things. And Mr. Bell? What about him? He says weirdly specific things. Dana's expression shifted into something close to fear, which I hadn't seen on her before. Mr. Bell had the room next to hers for a year before he passed. I stared at her. Passed. She nodded. 3 months ago. I think my face did something involuntary then, because Dana immediately added, "We have another Bell now. Richard Bell, different resident. Sorry, night brain." She said it lightly, but the correction felt too smooth, too ready. The kind of cover somebody keeps practiced because they've needed it before. I almost asked to see the chart. Instead, I took the bag and left because suddenly being there felt like standing inside a conversation the building was having with itself. That night on the road, I checked the back seat 3 times at red lights. Nothing still. I could not shake the feeling of occupancy. Not presence exactly, more like expectation, as if my car had become part of a pattern I hadn't agreed to join. Then came the night I arrived, and the side gate to the courtyard was standing open. I had never seen it open after midnight. Dana wasn't at the desk. Another nurse signed out the bag and said Dana was helping with a resident fall. I asked whether the courtyard gate should be open. She looked over, startled. No. Together we walked down the corridor. The gate door at the end was ajar by maybe 6 inches, enough for night air to creep in carrying damp pine smell. Beyond it, the courtyard path glowed weakly under landscape lights, and sitting on the bench outside, in her cardigan and slippers, was Evelyn. Beside her sat an empty space of bench, the kind people unconsciously leave for a companion. The nurse hurried out. I followed to the doorway and stopped there, not wanting to cross into something I couldn't explain. Evelyn didn't resist when the nurse touched her shoulder. She simply kept looking toward the parking lot. "He parked farther away tonight," she murmured. The nurse said, "Okay, let's go inside." Evelyn let herself be led up. As she passed me, she lifted one hand and lightly touched my sleeve. "He gets in when people are kind," she said. I drove away shaking. The next day, against my better instincts, I requested a different route. My supervisor laughed and asked if the old folks were creeping me out. I made up something about mileage. He denied it. We were short-staffed, so I kept going. My last visit there happened on a dry, cold night in November. The sky was clear and the parking lot had that brittle, empty brightness you only get after midnight, in places built to look welcoming. I was exhausted. I'd done 2 extra hospital runs. My eyes ached. When I pulled into the circular drive, the blue sedan was parked under the awning. This time I did not look away. Deep, dull blue. Chrome trim. Fogged windows. Engine off. I stopped my car halfway up the drive and stared through the windshield. There was a figure in the driver's seat. Only a silhouette, head slightly bowed. I picked up my phone to photograph it. Before I could open the camera, the sedan's driver door opened. No one got out. The door simply opened into the cold air and remained that way. I backed up so fast I nearly clipped the curb. Then I saw movement in my own rearview mirror, someone sitting up in my back seat. I don't know how else to say it. A shape where empty space had been. The impression of a person leaning forward from behind me, face not visible, only the certainty of someone occupying that dark. I screamed, twisted around, and the seat was empty. When I looked front again, the blue sedan was gone, not driving away. Gone. The drive under the awning was bare concrete under white light. I sat there maybe 10 seconds, maybe 40, before my hands started working again. I drove straight out, called dispatch, said I was sick, and went home. I did not go inside the facility. I did not make that pickup. I never went back. A week later I quit. People assume something specific must have happened after that, some clean reveal. There wasn't one. No news story, no arrest, no final explanation, just distance, which sometimes is worse, because without an ending your mind keeps trying to supply one. A year later, I ran into Dana by accident in a pharmacy. We both froze in the cold medicine aisle like characters in a dream who recognize each other from a place that maybe doesn't exist in daylight. She asked how I was. I said fine. Then, before I could stop myself, I asked, did Evelyn ever ask for the blue car after that? Dana looked down at the basket in her hands. She died 2 weeks after you stopped coming. I swallowed. Did she mention me? Dana gave a tiny nod. She kept asking where the polite driver went. I laughed once, helplessly. That's not funny, no. We stood there under fluorescent lights with people comparing cough drops 3 feet away, and she said, very quietly, Mr. Bell used to ask about you too. The living one? She met my eyes. I didn't ask anything else. I still drive alone a lot. Work takes me late sometimes. And every once in a while, when I glance in the rearview mirror and catch the shape of a coat hanging wrong or a shadow cast by the headrest, my chest seizes before my mind can correct it. Because here's the thing that bothers me most. Not that I maybe saw a car that wasn't there. Not that an old woman in memory care believed someone was coming for her. Not even that a resident may have mixed me up with a man who used to wait outside instead of going in. It's the sentence she said in the courtyard. He gets in when people are kind. That sounds like nonsense until you start remembering all the stupid ordinary ways we open our lives. A door held for someone. A conversation humored. A question answered because it feels rude not to. And then one day you realize that some people never really arrive all at once. They enter by being allowed to remain near the edges until near is close enough. My wife and I rented a small house for 1 winter while our own place was being repaired after a burst pipe. It was supposed to be temporary, 3 months, maybe 4 if the contractor dragged. The rental was in a quiet, older neighborhood with bare maple trees and narrow sidewalks, and people who parked exactly where they always parked. It was the kind of street that looked stable enough to make you drop your guard. The house itself was fine, plain, clean, a little too beige inside. The owner had moved out of state and left it furnished in that accidental way temporary houses often are, with mismatched lamps and old hardback books and framed prints nobody would choose, but nobody hates enough to remove. My wife, Mara, adjusted immediately. I didn't. I told myself it was because the place wasn't mine. My routines couldn't settle there. I never knew which drawer held what. I'd reach for the bathroom light and hit a closet door. I'd wake at 3 a.m. unsure which house I was in for half a second. That kind of disorientation is normal when you're displaced. But there was something else too. The house had a habit of feeling occupied in advance. What I mean is, sometimes I'd walk into the kitchen and feel the tail end of a presence, the same way you sense a conversation has just stopped when you enter a room. Nothing supernatural, just that social feeling of having interrupted some arrangement of attention, only there was never anyone there. Mara said the place smelled odd. Not bad, just lived in. Old perfume sometimes in the hall. Warm laundry when neither of us had done wash. Once she asked if I had been in the guest room, because the bedspread was folded back on one corner. I hadn't. Again, all of this can be explained by unfamiliar houses, by landlords visiting before move-in, by memory, by stress. I know that what made it harder to dismiss was the phone. There was a landline in the kitchen. Beige wall unit, outdated but functioning. We never used it. Hardly anyone keeps a house phone anymore. But the owner said some older service bundle made it cheaper to leave connected than cancel. The number wasn't ours. Nobody we knew had it. On our second night there, it rang at 11:43 p.m. Mara and I both stared at it from the living room. "Who even has that number?" she asked. I got up and answered. Nobody spoke. I could hear line noise and very faint breathing, or maybe static imitating breath. After maybe 8 seconds, the call disconnected. Wrong number. Spam, automatic dialer. Whatever. The next night it rang at 11:43 again. This time Mara answered. Same thing. Silence. Then the small sound of a person existing close to a receiver, then click. By the fourth night, I was already watching the clock. 11:43 came and went. No call. At 11:47, the phone rang. Mara looked at me with that tight expression married people get when a small thing has become too large to joke about. I answered and said, more sharply than necessary, "Hello." A man's voice said, "You're back early." Then the line went dead. I stood there with the receiver in my hand long after the dial tone returned. "Who was it?" Mara asked. I said, "Wrong number," and immediately regretted it because she knows my face too well. She took the phone from me, redialed 69, got nothing useful, and asked again. So I told her. She frowned, not scared yet, just annoyed. Maybe he's calling for the owner. At midnight? Maybe he's confused. That became the working explanation. An older friend of the owner, a neighbor, somebody who hadn't updated a contact list. But the next night the call came at 11:43 exactly. And before I could speak, the man said, "I saw the car."
What car?
A pause. Then, softly, "Not the right one." Click. Mara wanted to unplug the phone. I said no, partly because I didn't want to let some random caller control our behavior, partly because I wanted to understand. That decision feels stupid now, but at the time it felt like standing your ground. I asked the owner if she recognized the calls. She said no, but there had been a previous tenant for about 8 months while she finalized the move. A man named Glenn. He'd left abruptly but paid what he owed. She didn't know much else. I went back to my mother's house 3 days after we buried her. I still call it my mother's house, even though she only rented it for the last 12 years of her life, because by the end it had absorbed her so completely that it felt like an extension of her body. The curtains were the color she liked. The chipped blue mugs were hers. The hallway smelled like her hand cream and the lavender powder she used to sprinkle into the vacuum bag. Even the silence in there felt like it belonged to her. I was supposed to spend one night sorting paperwork and then come back with boxes over the weekend. That was the plan I explained to my sister on the phone. I remember standing in the kitchen with my car keys still in my hand, trying to sound practical, saying things like utilities, death certificate, landlord, freezer. The kind of cold words people use when there is too much feeling sitting underneath them. But the second I stepped inside, I knew I wasn't ready. Nothing was wrong. Exactly. That's the first thing I always say when I tell this, because if I start anywhere else it sounds like I'm making it bigger than it was. The lights worked. The windows were shut. The dishes I'd rinsed after the funeral sandwiches were still drying by the sink. Her cardigan was still on the hook by the pantry door. It all looked completely normal. What got to me was how lived in it still felt. Not preserved. Not untouched. Lived in. There was a glass in the sink with a cloudy ring at the bottom, like someone had poured water into it and left it there an hour earlier. There was a spoon on the counter beside the sugar bowl. One of the dining chairs wasn't pushed in. It was little things like that. Things you can explain in half a second if you want to. I told myself I'd done it. My sister could have done it. One of the neighbors who brought food could have done it. Still, I stood in the kitchen longer than I needed to, listening. The refrigerator hummed. The clock above the stove ticked. Somewhere outside, a car door shut. The house itself said nothing. I started with the paperwork because it gave me an excuse to sit down. My mother kept everything in a roll-top desk in the living room, sorted into envelopes with careful labels that got shakier over the years. Gas, water, insurance, church. She had become very afraid of forgetting things toward the end, not in a dramatic way. Quietly, she started leaving notes in places that didn't make sense. A note tucked into the tea tin that said, "Boil water first." One taped inside the linen closet that said, "Call Mary on Tuesday," except Mary had died 6 years earlier. Another in the silverware drawer that just said, "Lock back door." At the time, we all took those notes as proof that she was slipping a little. Not badly, not enough to panic, just old age, we thought. Grief after my father, too much time alone. I sat at that desk until dark, sorting documents into neat little piles, and every so often I would come across a note in her writing that made my stomach tighten. Check window above sink, count pills. Don't open if it's late. One of them had no context at all. It was written on the back of an electric bill. If he asks, say I was with you. I stared at that one for a long time. My mother was not the kind of woman who had enemies or secrets or any kind of interesting hidden life. She was careful, soft-spoken, predictable. Her idea of rebellion was buying expensive peaches when they weren't on sale. Seeing that sentence in her handwriting felt like hearing her swear. I turned the paper over and over, as if the missing explanation might be hiding on the other side. By then it was fully dark outside, the windows gone black. I switched on the lamp by the sofa, and the room tightened around the little circle of light. My mother never liked bright lighting in the evening. She said it made the house feel nervous. I made tea and tried calling my sister, but she didn't pick up. She had 2 little kids and had probably fallen asleep with one of them. I nearly left right then. I really think I would have if I'd already had my coat on. But I was tired, and the guest room was made up, and part of me felt guilty for being uneasy in my own mother's house. So I locked the front door, checked the back door twice, turned off the downstairs lights, and went to bed. The guest room used to be mine when I visited. It faced the side yard and the narrow path that ran between the house and the neighbor's fence. I left the blinds half open because I've never liked waking up in total darkness. There was a yard light outside and it spilled a pale square across the floorboards. I didn't fall asleep quickly. Every house has its own sounds at night, and this one had a lot of tiny settling noises I'd forgotten. A tap in the bathroom wall, a soft click from the old radiator, the whisper of tree branches brushing the siding when the wind lifted. Normal sounds, but when you haven't spent a night somewhere in years, they feel personal. Like the house is learning your breathing again. I must have drifted off sometime after 1, because the next thing I remember is opening my eyes and seeing that the pale square of light on the floor had changed. At first I thought a cloud had moved. Then I realized the shape was different because the door was open, only a few inches. Just enough to turn the rectangle on the floor into a slanted strip. I always close bedroom doors when I sleep. I stayed still. I wasn't even fully frightened yet. More confused than anything. I thought maybe I hadn't latched it. Maybe the house had shifted. Then I heard the sound from the hallway, not footsteps. Not exactly. Fabric touching a wall. That's the best way I can describe it. A slow, soft drag like someone in a coat brushing past wallpaper. I sat up and said, "Hello." The sound stopped. For a few seconds there was nothing at all. My own heart was so loud it seemed to fill the whole room. Then, very gently, the door moved another inch. That is the moment I became fully awake. I got out of bed so fast I tangled myself in the blanket. I grabbed my phone, which was charging on the dresser, and the stupid thing had only 6% battery, because the outlet in that room had always been loose. I used the flashlight and crossed the room and pulled the door open hard enough to make it hit the wall. The hallway was empty. I checked the bathroom, the little box room at the end of the hall. The top of the stairs. Nothing. The house below me was dark and quiet. No broken lock, no open window, no voice, no movement. I told myself the truth, or what sounded like the truth then. I told myself grief does strange things to sleep. I told myself old houses breathe and doors drift, and I had heard a sound without context and made it into something. I didn't go back to bed. I sat on the stairs until morning with the kitchen light on. In daylight, everything felt stupid again. I even laughed a little at myself while I washed my face. I was embarrassed by how badly I wanted proof of something. It would have been easier, in a way, if I'd found a clear sign, a footprint in the hall, a broken latch, a window unhooked. But there was nothing. The house had reset into innocence. I spent the next day in a fog of errands. I called the utility companies. I went through 2 kitchen drawers and found enough rubber bands to supply a post office. I cried over a container of expired yogurt because my mother's handwriting was still on the lid. It was that kind of day, heavy and strange and full of stupid details that somehow felt more painful than the big things. Around 4 in the afternoon, Mrs. Reardon from next door knocked and brought over a casserole dish with a tea towel over it. She was one of those neighbors who always seemed to know when someone was sick or dead before the family did. She hugged me in the doorway and smelled like mothballs and cinnamon gum. We stood in the kitchen talking for a while, and she kept looking past me into the house as if expecting my mother to appear from another room and rescue us both from the conversation. Then she said, very casually, "Did he ever come by after?" I asked who she meant. She frowned. I honestly thought she meant a nurse. I said, "What man?" "The one who came late," she said. "Not every night, just now and then." I remember the exact feeling that moved through me then. It was not fear yet, it was embarrassment, sharp and hot. The embarrassment of realizing other people may know something about your mother's life that you do not. I said I didn't know anyone had been checking on her. Mrs. Reardon shrugged in that old people way that means they've already said more than they intended to. Maybe I misunderstood. I only saw him a few times. Tall, dark jacket. Used the side path mostly. I assumed he was family. I asked if she had seen his face. She said no, not clearly, and started talking about the weather as if she'd never said any of it. That night I should have gone to a hotel. I know that. I knew it then, really. But there's a kind of stubbornness that grief brings out, especially when you're already feeling guilty. I didn't want some vague half-information from a neighbor to drive me out of the house. I was my mother's daughter. I had keys. I paid the first month's rent there myself years ago, when she got behind after my father died. I had as much right to be in that house as anyone. So I stayed before dark. I checked every window, every lock, even the little chain on the gate to the side yard. I found an old flashlight under the sink, made sure the batteries worked, and put a dining chair under the back doorknob, even though I knew that was ridiculous. Then I made a frozen dinner and sat at the kitchen table eating it, with the kind of attention people usually give to bomb disposal. Around 10, I started going through the hall closet, because I wanted something ordinary to do with my hands. That closet was always overstuffed. Towels on the top shelf, cleaning supplies below, extra blankets shoved into every corner. I was halfway through pulling things out when I noticed the back panel. There was a thin seam in the wood I had never really registered before. The house was old and had been repaired badly more than once, so odd little patches didn't mean much. But when I leaned in, I saw scratches around one edge. Not old scratches, fresh ones, pale against the paint. I set the flashlight on the shelf and pressed my fingers into the seam. The panel shifted. Behind it was a narrow space between the closet and the wall of the box room at the end of the hall. Not a real room, just a dead pocket the size of a child's mattress, maybe left over from some old renovation. I could smell dust and old wood and something else under it. Human smell, warm fabric, stale air. There was a folded blanket in there. a plastic water bottle half full, a packet of crackers, and one of my mother's blue mugs. I backed away so fast I hit the opposite wall with my shoulder. I can still hear the sound the mug made when my elbow knocked the shelf, and it rolled slightly, ceramic against wood. A tiny homely sound inside a place it should never have been. I don't remember dialing emergency services. I remember whispering my address, like I was afraid the house would hear me. I remember standing in the front yard in my slocks while the dispatcher told me to stay outside. I remember the blue lights washing over my mother's curtains and making the windows look underwater. The officers who searched the house were calm in that way police can be when they know the most frightening part has probably already happened. They looked in the crawl space, the shed, under the beds, everywhere. One of them asked if any valuables were missing. Another asked if my mother had let in tradesmen or carers. I kept saying I didn't know. They found no one. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. There are some absences that feel more dangerous than a presence. The older officer said it looked like someone had been using the space, but recently. Days, maybe, not months. He asked whether my mother had ever mentioned being afraid of anyone. I said no, and as soon as I said it, I thought of the notes. Don't open if it's late. If he asks, say I was with you. Lock back door. I showed him those, and he gave them the respectful but non-committal look people give to things they don't want to interpret too quickly. He said it could be confusion. It could be someone taking advantage of an older woman. It could be a lot of things. Then he asked whether there was anyone with a key besides family. I told him there shouldn't be. That was true, as far as I knew. But in the morning, when I found my mother's old address book and started making calls, I learned that truth is sometimes just another word for incomplete information. The landlord had a key. Obviously, my sister had one. I had one. Then there was Mr. Vale, the handyman, who came by once a month to check the boiler because the landlord was too cheap to replace it. I vaguely remembered him. Mid-50s, maybe. Quiet, cap pulled low. The kind of man you can look directly at and still fail to remember 10 minutes later. The landlord said Mr. Vale stopped doing work on the property 6 months earlier. No one had asked for his key back. By late afternoon, an officer called and asked me to come identify some belongings they'd found in a storage unit on the other side of town. The unit had been rented under Mr. Vale's name. There wasn't anything dramatic in it. No wall of photographs. No notebook of threats. It was worse than that, in its own way, because it looked like the life of a man who had been standing at the edge of other people's lives for a very long time. Tools. Old coats, kettles, newspapers, packets of soup. And on one shelf, arranged with almost gentle care, were things from my mother's house. A wooden spoon with a burn mark on the handle, 2 tea towels, a framed photograph of me and my sister in our school uniforms, a VHS tape with my father's handwriting on the label. The officer said they would need to keep everything as evidence for a while. I nodded like I understood what that meant. I didn't, not really. I kept staring at the photograph. It hadn't been stolen for money. It hadn't even been hidden. It had been kept. That was the part that made it hard to breathe. The official explanation, when it finally came together, was simple enough. Mr. Vale had likely kept copies of keys from multiple properties he used to service. He had a history of trespassing, though nothing violent. He entered houses when people were gone or asleep. He took food, small objects, things that made him feel attached. Sometimes he stayed. Sometimes, according to one officer who spoke a little too plainly, people like that preferred the feeling of being near a life without having to live one. They never found him. That was years ago now. And on paper, the story ends there. An elderly widow was being watched by a man with access to her home. Her children discovered signs too late. Police searched. The man disappeared. End of file. But that isn't where it ends for me. It ends, or maybe keeps ending, with the tape, about 8 months after the funeral, after the police released some of my mother's belongings. I borrowed a VCR from a friend because I wanted to digitize the old family tapes before they decayed. Most of them were exactly what you would expect. Christmas mornings, birthday cakes, my father pretending not to notice the camera, me at 12 insisting I was too old to wave and then waving anyway. And then there was one tape from a summer when I was maybe 9. My mother had set the camera up in the living room to record us doing a dance we'd practiced for a school thing. The quality was bad, the colors washed out. My sister and I came running into frame, laughing, then forgetting the steps and starting again. My father was off camera making sarcastic comments. It should have been ordinary. About 3 minutes in, while we were arguing over whose turn it was to stand in the middle, the hallway behind us came into view. Someone was standing there, not my father. He was still talking behind the camera, not my mother either. I could hear her laugh from the kitchen, a man, half in shadow. Still, he didn't come forward. He didn't wave. He just stood there for maybe 2 seconds, maybe 3, then moved back out of sight. If I hadn't been looking directly at the hole, I might have missed him. If the tracking on the tape had been worse, I might have told myself it was distortion. But it was a person in my house, in the background of a perfectly normal family recording. I watched those few seconds so many times I could hear the grain of the tape. I sent the clip to my sister without saying what I thought it was. She called me 2 minutes later and asked, "Who's that?" I said I didn't know. And that was the truth. I still don't know if it was Mr. Vale or someone else, or whether my mother had spent more years afraid than either of us understood. I don't know whether she recognized him in the hallway of her own life, or whether she learned, slowly and quietly, to live beside the fact of him the way people live beside a train line, or a bad knee, or grief. I don't know if her notes were warnings or bargains or just attempts to make reality stay in one place long enough for her to name it. What I know is smaller than that. I know that for 12 years she kept a second mug. I know that when I cleaned out the kitchen, there were more tea bags missing than there should have been. I know that on my first night in that house, the bedroom door opened in a way I still can't fully explain. And sometimes, when I wake up in the dark and hear the soft drag of fabric somewhere beyond the bedroom, I have the strangest thought before I'm fully conscious. Not that someone is in the house, just that someone has been there for longer than I noticed. A few years after that, I took a night job at a highway hotel because I needed money fast, and I was too tired to care what the hours did to me. It was one of those long, low places you hardly notice in daylight, beige walls, flickering vacancy sign, artificial plants in giant pots by the entrance. It sat just off the interstate beside a gas station and a diner that closed at midnight, so after a certain hour, the whole area seemed to slip out of the world. Trucks passed. The sign buzzed. The lobby light stayed on for no one. I worked the desk from 11 at night until 7 in the morning. On paper, it was simple. Check in the late arrivals, run the audit, answer the phone, fold the little laundry items the housekeepers dropped off, make weak coffee around 5. It was the kind of job people imagine is easy because not much happens. A lot happens in places where people think nothing happens. At first, I liked the quiet. I liked how the automatic doors opened to emptiness. I liked having the TV muted in the corner while I sorted receipts. Most nights there were only a handful of guests after midnight, and they fell into a few predictable types. Truck drivers who wanted coffee before they even asked about the room rate. Couples avoiding eye contact. Families with overtired kids wrapped in blankets. Men traveling alone who seemed apologetic for existing in public. By 2 in the morning, the lobby would usually settle into that strange hotel stillness that feels less like peace and more like suspension, as if the building is holding its breath until daylight. The first thing that bothered me was not a person. It was the housekeeping board. Every morning, before I left, I updated the room status for the day staff. Vacant, clean, occupied, out of order, the usual. After about 2 weeks, I started noticing small discrepancies. Room 214 would be marked vacant at the end of my shift, and when I came back that night, there would be wet towels in the laundry from that room. Room 126 would show no guest, but the breakfast vouchers on the counter would be short by one. A used coffee stirrer would be in the lobby trash, even though I hadn't seen anyone come through for an hour. It was all explainable. Housekeeping forgot to update something. The previous guest had left towels on the floor when they checked out. Day staff used a room briefly for storage. Hotels run on tiny messes. No system is ever as neat as the spreadsheet says. Still, I noticed. Then there was the phone call from 237. It was around 3:15 in the morning, late enough that the silence had become solid. I remember that clearly because I had just printed the audit reports, and the machine had made that warm toner smell that always reminded me of school photocopy rooms. The lobby phone rang, and I answered with the usual line. The man said, "Did the gray pickup come back?" He sounded sleepy but not confused. More like someone asking about weather. I asked what he meant. "The truck," he said. "Same one as last night, parked where I can't see the plate." I swiveled in my chair and looked through the glass doors toward the lot. We had maybe 7 cars out there. A red sedan, a white van, 2 rigs, a silver SUV, a dark hatchback, and yes, a gray pickup near the side of the building. "I do see a gray pickup," I said. There was a pause. Then he said, "Is there a man still inside it?" The truth was, I couldn't tell. The lot lights were bad on that side, and the windshield reflected more than it revealed. I stood up and stepped closer to the glass. "I'm not sure. Do you want me to call security?" "We didn't have security." Another pause. "No," he said. "If he asks, don't tell him I'm here." Then he hung up. I sat back down, annoyed more than alarmed. The guest in 237 had checked in earlier that night, paid cash, and asked for a room at the back. He had one small duffel bag and looked exhausted. I'd pegged him as the type who liked privacy. Maybe he was hiding from a girlfriend. Maybe he owed somebody money. Highway hotels attract a lot of private emergencies. I wrote down the time of the call in case he complained later. Then I stared at the lot for a while. After maybe 10 minutes, the gray pickup started up and rolled away without ever coming close to the entrance. If that had been all, I would have forgotten it. The next evening, when I came in for my shift, the day clerk mentioned that 237 had checked out early and left nothing behind except a cracked charging cable. Then she made a face and said, "Weird guy in 214 asked if you were working tonight." I asked what weird guy. She shrugged. "Tall, thin, ball cap, didn't smile." He asked if the night guy with the beard was here. I said no. You don't have a beard, so I don't know what he meant. I did have a beard then. Not a good one, but enough of one. I asked if she'd told him my schedule. She looked at me like I was being dramatic. I just said, "You'd be in later." I wish I could say that instantly frightened me. It didn't. Working nights does something to the scale you measure things by. Weird becomes ordinary very fast. You start filing away uncomfortable details without responding to them, because if you responded to all of them, you'd never get through a shift. I saw the man from 214 about an hour later. He came through the lobby wearing a dark cap, and a windbreaker zipped all the way up, though it wasn't cold. Mid-40s maybe. Narrow face, eyes that seemed to settle on things a second too long. He had no luggage and nothing in his hands. He smiled at me in a polite, almost shy way. "Busy night?" "Not too bad," I said. He glanced through the glass at the parking lot. "You keep track of who comes and goes?" It was a casual question, but it sat wrong immediately. I laughed a little and said something non-committal. He nodded as if I'd confirmed something useful and walked out to the vending machines. That should have been it. Odd guest. End of story. But after that I began to notice him in places that didn't fit. He stood by the ice machine longer than anyone needed to. He walked the outer corridor without carrying room keys or bags. Twice I looked up from the desk and saw him standing at the far end of the second-floor walkway, not facing his room or the stairs. Just looking out over the lot. Not doing anything, just there. A few nights later, room 112 called down around 2 in the morning. A woman's voice, tight, controlled. "Can you tell me?" she said. "If anyone asked what room I'm in?" I said no, of course not. She was quiet for a second. Then, did a man in a cap come through the lobby? I asked if there was a problem. Another pause. Then she said, maybe not, and hung up. I made a note in the logbook and told myself if it happened again, I'd call my manager. But I already knew what my manager would say because he said it about everything. If there's no property damage, no police report, and no online review, then there is no problem. The thing that shifted it from unsettling to real was the key logs. Every room card transaction was stored in the system, though hardly anyone checked unless a guest was locked out. One night, out of boredom more than suspicion, I pulled up the record for 112 because the woman there had extended her stay, and I wanted to confirm something about her payment method. That's when I saw an entry that didn't make sense. Her guest key had opened the room at 10:08 p.m., which tracked because I remembered checking her in. Then again at 10:11. Then at 2:47 a.m., a master key had been used, not a guest duplicate. A master. I stared at the screen for so long the lines started to blur. There were only 3 MasterCards in circulation. One for the manager, one for housekeeping, one kept in the office safe for emergencies. I knew exactly where the safe key hung, and I knew I had not touched it. The woman in 112 checked out before dawn. She came to the desk with her overnight bag and sunglasses on, even though it was still dark outside. She didn't complain. She didn't mention the key log. She didn't even ask for a receipt. She just asked if the side exit by the vending machines was always unlocked. I told her it should only open from the inside after midnight. She gave me a look I still remember because it contained both embarrassment and certainty. Then she said, "Okay," and left. That morning I finally called the manager. He was irritated before I'd even finished speaking. He said housekeeping probably used the master to replace towels. I told him it was after 2 in the morning. He said maybe the timestamp was wrong. I said guests were asking if people were in the parking lot watching their rooms. He told me highway hotels get nervous people all the time. Then he said the sentence I ended up thinking about later, more than anything else. Just don't get involved in guests' personal drama. I wish I'd listened in a different way. A week went by with nothing obvious. The man in 214 checked out. Different guests came and went. I started feeling foolish again. I wondered if I had built a whole narrative out of coincidences and lack of sleep. By then my sleep schedule was so damaged that my days felt like extensions of the night shift anyway. I would wake up at 4 in the afternoon, convinced I had overslept for work, stand in my kitchen, disoriented, then remember it was still daylight. Then came the storm. It wasn't dramatic, just steady rain and wind hard enough to push water under some of the exterior room doors. The parking lot reflected the neon sign in red strips. We only had 11 occupied rooms, and by 1 in the morning, even the vending machines sounded louder than usual. At 1:38, the security camera feed to the side corridor froze. We had 8 cameras total, and most were bad. Grainy, slightly delayed, more useful after something happened than during. Still, I kept them up on a monitor behind the desk because they made the place feel less blind. When the side corridor image locked into a still frame, I tapped the monitor and waited for it to refresh. It didn't then. 2 other feeds blinked out for about 3 seconds and came back. I called the maintenance line even though no one would answer. I logged the time. I went to the office, checked the breaker panel, saw nothing wrong, came back out. The main lobby feed showed the doors. No one had entered. At 1:45 the phone rang, 1126. I answered, and the voice on the line was whispering. "There's somebody outside my window." It was a teenage girl, or maybe just a woman with a young voice. I asked if she wanted me to call the police. She said, "No, just tell me if he came through the lobby." I looked at the screen again. "No one has come through. He's been tapping on the glass," she said. The rooms on that side had windows facing the parking spaces. Ground floor, thin curtains. Cheap locks. I told her to stay inside, keep the door deadbolted, and call emergency services if anyone tried to enter. Then I did the one thing my manager always told me not to do. I left the desk and walked the corridor. Rain had blown in under the overhang, making the concrete shine. The whole motel smelled like wet asphalt and bleach. I passed a 118, 120, 122. No one. Just the hum of the ice machine and the distant hiss of tires on the interstate. When I reached a 126, the curtain twitched once. I knocked softly and said it was the front desk. The chain stayed on while the door opened 2 inches. A young woman looked out, mascara smudged under one eye, phone clutched in one hand. "He was right there," she said, pointing toward the row of cars. I asked what he looked like. "Cap," she said immediately. "Dark jacket." He walked away when I turned on the bathroom light. I told her I'd call the police. She shook her head so fast it was almost angry. "No, please don't. I just wanted to know if he was inside." That word again. Inside, I walked back toward the lobby, rain dripping from the edge of the roof, and halfway there, I saw something that turned my whole body cold. The office side door was ajar. That door was not for guests. It was a metal service door near the laundry room that opened with an employee keycard. During my shift, it stayed locked. Always. I know that because I checked it every night when I took the trash out. It was open maybe 2 inches. Dark behind it. I stopped walking. There is a very specific kind of fear that comes when something ordinary is wrong in a workplace. It doesn't feel like movie fear. It feels procedural, quiet. You start running through access keys, timing, all the little systems that are supposed to keep a place understandable. When those fail, the panic comes second. I backed into the lobby without taking my eyes off the door and called emergency services. The police arrived fast, probably because there was so little else happening in that area at that hour. They searched the laundry room, office, maintenance closet, ice machine alcove, every corridor, every stairwell. They found no one. Again, no one. But this time there was evidence that didn't evaporate under daylight. The safe in the office had been opened. The emergency MasterCard was gone. And in the lost and found drawer, under a pile of single socks and cheap chargers, they found a folded sheet torn from the hotel printer. It was a guest list from that night, not just room numbers and names. Notes. Traveling alone, asks for back room. Silver SUV, 2 children. No ring, paid cash. When the officer read those words out loud, the whole fluorescent lobby seemed to flatten. Suddenly, everything I dismissed as highway strangeness snapped into a shape I could understand and wish I couldn't. Someone had been using the hotel as a place to watch people choose temporary safety. That same officer asked whether any former employee might still know the building well enough to avoid cameras and use service entries. The manager, who had finally dragged himself in wearing golf clothes and a face full of inconvenience, admitted there had been a maintenance man fired the previous year for boundary issues with a guest. I asked his name. It was the man from 214, or the name he'd used there anyway. After that, bits of the story came out the way they always do. Too late, from too many directions. He had used different names at different properties. He liked places where people stayed briefly because brief stays produced doubt. Guests don't know what's normal. They don't know which sounds belong to the building. They don't know whether a person in a cap at the far end of the walkway is staff, another guest, or something else entirely. If something feels off, they leave in the morning and tell themselves it was only travel nerves. He had likely been slipping into vacant rooms, watching the lot, listening to the front desk, learning who was alone and who looked tired and who asked for extra chains on the door. The master key log tied him to at least 2 incidents. That's all I know officially. Unofficially, I know more. I know how often he came through the lobby and made me answer harmless questions. I know I once told him, without thinking, that the woman in a 112 had extended her stay another night because her car had to go to the shop. I know I told the man in 237 I saw the gray pickup outside. I know that when guests called in whispers, asking whether someone had come through the lobby, They were really asking whether the line between outside and inside still meant anything. I quit after that week. The manager acted like I was overreacting. He said the police never proved the man meant real harm. He said maybe he was just casing cars. Maybe the notes were nothing. Maybe the guest list was curiosity. That word, maybe, can rot a person from the inside if you let it. It can turn any bad thing into something you're supposed to tolerate, because certainty is harder to produce than discomfort. Years later, I still think about the motel at the hour just before dawn, when the coffee was burning on the hot plate and every room door stayed closed, and the rain made the parking lot shine. I think about how easy it was to mistake attention for emptiness, how a place can seem abandoned while someone is learning it inch by inch. And I think about those calls, not what the guests said, what they didn't. None of them ever asked, "Is there a stranger outside?" they asked. "Did he come through the lobby?" As if they already understood the part that took me much longer. That in a place like that, the frightening thing was never the dark lot beyond the glass. It was the possibility that someone had already learned how to belong inside. When I was 31, I took a temporary summer job at the university library, where I'd studied years earlier. I had left that city, left the degree unfinished, left a lot of things unfinished if I'm being honest, and by the time I came back I was old enough to feel embarrassed by old versions of myself. The library was one of the few places I still remembered as safe, not exciting, not magical, just safe in a plain, dependable way. Cool air in summer, soft shoes on carpet, the rustle of pages, the smell of dust and binding glue and old radiator heat in winter. It had been the backdrop to the last period of my life, before I started making decisions I regretted. That was probably why I took the job when a friend mentioned it. The library was going through a renovation, and they needed people willing to work evenings, reshelving displaced collections, checking inventory, and sitting at the temporary circulation desk while contractors finished work in the upper stacks. The pay was decent. The hours were strange, but I had nothing else on. The public areas closed at 8 that summer, but staff stayed until midnight. By 9:30, the building would be almost entirely empty, except for one security guard at the front, 2 archive assistants in the basement, and whichever poor people were assigned to the movable stacks. That was usually me. If you've never been in a library after closing, it's hard to explain the kind of silence it has. It's not the peaceful silence people imagine. Daytime libraries are full of tiny human sounds that reassure you without your noticing. Chair legs, coughs, whispered apologies, pages turning, printers waking up. After hours, when all that drops away, the building starts speaking in its own language. Air vents, settling shelves, elevator motors, the soft metal shift of compact shelving moving under its own released tension. None of it is loud. That's what makes it worse. You can't stop listening for the next sound because the whole place feels like it's one breath away from saying something clearer. For the first couple of weeks, nothing unusual happened. I wore gloves, scanned barcodes, pushed carts through rows of books I'd never heard of, and tried not to think too hard about how much of my 20s I had misplaced. One of the archive assistants, a woman named Elise, who had worked there forever, told me the trick to night shifts in old buildings was not to assign personality to sounds. "The second you decide a click is a footstep," she said, "you're finished." I laughed when she said it. Later I understood exactly what she meant. The first odd thing was a return cart. I had spent most of an evening processing donated academic journals in a side room on the 3rd floor. When I finished, I wheeled an empty metal cart back toward the temporary circulation desk and left it near the elevator while I went to use the restroom. I was gone maybe 4 minutes. When I came back, 3 books were on the cart, all from the psychology section, all due dates stamped from the late 90s, all damp around the edges as if they'd been stored somewhere humid. I remember touching one and feeling the cover lift slightly under my fingers because the board underneath had warped. I asked security whether anyone had come through. He said no. The front entrance alarms if it opens after close, and he hadn't left the desk. I asked the archive assistants if they were messing with me. They looked offended. That was not the culture there. Nobody in that building was lively enough for pranks, so I shelved the books and moved on. 2 nights later, it happened again. A cart I knew I had emptied was suddenly holding a neat stack of materials nobody had checked in. Not random books, either. Things that had been out of circulation for years. Microfilm guides, bound theses. A campus directory from 1987. On top was a yellow sticky note with no writing on it. It bothered me more than I wanted to admit. Not because books had appeared, because they had been arranged, quietly, intentionally. While I was nearby and unaware, I started paying closer attention. There were other things. A reading lamp switched on in a study carrel on a floor I had just locked. A restroom stall closed when I knew I'd left them all open for cleaning. A pencil sharpened to a perfect point beside a computer that had been unplugged for the renovation. One night I found a half-drunk bottle of water behind a bank of oversized art books in a section closed to the public. It wasn't old. There was still condensation on the plastic. I held it in my hand and looked down the long, dim aisle between the shelves and felt for just a second the very clear sensation that if I looked long enough, someone would step into view. No one did. I reported everything because that's what you do in institutions. You report, you log, you submit. Security took notes. Facilities blamed contractors. Contractors blamed facilities. Elise told me to stop volunteering for the upper floors if it was getting to me. I said it wasn't getting to me. It was not in the dramatic way people expect. I didn't start seeing things. I didn't start hearing voices. I just began to feel watched in the softest, most persistent way. Not when I was alone in my apartment, not walking home, not anywhere else. Only in the library. Only in the stacked quiet of it. The feeling was strongest in special collections. That section had been partially relocated during the renovation, but a few locked rooms remained on the 4th floor until contractors finished climate control work. I had no business being in there except to update shelf inventories, and I hated those assignments immediately. The rooms were too cold, the windows too high, the silence too padded. Even my own breathing sounded archival. There was one narrow corridor outside those rooms with old faculty portraits along the wall. Heavy frames, serious faces. Men who looked like they had once believed rules could make them immortal. The motion lights in that corridor were slow to wake, so if you entered from the stairwell, you had to take 3 or 4 steps in dimness before the bulbs caught up. One night, carrying a clipboard and a flashlight, I turned into that corridor and saw that a portrait at the far end was crooked. Not much. Maybe an inch lower on one side. I stopped walking. That sounds ridiculous even as I say it. A crooked frame. Who cares? But I had already passed that hallway twice that shift, and the frame had been straight. I knew it had. I am one of those people who notices misalignment immediately. It's annoying, usually harmless. That night it made the skin behind my knees go weak. I went down the hall anyway, 'cause part of being frightened in a professional setting is hating yourself for it. I straightened the frame, turned to continue, and saw that the door to the map room was not fully shut. I had locked that room at 8:17. I knew the exact time because I'd written it on the inventory sheet. I told myself there had to be a simple explanation. Old latch, contractor access, security check. Then I saw the sliver of light under the door. Someone had switched on the desk lamp inside. When I opened the door, no one was there. The lamp was on. The chair by the central table was slightly pulled out. On the blotter lay a campus map from the year I started university, folded open to the neighborhood where I had lived then. I stood there so long my hand cramped around the flashlight. There are coincidences, and there are arrangements. That was an arrangement. I took the map downstairs to security. He shrugged in that bored, overworked way some guards perfect until it borders on hostility. Maybe a student left it, he said. At 10:30 at night in a locked room? Maybe staff. Who unlocked it? He had no answer. The next evening I came in earlier than usual and asked to see the access logs for the upper floors. Staff cards open certain doors. Contractors use temporary badges. The system wasn't perfect, but it existed. There were entries, not many. Enough a temporary contractor badge had accessed the fourth-floor stairwell twice after closing that week, always for less than 20 minutes. The badge number was assigned to a drywall subcontractor whose company, according to facilities, had already finished work and returned all access cards. Security took that more seriously, they were supposed to, but even then the tone remained administrative. Misplaced badge. Former contractor. Minor breach. It was all language designed to make the situation smaller than the feeling it produced. The night they finally searched properly, I was shelving in the education section on the second floor. Elise came around the corner and told me security wanted everyone downstairs for a head count. Her voice was too neutral, and that was how I knew something was really wrong. The head of facilities was in the lobby. 2 police officers, security by the entrance. No one said much. Eventually, one officer asked if I had been the person reporting unexplained materials and access concerns upstairs. I said yes. He asked me to describe the water bottle I'd found. That seemed like such a strange question that I almost laughed. I told him it was a generic brand, blue cap, probably half full. He nodded and said they'd found a sleeping area in a locked mechanical recess behind movable shelving on the 4th floor, not a room. A recess, there was barely space enough for a foam pad, a blanket, 2 bottles of water, snack wrappers, and a portable charger. The entrance was concealed behind one of the compact shelving tracks, and only obvious if you already knew the shelving had been reconfigured during renovations. The part that bothered me most wasn't the sleeping area itself. It was what else they found there. A stack of library maps with certain routes highlighted, scraps of paper with staff first names, photocopies of circulation desk schedules, and a handwritten list of car license plates that matched staff vehicles, including mine. The police asked whether I knew anyone connected to the renovation crews. I didn't. They asked whether I had argued with anyone recently, whether any patron had ever made me uncomfortable, whether I had ever felt followed home. I kept saying no because the truth was I hadn't. Whatever this was, it belonged entirely to the building. That almost made it worse. They caught him 2 days later, not in the library, but outside a staff apartment block 2 streets over. Former subcontractor, had done a few weeks of drywall and patchwork during the first phase of renovations. He had kept his temporary badge after finishing and returned to the building repeatedly. Why? The official answer was trespass and surveillance. Unofficially, one of the officers told security that men like that often enjoy access more than action. They like systems, routines, blind spots, the feeling of slipping through structures built on trust. That should have settled everything. It didn't, because once they knew who he was, security pulled older footage. Not much. Most of the cameras overwrote after a month. But from the surviving clips they could piece together something I still think about more than I want to. He hadn't only been entering after hours. He had been inside during public hours too, sitting at back terminals, moving between floors, pushing a cart once like a volunteer, carrying books from one shelf to another, acting not invisible, but ordinary. Elise showed me one clip because she thought it would make me feel better to put a face to it. I wish she hadn't. He looked exactly like the kind of man I would never remember. Medium build, plain shirt, neutral expression. He wasn't staring at the camera. He was looking at the circulation desk while pretending to read a notice board. I was behind that desk in the clip, less than 20 feet from him. I had no memory of it. That's the thing people don't tell you. Fear is bad, obviously. But there's another feeling that can be harder to live with after the fact, and that is the realization of how often danger can stand right in the middle of normal life without putting on any costume at all. No music changes, no dramatic signal. A person asks for directions, returns a book, waits by the printer, blends into the soft machinery of public space. The library reopened fully that autumn. New security measures, new locks, staff briefing, reassurances I didn't stay. I said it was because the temporary contract ended, which was true enough. But the deeper truth was that the building had become too legible in the wrong way. Once you know where someone can fit themselves inside a structure, you keep seeing the shapes they might occupy. A few months later, while unpacking boxes in my apartment, I found a library book in my things that I had never checked out. It was a slim volume on memory studies, old and slightly damp around the corners, no dew slip, no recent stamp. It must have landed in one of my work bags during the chaos, though I still can't say how. I opened it expecting nothing. Halfway through, tucked between two essays, was a yellow sticky note, blank, just like the one that had appeared on the cart. I sat on my floor with that note in my hand for a very long time, trying to decide whether I was inventing meaning or finally admitting it. Maybe it had come from a pack on my own desk. Maybe dozens of blank yellow notes had passed through that building, and this was one of them. Maybe I threw the book away eventually. Not donated, not returned, threw it away. And even now, if I go into a library near closing time and hear a cartwheel squeak somewhere beyond the stacks, there is one thought that arrives before reason does. That someone is not making noise. Someone is organizing it. The worst apartment I ever lived in was technically a studio, though calling it that was generous. It had one main room, a galley kitchen so narrow I could open the fridge or stand at the sink, but not both, and a bathroom with a window that looked directly into a brick wall. The building itself was old in the careless way some city buildings are old, where nothing is historic enough to be respected and nothing is new enough to be trusted. Doors swelled in summer, pipes knocked in the walls. The lobby light was always 1 week away from being replaced. I moved in after a breakup because it was what I could afford on short notice. I told people I liked the neighborhood, and that was partly true. There was a good bakery around the corner, a laundromat that stayed open late, and a park 10 minutes away where I could sit without running into anyone from my old life. Mostly, though, I took the place because it was available, and I felt too scraped out to be selective. The breakup had been the kind that leaves your body moving long after your mind catches up. Not explosive. No dramatic betrayal. Just a long erosion that ended with my girlfriend, Mara, sitting at the kitchen table of the place we'd shared and telling me she couldn't keep being the only stable surface in the room. She said it kindly. That somehow made it worse. For the first month in the studio, I barely slept. Then I slept too much. A doctor gave me something mild for insomnia. He warned me it might make me groggy and said I should only take it when I was already in bed. I followed those instructions exactly, which is why what happened next took me so long to understand. I had rules. I kept them. I was not a reckless person. That mattered to me then. The first odd thing was the cupboard doors. I would wake up and find one hanging open in the kitchen. Then two. Then the cutlery drawer half out. Once the cereal box was on the counter with the bag inside folded down neatly, like someone had poured themselves a bowl, and put everything back with unnecessary care. I lived alone. I knew that, but the medication made me doubt the edges of my certainty. Sleepwalking exists. People forget things. Grief and stress and exhaustion can make a person stranger to themselves. So I bought a cheap notebook and started leaving myself notes before bed. Took pill 1105. Locked door, mug in sink woven shut. In the morning I would check the apartment against the notes. Sometimes everything matched. Sometimes it didn't. Mug on drying rack instead of sink. Bathroom light on. Blanket folded at foot of bed when I knew I kicked it off every night. One morning my shoes were by the door with the laces tucked inside, a habit I did not have. I told Mara about it once over coffee because despite the breakup, she was still the person I called when I needed a sane version of events. She asked if I was sure I wasn't doing those things half asleep. I said I didn't think so. She asked if I felt safe. I remember laughing a little because it seemed melodramatic. From my own cupboards? But after that conversation, I started paying attention in a different way. The building had 4 floors, 6 apartments on each, and the walls were thin enough that you learned your neighbors by sound long before you learned their names. The woman in 2B had a cough that came in precise doubles. Someone on the 3rd floor played low jazz while cooking. A little dog somewhere near the back stairs barked exactly twice whenever the elevator arrived. My place, 1E, sat at the end of the 1st floor hall near the laundry room door, which meant I heard everyone who dragged baskets past after dinner. It should have felt safer, being that close to other people. It didn't, because once I started listening, I noticed how often I heard the hall go quiet outside my door, not footsteps passing. Pauses, a stop in the movement, a presence staying still. The first time I checked, no one was there. I opened the door too fast, and the hallway was empty, except for the smell of detergent and the buzz of the bad lobby light. The second time, I caught a shape moving away at the far end near the stairs, but it could have been any tenant. The third time, I looked through the peephole, instead of opening up, and saw only part of a shoulder and the edge of a dark sleeve standing close enough to blur. I didn't open the door. Whoever it was stayed there maybe 10 seconds, maybe 15, then moved away without knocking. That night I pushed a chair under the knob, which I knew was both childish and pointless because the deadbolt worked. Still, I slept badly. Or rather, I drifted in and out of the medication haze, the kind of shallow sleep where every thought feels rubbery and distant. At some point near dawn I woke because I heard a voice, a man's voice, soft, close. I sat up so fast my head spun. The room was gray with early light. No one there. My phone on the crate I used as a bedside table. The chair still wedged under the knob. I held my breath and listened. Nothing, just the old pipe rattle in the bathroom wall. I told myself it had come from another apartment. The building carried sound weirdly. I knew that. But all morning I couldn't shake the feeling that the voice had been inside the room, not beyond it. That evening when I came home from work, there was a note tucked under my door. Packet came while you were out. Left with super, no name, no apartment number. The handwriting was blocky and unfamiliar. The super, a man named Luis, who lived in the basement unit, said he hadn't written it and had no package for me. I showed him the note. He looked at it, frowned, and said maybe another tenant had the wrong apartment. Then he checked my lock and said it looked fine. He was trying to be helpful. I could feel that, but there's a particular loneliness in telling someone that ordinary things have started arranging themselves wrong around you. Unless they can see the wrongness too, you begin to sound like a person narrating a dream. I bought a chain lock at the hardware store and installed it badly. For a few nights nothing happened. I almost relaxed. Then I came home and found my bathroom mirror wiped clean. I don't mean cleaned, wiped. The rest of the bathroom had that usual city film feeling. A little dust on the baseboard, toothpaste flecks near the sink, one damp corner where the caulk never dried properly. But the mirror itself had been polished in a perfect oval at face height. No streaks, no fingerprints, just clear glass surrounded by the faint haze of old residue. I stood there with my work bag, still on my shoulder, and had the most unsettling thought I'd had so far. Someone wanted to look at me clearly. I stopped taking the sleep medication that night. Instead, I drank too much coffee after dinner, left every light off except the lamp by the bed, and sat awake with the TV muted until after 2 in the morning. Nothing. No pause outside. No voice. No movement. At some point, I must have dozed anyway, because I woke to the sound of the chain lock moving, not breaking. Moving, a tiny metal tremor. I opened my eyes into darkness and stayed perfectly still. There it was again. A careful touch. Then the softer sound of pressure on the knob below it. The chair was not under the door because I'd convinced myself I was being irrational and moved it back to the table before bed. That detail still humiliates me a little. I watched the shadow line at the bottom of the door. No movement there. no light beyond. Then the pressure stopped. I do not know how long I lay there before I got up. It felt like an hour. It was probably less than a minute. I took my phone, crossed the room barefoot, and looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty. But on the floor, directly outside my door, was a key. Just one. Silver. Plain. Apartment key, not car key. I didn't open the door until morning. When I did, the key was still there. Lewis checked it against the building spares and said it wasn't one of his. He asked if an X might have had a copy made. The way he said X, casual and ordinary, made my stomach drop because, of course, I'd already thought of Mara and immediately rejected it. This was not her. The whole atmosphere of it was wrong. Too patient, too quiet, too anonymous. I changed the lock myself that weekend and then paid a locksmith to come make sure I hadn't done it badly. He said the old cylinder showed signs of repeated use but no forced entry. I asked what that meant. He said, "It means someone used a key." After that, I should have gone to the police. The reason I didn't is not good enough, but it's true. I still wasn't sure what I could prove. Someone had a key at some point. Someone stood outside my door. Someone maybe got in. None of that sounded solid enough compared to how solid it felt inside my own body. The next thing that happened changed that. I found the phone. The vent in the bathroom wall had always rattled when the upstairs unit showered. One afternoon, the noise got so bad I unscrewed the grate to see if it was loose. Inside, caught on the inner lip, was an old smartphone wrapped in a grocery bag. At first, I honestly thought it might have dropped there during repairs before I moved in. Then I saw the charging cable threaded down behind the vanity, where it could reach the outlet under the sink. My hands started shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. The phone was dead. I plugged it in on the kitchen counter and sat across from it, staring at the black screen as if I were waiting for an animal to wake up. When it finally lit, there was no passcode. The gallery was full of videos. Not many, 12 or 13, short clips. All recorded at night in my apartment from the vent. The angle showed most of the studio if the bathroom door was open, especially the bed and the kitchenette and part of the entry. In one clip, I was asleep under the thin summer blanket, turning over once and settling again. In another, I stood at the sink washing a mug, unaware of the lens high in the dark square of the vent. In another, I was crying on the floor beside the bed with my forehead against my knees, and I thought a house was a house. Walls, windows, pipes, weak spots in the floor, the smell of dust in the vents when the heat kicked on for the first time in winter. I thought if something felt wrong in a familiar place, there was probably an easy reason for it. Bad sleep. Stress. A sound traveling strangely through old wood. Then my mother had her surgery, and I moved back into my childhood home for 3 months to help her recover. It was one of those quiet neighborhoods that never really changed. Same mailboxes, same cracked sidewalks, same old dogs being walked by older people in the evening. The same yellow porch light at the corner house that always came on too early, even in summer. I had grown up there. I knew every room, every stain on the ceiling, every lazy groan the stairs made after midnight. That first week back, nothing bothered me. If anything, it felt smaller than I remembered. My old bedroom looked almost fake to me, like a room built to resemble a memory. I slept badly, but I blamed it on stress. My mother was sore and tired all the time. She needed help getting up, help sitting down, help keeping track of her medications. The days were repetitive. I'd make coffee, check the pill organizer, wash dishes, answer the landline when older relatives called and spoke in soft voices as if she were already much sicker than she was. At night, after she went to bed, I would sit in the den with the television on low just to have another voice in the house. My father had died years earlier, and though his photos were still around, the house no longer felt like both of them lived there. It felt like my mother and the outline of everyone who used to belong there. The first strange thing was so small, I almost didn't count it. I came downstairs one morning and found the back door unlocked. Not open, not cracked, just unlocked. I locked everything before bed out of habit. Always had. I mentioned it to my mother while I made oatmeal, and she said she must have checked the weather sometime in the night and forgotten to lock it. That made enough sense. She was on pain medication. She was groggy. I let it go the second time it happened. I asked her more carefully. She was sitting at the kitchen table in one of my father's old sweaters, looking out at the bird feeder. Her hair was still thin from treatment she'd had the year before, and she had that worn-out look that made me regret sounding annoyed. "Did you go downstairs during the night?" I asked. She looked at me for a second too long, then said, "I don't think so." The back door was unlocked again. "Maybe you forgot." I didn't. She shrugged, but not casually. It was a tired little shrug, like someone trying not to engage with something unpleasant. Then maybe I did. That should have been the end of it. But I noticed after that she started checking the lock herself 2 or 3 times before bed, almost like she wanted me to see her doing it. She'd push the bolt, jiggle the knob, then nod at me as if to say, "There. Happy now?" A few nights later, I woke up at 2:17 because I heard someone moving around downstairs. Not a loud noise, just the kind of sound you hear in a house you know well. The soft click of a cabinet, a careful step, the tiny rattle of silverware. I lay still for a few seconds, trying to decide whether I'd imagined it. Then I got up and opened my bedroom door. The hallway was dark. My mother's room was across from mine, the door slightly open. I could hear her breathing machine, slow, regular. She was asleep. I stood there listening. Another sound came from below. Not the kitchen this time. The den, a floorboard, then silence. I went halfway down the stairs and stopped. The den was dark except for a blue strip of light from the digital clock on the cable box. I whispered, "Mom." Nothing. I turned on the light. Nobody was there. I checked the kitchen, then the back door. Locked. Windows shut. The only thing even slightly unusual was that one dining chair had been pulled away from the table by maybe 6 inches. I remember standing there with one hand on the chair back, looking at it and feeling embarrassed by how frightened I was. Houses settle. Refrigerators make noises. Old pipes knock. I knew all of that. Still, when I went back upstairs, I locked my bedroom door, which I hadn't done since I was 13. The next day, my mother asked why every downstairs light had been left on. I said I'd heard something in the night and gone down to check. She didn't smile or tease me for being jumpy. She just looked down into her coffee and stirred it long after the sugar had dissolved. After a pause, she said, "Did you see anyone?" The way she asked it made my stomach go cold. "No," I said. "Why?" She shook her head almost immediately. "No reason. I just wondered if maybe the neighbor's son had come by. At 2 in the morning? He used to help your father with the gutters. Maybe he needed something." She knew that made no sense, and I knew she knew it. That afternoon I checked the windows and doors again. This time, more thoroughly. I walked the perimeter of the house. The backyard fence was intact. The basement windows were old but latched. The bulkhead doors were padlocked from the outside. There was nowhere obvious for someone to enter without leaving evidence. That night, I sat up later than usual. I didn't tell my mother. I just stayed in the den with the TV muted and a lamp on. Midnight passed. Then 1. The house creaked and settled. Cars passed now and then outside. Nothing happened at 1:40. I turned everything off and went upstairs. At 2:17, I woke up again. This time to my mother speaking in a low voice in the hallway. I opened my eyes to darkness and held still. Her voice was right outside my room, soft and tired and patient, like she was trying to calm someone down. "No," she whispered. "He's sleeping." My mouth went dry. There was a pause. Then she said, even softer. I said no. I got out of bed and opened the door. She was standing in the hall in her nightgown, one hand braced against the wall. She looked genuinely startled to see me. "Who are you talking to?" I asked. Her face changed so quickly that it made me feel like I had interrupted something rehearsed. "Nobody. I was half asleep. You just said he's sleeping." She blinked at me. "Did I?" "Yes." She rubbed her forehead. "I must have been dreaming. Go back to bed." I should tell you here that my mother was not the type of person who scared easily. She was practical in a way that sometimes felt cold. If a pet died, she buried it. If the power went out, she found the candles. If someone in the family cried at the wrong moment, she got annoyed. That was who she had always been. So seeing her confused was one thing. Seeing her evasive was something else. The next morning, I found 2 mugs in the sink. One was mine. I had left it there the night before. The other was one of the old stoneware mugs from the top cabinet, the ones my mother almost never used because they were heavy. There was a teabag string hanging over the side and a pale brown stain at the bottom. I asked her if she'd had tea in the night. She said no. I held up the mug. She looked at it for a long time and then said, "Maybe you did." I almost laughed then, not because it was funny, but because it was such a weak lie. "I don't drink tea." "I know," she said. Then she got up and went to the living room without taking the mug from me. That day I called my aunt, her older sister, mostly to ask whether this kind of confusion was normal with the medication. My aunt listened, then asked me if my mother had mentioned the woman. I said, "What woman?" There was a long silence. Then she said, "Maybe I shouldn't have said that." I kept pressing until she finally told me that when my father was alive, my mother had gone through a period where she kept thinking she saw someone outside the house. Not a prowler exactly, just a woman standing near the side yard, or by the back fence, or once on the patio. My father had checked several times and never found anyone. Eventually he got angry and told her to stop talking about it because the neighbors would think she was losing her mind. "How long ago was this?" I asked. "Oh, years," my aunt said quickly. "Before your father got sick." "Did she actually see someone?" "I don't know." "Did Dad believe her?" "No." The way she said it didn't comfort me. It sounded less like certainty and more like exhaustion. That night, I asked my mother directly. We were in the kitchen after dinner. Rain tapped softly against the window over the sink. She was drying a plate, though she kept drying the same part. "Aunt Linda said there was a time you thought you saw a woman outside." Her hand stopped moving. "She shouldn't talk so much," she said. "So it's true?" She put the plate down very carefully. "It was nothing." "What was nothing?" "I was tired. I was stressed. You saw somebody?" "I thought I did." "More than once." She didn't answer. I said, "Why didn't you tell me?" Her face tightened, and for a second I saw a flash of anger. "Because you were a child." That shut me up. But later in bed, I kept thinking about the way she had said thought, like the word was fragile. A couple of nights passed quietly, almost enough for me to feel ridiculous again. Then, on a Thursday, I woke up before dawn because I heard the washing machine running in the basement. I knew right away that was impossible. We hadn't done laundry that evening, and my mother never used the basement stairs alone anymore because she was afraid of falling. I went to her room first, empty. That gave me a feeling I still have trouble describing. It wasn't panic exactly. It was something flatter and heavier, like the moment you realize a small problem has been quietly growing while you weren't looking at it. I hurried downstairs, calling her name. The kitchen was empty. The den was empty. The back door was standing open 3 inches, and cold air was coming in. The basement light was on. I remember every detail of going down those steps. The chipped paint on the railing under my hand, the smell of detergent and damp concrete, the machine humming loudly enough to cover smaller sounds. My own breathing sounding childish in my ears. When I reached the bottom, my mother was standing beside the washer in her nightgown, staring at it. "Mom," she didn't react. I went closer. The washer was running a cycle, with nothing in it. "Mom." This time she blinked and looked at me, but it was the kind of delayed look someone gives when waking from anesthesia. "What are you doing down here?" She glanced at the machine as if seeing it for the first time. I heard it. "Heard what?" "The knocking." I turned off the washer. The sudden silence was almost painful. "What knocking?" She looked toward the far wall of the basement, the part that sat directly below the side yard. There were shelves there with paint cans, a rusted bike pump, old jars of screws, Things my father used to save because he believed every broken object would someday be useful. It was coming from there, she said. I listened, nothing, then she said, in a voice so quiet I almost missed it, it always came from there. I wanted to ask what she meant, but the cold air from the open back door upstairs seemed to move all the way down the basement steps and settle between us. I didn't want her talking in that voice. I didn't want to hear something I couldn't explain, so I told her we were going back upstairs. I locked the door, I made her tea, I stayed cheerful. I even joked about her starting appliances in her sleep. She did something that unsettled me more than anything else she'd done so far. She smiled politely, like she was letting me talk, because I needed it. Later that day, while she napped, I went to the garage and looked through my father's old things. He kept every receipt, every manual, every scribbled note, all in labeled boxes that made sense only to him. I found tax returns, appliance warranties, seed packets, flood repair photos from the 90s. Then in a box marked Misk House, I found a small spiral notebook. Most of it was ordinary. Measurements, hardware store lists, phone numbers with no names. But near the back there were 4 pages where my father had written dates and short descriptions. Back gate open, chair moved on, patio basement light on at 3:10, heard talking in kitchen. Margaret asleep upstairs then, several entries later. She says it's the woman again. And beneath that, harder, pressed darker into the page. There is no woman. I sat on the garage floor reading those lines over and over. It wasn't proof of anything except that something had been happening in the house long before my mother's surgery, long before her medication, maybe even long before I was old enough to notice. I kept reading. One entry, written shakily compared to the others, said, "Saw shape by side yard at 5:12 a.m. Could have been tree shadow. Need to fix motion light." That was the only time he admitted seeing anything himself. And even then he corrected it in the same sentence. I didn't know what to do with the notebook, so I put it back where I found it. I think some part of me still wanted to preserve the version of things where all of this had a simple explanation waiting just out of reach. That evening, a storm rolled in. Hard rain. Branches scraping the siding. The kind of weather that makes a house feel sealed off from the rest of the world. My mother went to bed early. I stayed up listening to the forecast and checking my phone, as if ordinary information could keep the night normal. Around 11, the power flickered but stayed on. At midnight, it went out completely. The house became unnaturally still. No refrigerator hum, no clock in the hallway, no little operating sounds, just rain and the occasional dull thump of something loose outside. I lit candles and took one upstairs to make sure my mother was okay. She was awake, propped up in bed. "Power's out," I said. "I know." The candlelight made her look older, but also more alert than usual. She had that tense expression people get when they are pretending not to be afraid for someone else's benefit. "Do you want me to stay up here for a while?" I asked. She shook her head. "Just lock your door." That made me laugh once, softly. "Why?" She didn't answer. I said, "Mom." She looked past me toward the hallway and said, "Because if you hear me calling you, I want you to make sure it's me first." I felt all the air leave my chest. "What does that mean?" "Nothing. I'm tired." "No. What does that mean?" She closed her eyes. "Please don't start this tonight." I stood there with the candle shaking slightly in my hand. "Have you been hearing someone call me?" Her eyes opened again. I could see immediately that she regretted saying it. She said, "A few times." "Who?" "I don't know." "In the house?" "Yes." "When?" "At night." "And you never told me." She swallowed. "I thought if I told you, then you'd hear it too." I wish I could say I handled that calmly. I didn't. I got angry, because anger is easier than fear. I asked why she thought it was better to let me sleep in a house where she believed someone was whispering my name. I asked if she had ever actually checked. I asked if she understood how insane this sounded. Through all of it, she just kept looking at me with a tired, almost pitying expression. Finally, she said, "I checked once." My voice caught. And she looked toward the hallway again. I don't want to say it out loud. The storm lasted all night. I didn't sleep. I sat with my bedroom light on, phone flashlight beside me, listening to the rain and every tiny movement in the walls. Around 3, I thought I heard footsteps in the hall, slow dragging a little. I got up and opened the door fast enough to surprise whoever might be there. No one. My mother's door was closed. I went back inside and locked my door. Then, maybe 10 minutes later, I heard my own voice downstairs. Not loud, just faintly enough that I doubted it at first. Like a TV left on in another room, except the words were too blurred to make out. I sat frozen on the bed, every muscle tight. After a while it stopped. When morning came, the power was still out. Gray light filled the house, making it look colorless and strange. I went to check on my mother, rehearsing in my head how I would ask her, how I would keep it rational, how I would make her tell me everything. Her bed was empty. I found her in the kitchen, already dressed. She was standing by the back door with her coat on. "Where are you going?" She didn't turn around. "Outside." "Why? Because I'm tired." Of course, that answer made no sense, but the tone of it was worse. It sounded like she'd been thinking all night and had arrived at something final. I stepped closer. "Tired of what?" She finally looked at me. There are moments when someone's face tells you they have been living in a reality next to yours for a long time, quietly, without your help. That was what I saw. Not confusion, not medication, not even fear. Exactly, just fatigue. "She comes closer when the house is empty," my mother said. "And your father knew that. That's why he was always home so early toward the end." I wanted to tell her this was grief talking, or pain meds, or lack of sleep. I wanted to tell her she needed to sit down and drink water and let me call her doctor. Instead, I said, "Who?" She used to stand by the fence. Then the patio. Then the side yard. Then right outside the back door. My mother's eyes filled with tears. But she kept speaking evenly. "Your father said if we ignored it, it would stop." Then he started hearing me in rooms where I wasn't. My skin went cold again. "And last night," she said, "I heard you downstairs. For a long time. I couldn't speak." She opened the back door. I grabbed her arm. "You are not going outside." She looked surprised by the strength in my voice. "I'm not going to walk anywhere. I just want to see." "See what?" "If she's still there." Rainwater dripped from the eaves. The yard was soaked, the grass flattened in patches. The side gate moved slightly in the wind. There was nobody there. "Look," I said, "nobody." But my mother wasn't looking at the yard. She was looking at the wet concrete of the patio. I followed her gaze. There were footprints, bare footprints. They came from the grass across the patio and stopped at the back door. No prints led away. I told myself there had to be a reason. Old prints brought out by rain. Marks from my own shoes somehow distorted. The trick of water and dirt. Anything but my mother made a low sound in her throat, and before I could stop her, she reached down to touch one of them with 2 fingers. When she lifted her hand, it came away clean. No mud, no residue, just cold water, as if the print wasn't made of anything, as if it was just a shape the rain had refused to touch. We sold the house 6 months later. People always ask why, and I give normal reasons. Too much maintenance, too many stairs for my mother. Better to get a smaller place near her physical therapist. All of that is true. What I don't tell them is that the last week before closing, after my mother had already moved into the condo, I stayed alone in the house to finish packing. On the second night, I heard my mother call my name from downstairs, clear as day. Calm, patient. I stood in the dark hall outside my room and listened to her voice say it again. And because I knew she was 20 minutes away, in another part of town, because I knew with complete certainty that she was not in that house, I finally did what my father never seemed to do. I didn't answer. I didn't go downstairs. I locked the bedroom door and waited until morning. When I sold the place, I left 1 box in the basement by accident, just old picture frames and a lamp with no shade. The new owners called a week later to ask if I wanted it back. I said no. The man on the phone hesitated and then said, "Can I ask you something strange?" I told him sure. He said, "Did the previous owner ever mention someone walking around at night?" I hung up on him. For a long time after that, I avoided staying overnight anywhere alone. Hotels were the worst because every sound felt borrowed, and every hallway seemed to carry voices farther than it should. Eventually, life smoothed out again. My mother settled into her condo. I got married, moved, traded one set of routines for another. Then, a few years later, I took a temporary night shift at a small assisted living place on the edge of town. And I learned that fear doesn't always come from old houses or family history. Sometimes it comes from fluorescent lighting, polished floors, and the quiet confidence of people who are sure they know who belongs in a building. I only took the job because my regular work had slowed down, and the pay was decent for overnight reception. It wasn't clinical. I wasn't administering medicine or changing dressings. Mostly I sat at the front desk, buzzed in late visitors, answered the phone, logged deliveries, and called one of the nurses if a resident needed something. The facility itself was nicer than I expected. Small private pay, recently renovated. There were framed watercolor prints in the hallways and a faint smell of lemon cleaner that never quite covered the underlying scent of old fabric and heated air. The night shift was usually quiet after 10. Residents were supposed to stay in their rooms unless they needed assistance, and most of them did. A lot of the work was just being present. My third week there, one of the day's staff told me not to be bothered by seeing extra people on the night security monitor. I thought she was joking. She was a woman named Keisha, who always spoke with the kind of dry humor that takes a second to register. She handed me the key ring and said, "If you look at the camera over the west hallway and think you see somebody standing by the activity room after midnight, it's just a reflection." "What reflection?" She shrugged. "Everybody sees it at first." I smiled and said okay, because that felt like the right response. But the way she walked away right after saying it didn't feel like a joke. It felt like she didn't want follow-up questions. The west hallway was one of the older sections, where the memory care rooms were. Residents there wandered more. Sometimes they forgot where they were and tried to go home at 2 in the morning. We kept the outer doors secured, and the nurses checked on them often. From the front desk, I could see 4 camera feeds at once. Main entrance, dining room, west hallway, and the little courtyard in back. Most nights I only half-watched them while doing crossword puzzles or reading. The west hallway feed was grainy and too bright at the center, darker at both ends. Around midnight, when most room lights were off, it did create weird visual effects, glare, shadows, depth that didn't make sense. The first time I saw the figure, I honestly thought nothing of it, a tall shape at the far end near the activity room doors. Not moving, just there. I picked up the desk phone to call one of the aides, but then a nurse named Carmen came around the corner in real life, pushing a cart, and the shape on the monitor dissolved when the camera adjusted exposure. "See," she said when she noticed me staring. "Told you, camera does that." I didn't say anything. "You were about to." She smiled, but it was strained. "Does that happen a lot?" "Often enough." That should have been reassuring, but it wasn't. If a machine glitches once, that's nothing. If everybody knows it glitches in the same place, and nobody gets around to fixing it, it starts to feel less like a glitch and more like a feature people have learned to live beside. A few nights later, a resident named Mr. Talbot came to the desk in his slippers and robe. He was one of the more lucid people in memory care, at least in daylight. He remembered names better than room numbers. He liked peppermint candy and talked about his years working at a newspaper as if he'd just come from the office. At 1:15 in the morning, he stood at the desk and asked me why the visitor was allowed in after hours. I thought he meant a family member. "What visitor?" He looked over his shoulder toward the west hallway. "The woman who keeps waiting by the piano room." "There's no piano room." He frowned. "There used to be." That was true. Before renovation, the activity room at the end of West Hall had apparently been a music room. I only knew that because old photos hung near the employee break area. "Was someone bothering you?" I asked. Mr. Talbot leaned in. His breath smelled like toothpaste and sleep. "No," he said. "She doesn't bother anyone. She just watches the doors." A nurse came to guide him back to bed, and as they walked away, I heard him ask her why the front desk girl didn't know about the woman. The nurse didn't answer. The next night, I asked Carmen as casually as I could whether residents often talked about people who weren't there. She gave me a flat look. "In memory care? I mean the same person. That happens sometimes. The woman at the end of the hall?" Carmen kept writing in a chart for a second, then capped her pen. "If they mention a woman, just redirect. That sounds weirdly specific." "It's not," she said too quickly. "They say all kinds of things." But after that, I started noticing the staff's habits. No one lingered in West Hall longer than necessary after midnight. They went together if possible. If a call light came from one of the last two rooms near the old activity room, the aides would call out before turning the corner, not in a friendly way, but in a bright, performative tone that felt meant to fill the space. The housekeeper, who did an occasional overnight deep clean, refused to wax the west hallway alone. She told me that directly, and when I laughed, thinking she was kidding, she didn't laugh back. Then one night, the automatic front doors opened at 2:03 a.m. No one was there. The motion sensor did sometimes overreact to wind pressure, but the outer vestibule was sealed. There was no draft. The doors slid open, stayed open for maybe 4 seconds, then closed. Carmen happened to be at the desk signing something. "We both saw it," she said. "Great," in a tone that suggested irritation more than surprise. "Did you see that?" I asked. She nodded. "Maintenance knows." "Knows what?" "That they do that." She picked up her clipboard. "Because they're broken." But they weren't broken in any normal way. Over the next 2 weeks, they opened 3 more times, always between 1:50 and 2:10, always with nobody present, always on dry nights with no weather and no one near the vestibule. Around then, residents began mentioning me by name when I hadn't met them. That part bothered me more because it involved something definite, not a reflection, not a story. Actual words. Mrs. Dupree, who rarely recognized her own son, smiled at me one morning as I was leaving and said, "You stayed later than the other girl." I said, "What other girl?" She looked confused. "The one who sits with you." Another resident told me I needed to stop whispering at the desk because it upset him when he was trying to sleep. I had been alone at the desk all night. I'm sure of that. There was no one to whisper to. I started checking the staffing logs more carefully. Sometimes I'd convince myself I had just missed someone stepping away, that maybe an aide sat at the desk while I was in the restroom, that maybe the residents were piecing together different nights into one confused memory. But one Friday, near the end of my shift, Keisha came in early and asked why I'd left a second chair pulled up beside the desk. I told her I hadn't. She gave me a tired look, like I was making her morning harder than it needed to be. Well, it wasn't like that when I left. We both looked at the chair. It was one of the heavier vinyl guest chairs from the lobby, and it had been placed close to mine, angled toward the monitor bank. I remember a very small, precise feeling then. Not terror, not panic, just the sensation of some internal line being crossed. Like whatever polite distance had existed between explanation and fact had suddenly narrowed. "I didn't move it," I said. Keisha was quiet for a second, then pushed the chair back against the wall with her foot. "Okay." That night I started writing down times. 12:41. West Hall figure appears for 1 second on monitor port 1.08. Call light room 1 phone. Resident says woman took her sweater toward 1:56. Front doors open, no one present 2:2. Faint knocking sound from West Hall. Checked with Carmen, nothing there 2:7. Monitor flicker, desk phone line 3 lights up, no incoming call registered. I didn't tell anyone I was making the list. It felt childish, like carrying a lucky charm. But it gave me something to do with the unease, something organized. A week later, I got there just before 10 and found Carmen in the break room arguing softly with the administrator. He was a careful man in polished shoes who used words like perception and liability. "I'm telling you, they're feeding off each other," he was saying. "The residents hear one story and repeat it." Carmen said, "Then how do you explain the staff?" He lowered his voice when he noticed me. Nobody explained anything. Later that night, during a quiet stretch, I searched the facility's address online. I was looking for nothing in particular. Old property records, maybe. News articles. I found a local forum thread from years earlier talking about the renovation. Before it had been assisted living, the building had been a private rehabilitation center for stroke patients. Before that, even earlier, part of the land had belonged to a family house that was demolished. There were two comments on the thread that stayed with me. One said, "My aunt worked there in the rehab years and hated the West Wing." The other said, "Didn't a patient go missing there once?" No details. No names. Just that. I probably should have stopped digging, but once a place starts to feel wrong, you want a reason badly enough that you'll accept almost anyone. The administrator kept old files in a locked office near reception. I wasn't planning to snoop, but one night he left the cabinet key on the copier shelf. I noticed it when I was making incident report copies. I stood there with the key in my hand for a full minute before telling myself I was only going to look for maintenance records on the front doors and security cameras. I found those, but I also found a thin file with a handwritten label. 2011, Incident Resident Elopement Attempt. Inside was a report about a woman in memory care named Evelyn Shore who had wandered out of bed at 2:05 a.m. during a staffing transition. She was found 15 minutes later, standing at the locked end door in West Hall, fully dressed, though according to staff her clothes had been put away and she had needed help with buttons. The report by itself wasn't strange. What bothered me was the second page, a staff statement by a night aide who wrote that when she found Evelyn, the resident was speaking to another female standing beyond door glass. The administrator's note in red ink underneath said, "No corroboration. Do not include speculative details in future documentation." There were more reports. A resident refusing to go back to bed because she's in my chair. An aide hearing someone say, "Excuse me," directly behind her in West Hall when she was alone. A family complaint that their father kept calling about the woman by the music room, and staff had failed to mention it. The date spanned years, not constant, not dramatic. Just enough to suggest a pattern nobody wanted officially recorded. I put everything back exactly as I found it. But after that, going to work felt different, like I had crossed from being an employee into being part of the building's quiet agreement with itself. We see certain things. We use smaller words. We keep operations smooth. One night near the start of winter, the heater in West Hall broke and maintenance had to bring in temporary units. The noise from them was low and steady, like distant traffic. Strangely, that made the hallway worse. It covered small sounds just enough that your brain started filling them in. A shoe scuff, a breath, fabric brushing a wall. At 1:30, Carmen asked me to take a resident folder to room 118. Because she was tied up with a fall alarm, I didn't want to say no, because I was 32 years old and employed. And "I don't like that hallway" sounded ridiculous. So I took the folder. The hall was dim except for the floor-level nightlights. Doors closed, a TV murmuring behind one of them. The temporary heater giving off warm, dusty air. My shoes squeaking faintly on the polished floor. Room 118 was the last occupied room before the old activity room. As I walked, I could see the dark glass inset on the activity room doors at the far end. Nothing unusual, just my own reflection stretching and shrinking as I moved. Halfway down the hall, I heard another set of steps, very soft. Just behind mine, I stopped. They stopped. I turned. Empty hallway. I stood still long enough to hear the heater and the tiny static hiss from one resident's TV. Then I kept going, a little faster. Again, after 3 or 4 steps, I heard it, not echo. I knew the difference. This was slightly off time, slightly lighter than mine, as if someone was walking carefully to match me but not quite matching. I delivered the folder and came back almost immediately. On the walk back, the hall felt longer. I know that sounds dramatic, but I don't know how else to explain it. It felt like the front desk receded every time I looked up. Carmen later said I was only gone 4 minutes. It felt like 15. When I got back, she asked if I was okay. I said yes. She looked at my face and didn't believe me. 2 nights after that, I was at the desk alone for a few minutes while both nurses handled something in a resident room. The monitors were quiet. The building had that deep middle-of-the-night stillness where everything seems paused. Then line 2 on the desk phone lit up. "Ten'll call." I answered. "Front desk." Silence. I checked the display. The call was coming from the activity room extension. There shouldn't have been a live extension there anymore. The room wasn't in use, and the old wall phone had been removed during renovation. "Hello?" For a second I thought I heard breathing, but not close. Far away, like the phone had been set down on a counter in another room. Then, very softly, a woman said, "She's not supposed to be alone." The line went dead. I stared at the receiver in my hand long enough that Carmen had to call my name twice from the hallway before I answered her. We checked the activity room. Empty. No phone. No sign anyone had been inside. The administrator came in early when I reported it. He asked if maybe a resident had used another room, and the extension display glitched. It said activity room. He smiled in that careful way. Displays can be wrong. Can calls come from removed phone? We've had stranger tech issues. I almost laughed at that, because by then it was obvious what was happening. Not the cause of it, just the policy. Every event had a smaller explanation prepared in advance. Not because anyone truly believed it, but because the building needed the story to stay manageable. After that, I started having trouble sleeping during the day. I'd wake up convinced I had heard the desk phone ring in my apartment. Or I'd dream I was staring at the west hallway monitor and couldn't tell whether the figure at the end was standing still or slowly getting closer between blinks. I thought about quitting. I probably should have. But there's a stubborn part of me that hates backing away from things I can't explain. It feels too much like losing an argument. Then came the night that finally ended it. There was freezing rain outside, thin and steady, the kind that makes parking lots shine black under security lights. We were short-staffed. One aide called out sick, and the nurse covering her section was doing double rounds. By 1:45, the whole building felt stretched, thin. Mr. Talbot was restless that night. He came to the desk twice asking whether she had checked in yet. The second time, he leaned over the counter and said, very clearly, "You shouldn't let her sit beside you. She thinks you work here." That sentence did something to me I can't really explain. It was absurd, meaningless, but it landed with the force of a warning. At 2:04, the front doors opened. I was already looking at them when it happened, as if some part of me had learned the timing. The vestibule beyond was empty. Rain ticked against the outer glass. Then the west hallway monitor flickered. When the picture steadied, the figure was no longer at the far end. It was halfway down the hall. I stood up so fast my chair rolled back into the wall. I kept staring because my brain refused to process what I was seeing. Same grainy image, same overexposed center. But this time the shape had definition. Not a face, not details. Just the undeniable outline of a person standing in the hall, turned slightly toward the camera. Carmen came out from the medroom and saw the monitor. Neither of us spoke for maybe 2 seconds. Then she said, "Don't go there." I hadn't moved yet, but hearing her say that confirmed she saw it too. The monitor flickered again at P hallway. At that exact moment, call lights went on in rooms 116 and 118 together. Carmen muttered something under her breath and rushed down the hall. I called after her, but she didn't stop. I should have stayed at the desk. I know that. But after a few seconds of watching the monitor, seeing no movement, hearing no update from Carmen, I followed. The hallway was warmer than the lobby and smelled faintly metallic from the heaters. Room 116 was on the left. Its call light had stopped. 118 was still blinking. Carmen was nowhere in sight. I called her name. No answer. That was the moment I noticed the activity room door standing open an inch. I had never seen it open at night. I took a few more steps, telling myself Carmen must have gone in there for some reason. Maybe to check a sound, maybe to turn something off. The door opened wider when I touched it. The room inside was mostly used for storage. Stacked chairs, folded tables, boxes of craft supplies. One window looking out to the dark side yard. No overhead lights on. Just spill from the hall. Carmen wasn't there. But there was a chair in the center of the room facing the doorway, a single chair, and on the floor beside it was the front desk incident binder. I had left on my counter 20 minutes earlier. I backed out immediately. I didn't scream. I didn't say anything dramatic. I just backed out and nearly collided with Carmen, who was suddenly behind me in the hall. She looked at the open door, then at me. "Why are you down here?" she asked. I could barely get the words out. "I was looking for you. I was in a 116 the whole time." I pointed into the room. "My binder is in there." We both looked. The chair was still there. So was the binder. Carmen went pale in a way I had never seen on her before. Not startled pale. "Strange," she said very quietly. "Go back to the desk." I said, "What is happening?" She shook her head. "Go." The next hour felt longer than the rest of the night combined. No more door openings, no more calls, no more figures on the monitor. Carmen barely spoke. At the end of shift, I told the administrator I was done. He tried to talk me into taking a few days and reconsidering. I said no. He asked, in that same calm voice, whether anything specific had happened. I looked at him for a long second and realized there was no answer he would accept as specific enough. Numbers. So I said, "I don't think that building wants to be observed." He stared at me, not understanding or pretending not to. When I left, Mr. Talbot was awake unusually early, sitting in his doorway in a robe. As I passed, he looked up and said, "She stays when people leave." "Didn't anybody tell you that?" I never went back. Months later, I ran into Keisha in a grocery store parking lot. We talked for a while. Ordinary stuff. Work, weather, mutual exhaustion. Finally, I asked if she was still at the facility. She said no. She'd transferred. I asked why. She looked at me, then away, then said, "You know how some places start acting like you live there even when you don't?" I said yes before I even thought about it. Then she told me the west hallway had been remodeled again after I left. New flooring, different paint, camera replaced. Activity room converted into 2 offices. She said residents still talked about a woman waiting by the end door. "What do the staff say now?" I asked. She gave a tired little laugh. "They say it's probably just confusion." I still think about that phrase, just confusion. As if confusion is small. As if it can't settle into a place and stay there, borrowing names, standing where people expect to find each other. Learning the shape of a routine until everyone forgets what normal sounded like before it arrived. A few years after that, I moved into an apartment above a closed florist shop downtown. It was supposed to be temporary, cheap rent, month-to-month lease, walking distance from work. My girlfriend had just moved out, and I needed somewhere that didn't contain the outline of our life together. I didn't care that the building was old. I didn't care that the landlord was careless. I didn't care that the stairwell smelled like wet plaster and stale cigarettes. I cared that it was quiet. For the first month, it was. There were only 3 apartments in the building. Mine on the 2nd floor facing the street, another on the same floor facing the alley, and a studio on the 3rd floor under the sloped roof. The florist shop downstairs had been empty for years. The windows were papered over from inside, and the faded lettering on the glass still advertised funeral arrangements and wedding bouquets from some other decade. The landlord, a man named Paul, told me only 1 other unit was occupied. The 3rd floor studio belonged to a woman who kept to herself. I never saw her. The apartment next to mine on the 2nd floor was empty when I moved in. I know that because Paul showed it to me by accident first. Wrong key, wrong door. The place was stripped down to nothing but dust outlines where furniture had once sat, and an old curtain rod hanging over one window. No appliances, no rugs, no fixtures beyond what couldn't be removed. He laughed it off and said, "You're in the other one." My place was just as old, but at least livable. Narrow galley kitchen, bedroom facing the alley, long living room with two tall windows over the street, floors that tilted slightly toward the middle, pipes knocking in the walls whenever someone upstairs showered. I liked it at first because it had limits. You could hear the building breathe. You knew when the heat came on, when the pipes cooled, when somebody used the stairwell. There's comfort in a place that doesn't hide its mechanics. Then, around week 5, I started hearing my neighbor. The second-floor unit next to mine had not been rented as far as I knew. I'd seen no movers, no lights, no trash, no packages. But late at night I began hearing sounds through the shared wall. Not loud enough to be called noise, just small signs of occupancy. A drawer sliding shut, water running briefly, the soft scrape of something being moved across the floor. At first I assumed Paul had finally rented it. I didn't think much of it. Then I realized I never heard footsteps in the hall, never heard the front door buzzer, never heard anyone unlocking or locking that apartment door. If someone lived there, they were already inside before I got home and still inside when I left. Again, that by itself might mean nothing. Different schedules, quiet person, whatever. But the sounds were strangely repetitive every night around 12:40, water for maybe 10 seconds. Around 1:05, 3 soft taps on the shared wall at 1:17, a drawer or cabinet sliding always in that order. Not exact to the minute, but close enough that I noticed after a while without meaning to. The wall between us was thin enough that if someone raised their voice, I probably would have heard words. I never did. Just those few sounds and then long silence until morning. One evening I mentioned it to Paul when he came by to look at a leak stain in my bathroom. "Oh," he said, half under the sink, "that unit's still empty." I laughed. "No, it isn't." He slid out and looked at me. "Yeah, it is. I hear somebody in there every night, probably pipes. It's not pipes." He shrugged, which seemed to be his response to most facts. Building makes all kinds of sounds. I almost let it go, but something about his expression stopped me. He wasn't confused. He wasn't dismissing me because he thought I was overly sensitive. He looked like a person choosing the easiest available answer and stepping into it. That night I paid closer attention. 12:39. Water tot 1:04. 3 taps tot 1:16 drawer. I got up and stood in my socks by the shared wall, feeling stupid. The apartment was dark except for the clock on the microwave. I waited, nothing else. I knocked once. Lightly, no response. I went into the hall and stood outside the neighboring unit. No light showed under the door. I knocked again. Louder, silence. I tried the knob. Locked the next morning on my way out. I noticed a thin line of dust along the bottom of that door, except for one clean arc near the center, as if the door had recently opened inward by only an inch or two. I stared at that for longer than I should have. A week later, I finally saw the third-floor tenant, or at least I think I did. I was coming in from work around dusk when someone moved across the landing above me. Just a dark shape passing the top of the stairs. I looked up and caught the side of a face and the sleeve of a gray sweater before the person disappeared into the studio. I called a quick hello. No answer. I told myself that must be the woman Paul mentioned. But something about the movement stuck with me. It had been quick, but not startled. More like someone stepping out of sight the second they realized they had been seen. After that, I began noticing other details. The third-floor tenant never put trash out, never got deliveries, never seemed to leave, unless she did it during the narrow windows when I was asleep or away. Yet sometimes at night, when I lay in bed reading, I could hear very faint footsteps overhead, moving from one end of the studio to the other, then stopping directly above my bedroom. There would be silence for several minutes. Then the steps would resume. The florist shop downstairs, Also started making sounds not from the street side, from inside the building beneath my living room floor. A low shift, something settling. Once, what sounded exactly like glass clinking together. The shop had no power as far as I knew. Paul kept it locked and used the back room for storage. I asked him about it, and he said the old refrigeration units still clicked sometimes, even though they weren't connected. That answer didn't satisfy me. But by then I had started to notice a pattern in myself. Whenever a place gave me an explanation that felt thin, I tended to keep quiet afterward, as if I were embarrassed for needing a better one. Then my ex, Mara, came by to pick up the last of her books. We weren't hostile exactly, just tired with each other. The kind of tired that leaves careful manners in place of affection. She carried a cardboard box from my shelf to the door, stopped and said, "Does somebody else have a key here?" "No." "Then why is that chain on the inside?" I looked where she was pointing. My front door had 2 locks and 1 cheap interior chain that I never used. It was hanging engaged across the jamb. "I didn't do that," I said. "Mara gave me the kind of look you give someone who might be joking badly." "Okay, I'm serious." She stepped back from the door. "You live alone, right?" The problem with a question like that is how ordinary it sounds when the answer is supposed to be obvious. I unhooked the chain. My hands shook just enough for her to notice. She said, "Do you want me to stay while you check the place?" I said no too quickly. We both heard it then. 3 soft taps, somewhere inside the wall by the hallway. Mara looked at me. I said, "Neighbor." She didn't answer. After she left, I checked every room, every closet, even the shallow cabinet above the fridge that couldn't possibly hold anything larger than a cat. Nothing. Still, I slept with a chair under the doorknob that night. Again, not because I believed in some dramatic scenario, but because once a routine has been quietly altered without your knowledge, even a small one like a chain latch you never use, your mind stops trusting the edges of ordinary things. The next weekend, I got locked out of the building for 20 minutes because the front door deadbolt jammed. Paul came by irritated and said the mechanism stuck sometimes. While he worked on it, I asked again about the empty apartment beside mine. He said, "You can go look if you want." So I did. He opened the door, and right away I knew someone had been inside. There was no furniture. That part was still true, but the dust pattern had changed. A narrow path crossed the living room floor from the entry to the kitchen. 1 cabinet door under the sink hung open. In the bathroom, the mirror had been wiped in 1 clean oval at face height, while the rest remained filmed with dust. Paul saw it too. His expression shifted for a second before he covered it with annoyance. "Probably kids," he said. "Kids with a key or a former tenant. They use the sink at 12:40 every night." He straightened up. "What?" I almost told him about the routine, but something stopped me. Maybe the certainty that if I gave him a real pattern, he'd only flatten it into another shrug. Instead, I said, "Never mind." On the wall of the empty bedroom, someone had written a phone number in pencil so faintly I almost missed it. No name. Just a number, and beneath it, a date from 4 years earlier. I copied it into my phone. That night I called it disconnected. No surprise there. But I searched the number online and found a cached rental listing from years ago. Same building, same unit, listed by a woman named Elise. There was no photo of her, just a little contact card and an email address that bounced when I tried it. At work the next day, during a slow stretch, I searched the building address, together with the name. Eventually I found a tiny obituary notice in a local paper archive. Elise Harmon, age 37, survived by parents and a brother, memorial service private, no cause of death, no details. The date was 3 weeks after the date written on the wall. I wish I could say I ignored that. But once your brain starts connecting things, it does it even when you don't want it to. Empty apartment. Woman upstairs, never seen clearly. Old number on wall. Nightly sounds in a unit no one rented. That evening I waited in my living room with the TV off and the lights low, not because I had a plan, but because I wanted to hear the sounds clearly. At 12:40 water, at 1:05, 3 taps at 1:16, drawer at 1:20, a new sound, someone walking in the hallway outside my apartment. Slow steps, one at a time, pausing between each one as if the person was listening at every door. I stood up, every part of me suddenly alert. The steps stopped outside my unit, then my doorknob moved, not violently. Not someone trying to force entry, just a careful test. Once to the left, once back to center. I didn't breathe. After a few seconds, the steps continued down the hall toward the stairs. I waited maybe 30 full seconds before opening my door. The hallway was empty. But from the top of the stairs above me, I heard one final step on the third-floor landing. I went back inside and locked everything. The next morning, I found a florist receipt tucked under my door. Old paper, yellowed at the edges. No envelope, just a receipt stub from the shop downstairs dated 11 years earlier. Item line unreadable. Total, $14.20. On the back, in small, neat handwriting, were the words, "Please stop tapping." I took it straight to Paul. He looked at it for about 2 seconds and said, "That wasn't there yesterday." "No kidding. You sure one of your friends isn't messing with you?" That irritated me enough to make me calm. I don't have any friends who know where florist receipt paper from 11 years ago is stored. He rubbed his mouth, looked toward the staircase. Then he did something I had been waiting for without realizing it. He admitted there had been an issue with the building a few years earlier. That was his phrase, an issue. He said the second-floor apartment next to mine had once been rented by a woman who complained that someone was entering while she slept. Nothing was ever proven stolen. No signs of forced entry. The police had advised her to change the lock and keep records. She moved out within a month. "Was her name Elise?" I asked. He looked at me. "Why? Was it?" After a pause, he said yes. I asked about the third-floor tenant. He hesitated too long. Then he said, "There isn't one right now." I just stared at him. "I thought there was," he added quickly. "For a while, but the studio's been empty since spring." I said, "Then who did I see upstairs?" He had no answer. That afternoon I walked the building top to bottom. I wanted facts. Doors, windows, locks, signs of someone squatting. The third-floor studio was locked, but dust on the threshold looked undisturbed. The back entrance was secure. The florist shop was padlocked from inside the building and barred at the street. The only truly strange thing I found was on the second-floor landing on the wall opposite the stair rail. 3 faint marks in the paint at shoulder height, as if someone had been tapping the same spot for a long time, with something hard and small. That night I didn't stay. I booked a cheap motel on the highway and told myself I needed one clear night of sleep before deciding whether I was overreacting. At 1:05 in the morning, I woke up anyway. No obvious reason. Just awake all at once, heart beating too hard. Then I heard it, 3 soft taps, not from the motel wall. From my phone on the bedside table. I had left it on vibrate. 3 short notifications. When I looked, there were no new messages, no missed calls. Nothing. I didn't go back to sleep. The next day I returned to the apartment in daylight and started packing. Not everything, just the things I couldn't stand to lose if I decided not to spend another night there. Documents, laptop, a box of family photos. The practical version of panic. While I was packing the bedroom, I heard movement in the hall outside my door. Then a knock, 3 taps. I stayed still. Then Paul's voice said, "You in there?" I opened the door too fast, angry from the fright of it. Paul stood there holding a flashlight and a ring of keys. "I'm going to check the studio." "Why?" "Because if someone's getting in, they're not living in the walls." That would have sounded funny at any other time. Instead, I just nodded. We went upstairs together. The third-floor landing felt airless and hotter than the rest of the building. Paul unlocked the studio. The room was nearly bare. Mattress stain on the floor where a bed had once been. A single bulb hanging from the ceiling. Dust, yes, but not untouched dust. There were recent marks near the window, as if someone had rested a hand on the sill repeatedly. On the floor by the closet lay a stack of old florist order forms bound with a rubber band. Paul picked them up and said, "Too fast. These were in the shop storage." "Why are they up here?" He didn't answer. I opened the closet. Inside, hanging from a nail, was a gray sweater, the same color as the sleeve I had seen on the landing weeks earlier. Paul went very still. "That wasn't here." I looked at him. "You keep saying that." He put the order forms down and finally stopped pretending. He said Elise used to work in the florist shop part-time before it closed. After she rented the second-floor unit, she told him someone was coming into her apartment and moving small things, not stealing, rearranging. Once she found a glass of water on her kitchen counter when she was sure she hadn't poured one. Another time she woke up to the chain latched on her front door from the inside. My throat tightened. What happened to her? "She left," he said. "That's not what I asked." He sat down on the dusty window ledge as if his knees had given out. "She moved out, stayed with her brother for a while. They said she wasn't sleeping, said she was getting confused. Then she died." "Of what?" He rubbed his face. "She fell asleep driving." Neither of us spoke for a bit. Then I asked, "Why didn't you tell me any of this?" He gave a humorless little smile. "Would you have rented the place?" "No, of course I wouldn't have." But that wasn't what made me angry. What made me angry was the way people keep information from you as if ignorance is a kindness, even when the ignorance is what leaves you alone with the wrong version of events. We took the sweater downstairs. Paul locked the studio. I finished packing and told him I'd be out by the weekend. That should have been the end. But on the last night I went back one final time to get the rest of my books. I brought a friend from work with me, a guy named Owen, because I didn't want to be there alone after dark. We joked around as we filled boxes. We kept music on low. Everything felt silly and manageable in the presence of another person. At one point, Owen asked to use the bathroom, and while he was in there, the music cut out. My phone speaker had stopped mid-song. Then, through the shared wall, I heard water run for about 10 seconds. I froze. A second later came 3 soft taps. Then the sound of a drawer sliding shut. Owen came out, saw my face, and said, "What?" I didn't answer. I just walked to the front door, opened it, and looked into the hallway. But at the far end, near the empty apartment next to mine, the door stood open by maybe an inch. I was absolutely certain we had not opened it. Owen stepped beside me. "Was that open before?" I said no. We both listened. From inside that apartment came a very faint rustle, like someone moving paper. Owen said, "Man, if somebody's in there, call the cops." But I already knew, with a certainty that made my skin feel numb, what we would find if we opened that door. Not a person waiting to attack. Nothing dramatic. Just some tiny evidence that the routine had gone on without witnesses. Some chair moved, some cabinet open, some proof that the sounds had never needed occupancy in the normal sense. I closed my own door instead. We took the rest of my things and left. I never slept there again. Paul mailed my deposit minus some invented cleaning fee I was too tired to fight. Months later, I passed the building on foot and saw that paper had been removed from one florist window. Through the glass, I could see the dim shape of shelves and buckets inside, and standing farther back, where the counter must have been, I thought I saw someone in a gray sweater with both hands resting lightly on the glass door to the stairwell, as if listening for taps from above. I kept walking even now, in any apartment building. If I hear plumbing at the same time every night, I start counting without meaning to. If someone tests my doorknob by mistake in a hotel, I can't go back to sleep. And once in a while, when my phone gives 3 short vibrations with no message attached, I think of that line on the back of the old receipt. "Please stop tapping." What bothers me most is not the idea that something followed Elise or stayed behind after her. It's the possibility that she had simply noticed a pattern before anyone else did, and by the time people finally believed there was something wrong, the routine already knew how to continue without her. The next thing that happened to me should have been harmless. That's what I told myself at the time. Harmless. Annoying, maybe. A little awkward. but harmless. My friend Daniel asked me to watch his house for 10 days while he and his wife flew to Portugal for her sister's wedding. They had 2 cats, a decent espresso machine, and a quiet place on a cul-de-sac in a newer suburb where every lawn looked maintained by the same invisible hand. I said yes because he had helped me move out of the apartment above the florist shop, and because I wanted extra money. The house was only 6 years old. Nothing old or gloomy about it. Open-plan kitchen, wide windows, security system, video doorbell, soft gray walls chosen by someone who read blogs about paint undertones. If you had asked me where I would feel safest, I might have pointed to a house like that. Daniel left me a folder with feeding instructions, alarm codes, Wi-Fi password, trash day, emergency contacts. We laughed about how organized his wife was. He said, "The only weird thing is the downstairs thermostat. It changes itself sometimes." I said, "That's not weird. That's every thermostat now." He nodded. "Yeah, probably. Anyway, make yourself at home." The first 3 nights were easy. I fed the cats, watered a few plants, watched movies, slept in the guest room upstairs, and enjoyed the rare feeling of being alone in a place that didn't yet have emotional history attached to me. The street was quiet. The neighbors kept to themselves. A sprinkler clicked on somewhere every morning before sunrise. On the 4th day, Daniel texted to ask if I had been using the basement office. I wrote back no. He sent a screenshot from the home app showing the office light turning on at 2:11 a.m. and off again at 2:32. I assumed it was a glitch. "Motion sensor maybe," he said. "No sensor in that room. Just wall switch." I replied with a joke about ghosts, and he sent a laughing emoji I didn't believe. That night I made a point of checking the basement before bed. It was finished, not creepy. Carpeted stairs, little half bath, laundry room, office with built-in shelves, TV room with a sectional couch, no dark corners, no exposed pipes. The office light switch was by the door, off at 2:16 a.m. I woke up because one of the cats jumped onto the bed and landed harder than usual. I petted her absently, then realized she was staring at the open bedroom door, not puffed up, not hissing, just staring with that intense, quiet attention cats have when something has interrupted their internal logic. Then I heard it, the soft hum of the basement office printer. I sat up straight. If you've ever heard a printer in another part of a house at night, you know how strangely deliberate it sounds. The waking of the machine, the little mechanical preparations, then the paper movement. Slow, patient, almost polite. I got out of bed and went to the top of the stairs. The house was otherwise silent. The printer sound came again, definitely from below. I turned on the stair light and went down. The office door was open. The light was on. On the printer tray lay a single sheet of paper. It was blank. I stood there long enough for the absurdity of that to sink in. Not a draft error, not a stuck old document, just one clean sheet ejected into the tray. I checked the computer, asleep, the monitor dark. I looked at the printer screen. No cue, no error. I turned off the light, went back upstairs, and told myself smart devices do weird things all the time. The next morning, Daniel texted asking if everything was okay, because the office had been active again. I told him about the blank page. He said the printer wasn't even connected to Wi-Fi. It was USB only. I didn't know enough about printers to argue, so I asked if maybe his wife had left some scheduled task or auto-clean cycle. He said it's old. It doesn't do anything by itself. That afternoon I unplugged it. Problem solved, I thought. At 2:11 the next morning, I woke up again, this time because I heard someone walking on the first floor. The guest room was upstairs above the living room. The footsteps moved slowly across hardwood, then stopped. Then came the small electronic chirp the security panel made when someone opened an interior door, not the alarm. Just the chirp. I grabbed my phone and went into the hallway. Downstairs was dark except for the under-cabinet kitchen lights, which Daniel's wife sometimes left on. I listened. Nothing. Then the basement printer started humming again. My whole body went cold. I went down faster than I should have, anger mixing with fear. The office light was on again. The printer, still unplugged, was silent now, But on the tray was another sheet. This one had text, not printed text. An image. Gray, faint, as if copied from something old. It took me a second to understand what I was looking at. A floor plan. I picked up the page. It was clearly the house, or a version of it. Main floor, upstairs, basement. But there were pencil marks added on top of the print. Little X shapes in corners. A circle around the guest room. And beside the basement office, written in shaky block letters. "Don't sleep 'em up there," I called Daniel immediately, despite the time difference. He answered on the third ring, groggy and alarmed by my voice before I even explained. I sent him a photo of the page. There was a long silence while he looked at it. Then he said, "That's my wife's handwriting." I felt a strange relief at first. Something explainable. A prank, maybe. "What is it?" She used to sketch out furniture plans when we moved in. "But that note," he stopped. "I don't know. Did she leave this in the printer? She'd remember." "Can you ask her?" More silence, muffled voices away from the phone. He came back sounding tense. "She says she's never seen that page before. If you're wondering why I didn't leave right then, I've asked myself that too. Pride, maybe. Or the fact that once fear arrives through ordinary objects, you start feeling foolish in advance. Like you need harder proof before you're allowed to react. Daniel told me to check the doorbell footage and interior app logs. I did. The logs showed the office light coming on at 2:11 the last 2 nights. No other interior lights, no doors opening, no alarm disarmed. The video doorbell showed nothing outside. The driveway camera showed an empty driveway. "What about the guest room?" I asked. "Any motion sensors?" "Only downstairs," he said. "We never put them upstairs." His wife got on the phone then. Her voice was thin with embarrassment and worry. She told me something Daniel clearly hadn't wanted to mention. When they first moved in, before the house was fully furnished, she had stopped sleeping in the guest room because she kept waking up, convinced someone had been standing in the doorway. Daniel blamed unpacking stress. Eventually, she just started using the room as storage until they needed it for visitors. She said she had once drawn a floor plan during that period, and marking places where she felt watched, mostly as a joke to prove to herself how irrational it was. "Did you write 'Don't sleep up there'?" I asked. "No. That day I moved my things to the couch downstairs in the TV room. I told myself that if something happened again, at least I'd be closer to the office and farther from the circled room on the page. The cats followed me around all evening in a way they hadn't before. Not clingy, just present. If I went into the kitchen, both sat in the doorway. If I went to the laundry room, one stayed at the top of the steps and watched down. Animals don't have mystical authority to me, but they do have routines. When both of them quietly stopped trusting a space, it changed how you feel moving through it. At 11:30, I checked every window and door. The basement office light was off, printer unplugged, paper tray empty. I even removed the toner cartridge and set it on the desk. At 1:50, the thermostat downstairs clicked. The screen lit up to 68. I had set it to 72 an hour earlier. I changed it back and went to the kitchen for water. When I came back, it read 68 again. That irritated me more than anything. Tiny defiance from an object. I pulled the thermostat face off the wall mount and set it on the counter. Then the security panel chirped, "Interior door." I turned. The basement door, which I had left open, was now closed. The cats were both standing in the kitchen, staring at it. I want to be precise here. I did not see the door move. I was gone maybe 15 seconds. Could it have drifted? Maybe. Air pressure. Hinge issue. But I had been there 4 days, and that door had never once moved on its own. I walked over and opened it. Dark stairs. No sound. I turned on the light and went down. The office light was already on. The printer tray held another page. This time the paper showed a close-up of just the upstairs hall. The guest room door was shaded in pencil. At the end of the hall, near the linen closet, were 3 short horizontal marks. Like taps, I carried the page upstairs and locked myself in the downstairs half-bath for a minute just to think. I knew how that sounds. A grown man in a stranger's half-bath, breathing through his nose and trying not to let his thoughts split apart into impossible options. When I came out, the security panel was lit with a trouble notice. Bedroom window, open. I ran upstairs. Guest room window was shut and latched. All other windows looked shut. I checked the app. Same notice. Bedroom window, Zone 6. I messaged Daniel, who said Zone 6 was the guest room. I stood there in that room longer than I should have. It was a normal room. Folded blankets, suitcase, on a chair. A little framed print of a lake, yet every part of it felt arranged around the possibility of somebody standing just outside my vision. Then I noticed the closet door was open. I was almost certain I'd left it shut. Inside was a row of coats and storage bins, nothing else. But on the floor, in the strip of space between hanging clothes and the walls, sometimes it isn't the sound that stays with you. Not the footsteps, not the doors, not even the voices. It's the quiet that comes after, the kind that doesn't feel empty anymore. The kind that feels occupied in a way you can't prove, only sense. Because once you've lived in a place where someone could be there without being seen, without needing to break in, without ever announcing themselves, you stop trusting what alone really means. You start noticing things you never paid attention to before. A chair that isn't quite where you left it. A door that's open just enough to make you question your memory. A light that feels different when you walk back into a room. And even when nothing is there, even when everything checks out, your mind doesn't go back to normal. It keeps a space open for doubt, for possibility, for something just outside your awareness. That's the part no one talks about. It isn't the moment itself that lingers, it's what it changes in you. The way you listen, the way you move through a room, the way you pause, just for a second longer than you used to, before turning off a light or closing a door. Because once a place stops feeling like it belongs only to you, it never fully returns to what it was. And sometimes, the most unsettling realization isn't that someone was there. It's that for a while you lived your life as if they weren't.